It's some 20 minutes past the hour of 11. This is 3FM 92.7. Welcome to our live coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch, currently ongoing in Winneba in the Central Region. My name is Beatrice Edu. I'm here with
Michael Obodu
and Johnny Hughes, as well as our guests who will be joining us very shortly as we go along this coverage and with our conversations. And you're welcome to our live coverage. We'll be here with you all day long as the NDC is giving us some information as regards this manifesto, less than 5 months to the country's general election. I mean, Michael, we did this last week for the MPP. We are here again.
Exactly. I think at this point there should be a holiday for journalists, you know.
Honestly. Yeah. We'll be going to the grounds very shortly, but ahead of that, we want to give you an idea and a feel. And I'm sure by now you know already some of the things the party has been talking about, not just the flag bearer, who is the leader of the NDC, but also the running mate, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, the chairman of the party, Johnson Asiedu Nkatia, the general secretary, Fifi Kwete, and of course, other important personalities, quote unquote, of the NDC. They've been giving us snippets of information regarding really what we should expect in this manifesto, and I don't think I'm expecting any surprises. I don't know about you, Michael.
But first off, let's acknowledge the fact that this is going to be one of a kind. This is the first time that a former president is coming back to the race to deliver a manifesto. So it will be interesting to see what the highlights of this particular manifesto would be, especially judging by how he fared over the last 4 years as president, especially with the economic indicators as at 2016. We want to know what he plans to do with the economy, especially where it finds itself right now, considering the fact that we are under an IMF bailout program that he didn't get us into. How he plans to...
He got us into one and bowed out.
Well, but at this point, he's not the architect of this particular one.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to know what his plan is, if he has a magic wand that can get us the economy back on track, so to speak, and get it back to single-digit inflation, potentially single-digit foreign exchange with the dollar and the like. So we'll see how the next couple of hours pan out, and trust me, this is going to be extensive coverage.
And I love the angle of the IMF program, because you have a man who is witnessing an IMF program in two phases.
Yeah.
One he called for, and another one he was out of opposition, and I mean it was called for by the other leadership, and he's had to see how it's like being outside power.
Exactly, and now he has to also juggle between the two, pleasing the people with tax cuts and staying in line with the program that is pro-tax in this case, in order to be able to better position the country from the revenue side. So it'll be interesting to see what he has up his sleeve, especially when we already know that in the Youth Manifesto, he had promised he'll be cancelling betting tax, cancelling e-levy and the like. So it'll be very, very interesting to know, especially from the revenue side, what the former president potential and the NDC presidential candidate has up his sleeve, and what he plans to do this time around. And
it's quite interesting. Again, you just referred to the Youth Manifesto, which was launched on the 12th of July, or on the 12th of August, actually. We'll be going into that. So why don't we get into it? Michael, you just introduced the Youth Manifesto, which was launched on the 12th of August.
Yeah.
On the same day as the world acknowledged youth, as in World Youth Day. And I know that in that manifesto, the NDC intends to help about 10,000 young people. Is it with some finances or a special project? If you can just run us through that. And I know there's also governance and some other thematic areas that the NDC intends to hammer on?
Sure. Before we go into that, I've always wondered why the NDC actually decides to separate the Youth Manifesto from its main manifesto. I don't know if you know the ideology behind it.
I don't know it, but I think it's smart because you have a chunk of the population and those who are going to vote being youth. The last time we checked, how many? Was it over 9 million people involved in that out of the 30-something million population we have? And mind you that when you look at our voters register, we have about how many? 18 or 17,000 million voters. So if you have out of that, if you have about 9 of them or more getting up, I mean, being in the youth, it's only smart that you want to treat them specially so they can treat you specially at the polls.
Well, fair point. The NPP presidential candidate spoke for about 1 hour 47 minutes during his presentation of the manifesto. Granted that how extensive this NDC manifesto, a youth manifesto, was, I'm guessing that we should expect far lesser delivery period from
I hope so.
the NDC flag bearer. But then straight into it. So the NDC has a very extensive youth manifesto that covers thematic areas including jobs, employment, the economy, infrastructure, agriculture, health, education, governance, and these areas it has put together policies that it hopes to implement once given the nod at the 2024 polls and once they get into the helm of affairs when it comes to running this country. So the NDC in its manifesto, youth manifesto, introduced the Ejuma Rap program, which it hopes to create, track, and mentor 10,000 youth established businesses.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
10,000. So it means that technically over the next 4 years that the NDC is going to be in power, it's looking at creating 40,000 youth established businesses. Quite interesting.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think that I would want us to go more into that. For me, I know you go into it, I mean, step by step with governance and all of that, but I'm quite interested in the education bit as well.
Okay.
Because that's an area which has generated a lot of debate with this free SHS. I remember clearly, even ahead of the 2016 general election, it was a big deal. And now, after almost 2 terms of the president, the education sector is still dominating discussions politically. So I would really love to know exactly how the NDC intends to handle that sector of the country's development, really.
Yeah, that sector has also been a very interesting one because over the period we've had the conversation evolve about the fact that who actually started free SHS, and we've heard the NDC argue that, well, Bahama actually did in some form. However, his was on a more progressive note, and that was why they introduced the E-blocks, which they said they had been able to complete quite a significant number, which would have helped in the implementation of that policy. But well, I'm sure he has said over the period, we've heard the former president and now NDC flag bearer say that he's not against the policy, but however, he thinks that it must be reviewed and the current setting which it is being implemented needs a second look. But in their policy, the NDC says it will improve secondary education by ensuring sustainable funding for free SHS. Quite interesting. Completing E-block construction and expanding infrastructure. I'm wondering now what they actually mean by ensuring sustainable funding for free SHS.
I think if you remember when Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman was unveiled at that program, which I believe was on the 24th of April 2024, she made it very clear. And you know, she's been in education throughout her life, really, her career. And I remember clearly what she said, that it was kind of a shade, the way she put it, and said that, well, they are going to ensure that the kind of education that Ghanaian children would have at the secondary level will not be one where one batch will stay home and the other will go 2 or 3 weeks or 3 months later because the infrastructure is inadequate. And it will also not be one where there are no textbooks or teaching materials, and it will not be one where, you know, the feeding is a problem. So it kind of gives you an idea really what they are looking at when you talk about infrastructure and the E-block, which is under infrastructure as well. So, yeah, just a bit of an idea, really, based on my understanding of what Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman said.
Really would be looking forward to what their explanation for sustainable funding for the free SHS really is. Are they looking at an alternative source? Is the current one suddenly not sustainable enough? because it is depleting the funds, or what really do they mean? So it'll be interesting to see their elaborate explanation to that. But something else that's quite interesting, the NDC will establish regional TVET centers of excellence integrated with state-of-the-art facilities to promote innovation. The question is, how different is this from what the current educational minister has been championing?
Yeah. Well, we are in the political season, so you can imagine that there will be tweaks and all of that to each other's policies, perhaps.
And to one that I think the private sector will find very exciting, because, since the introduction of the free SHS policy, the private sector has lamented about the fact that they have been left out. And a lot of them have argued that since the introduction of the policy, business has taken a nosedive for them because they suddenly are not competitive. Because how do you compete against free?
Yeah, but again, I just wanted to make some quick clarification.
Okay.
You know that the education minister now, Educhum, he's been championing STEM, which is science-based.
Fair point.
Science, maths, mathematics. And then you have John Mahama talking about TVET, which is, I think, more of technical stuff. So perhaps... was it under his term? No, it was under the... Okay, so let's get the clarity. It was under whose term that we upgraded the technical, where they were getting the HNDs to universities? Yes.
If my memory
so it was
right.
Mahama, I'm told, who did the conversion from polytechnics to universities. So it seems it's a continuous, quote-unquote, idea of empowering technical education.
Fair point. So now the NDC is proposing that it will extend free SHS to cover students in private senior high schools. That's an interesting one. Two sides to this. This is great news for businesses. It's great news for private sector. Of course, this means that suddenly they are now back in the game, because a lot of them, they've actually made this call to government over and over and over. I'm trying to remember the Association of Private Schools that I'll get the name.
I mean, it's an association that wanted some recognition of a sort.
Exactly, because a lot of these private imagine previously people who couldn't go to secondary school would weigh the cost of, for instance, going to a boarding school out of town and say, well, it may be more cost effective to go to a private one nearby. But now, with a free SHS changing the dynamics of the game, these people were literally kicked out of business. And I dare say a number of them have actually folded up. So this is a good news for them. We'll see how the NDC plans to implement this.
Indeed.
And of course, it still comes back to the revenue conversation. How do we fund this? Because this is going to mean that the free SHS basket will have to widen in terms of the revenue allocation to it. How do they plan to do this? Well, of course, you've heard them say that they're going to look for a more sustainable way to fund this.
How
exactly do they plan to do it?
But again, it's also interesting to note that in the midst of this, there's also been that conversation of, is it all our children that need free senior high school? How are we able to select parents that need the support and those that don't?
Exactly.
And so, I whenever we talk about this, I always bring out the challenge of Ghana, and I know this fits perfectly into you because you're with a business desk as well. We have over 70% of our economy in the informal sector, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That means that not everybody's money is coming in daily or monthly, maybe passing through necessarily the bank, like those of us in the formal sector, where every month you can see what is coming in and going out. In that case, if the government wants to check who has enough and who doesn't, how does the government use this kind of system we have to determine that, Michael Ogodu, you have more than enough, you can pay for the fees of your children, therefore you do not need to benefit from free senior high school policy? And a number of think tanks have been discussing that, CSOs have been talking about it. So hopefully whichever political party comes to power is able to have that kind of honest conversation on how to ensure this is effective enough. So you're saving some money, but you're saving it also at a time when you know the people who really need it are also getting that support.
That's a very critical one, because we do know that the former finance minister Ken Oferiatta has admitted on record that free SHS for people like him may not necessarily be a priority because they can't afford to pay the fees of the award. So the question really is, how do you begin to implement that? And I think that maybe it's time to review the policy in its entirety. Does everybody need to go to boarding school for free? Those are some of the questions that we must begin to ask ourselves, especially.
Let's just cross over now. Kwame Agboja Governs, who is one of the leading members of the minority, is currently speaking to our reporter Mawena Egbeta, who is on the ground. So let's just listen to exactly what he's saying.
Revelations from the court in terms of Jakpa's case, where he was alleged to have been coaching Jakpa to come and lie to the court. He's not fit for purpose. He should have been sacked by now. This Attorney General is not capable of protecting the public purse. He's not good at anything and should have been sacked by now if he wasn't so linked personally to the mafia running this country. So it's a very unfortunate situation because our oil sector is not doing very well at all. Investors are leaving the country. ENI has left and is investing billions. I mean, hundreds of millions in Côte d'Ivoire next door. So, and we also have our oil here, but they are leaving the country because of the investment climate and the nature of the way we do business here. So, this judgment debt is a very, very damaging thing. With the money we don't have, now we need to find that money and pay for judgment debt. It's a very sad day for Ghana.
Right, but let's round it off with the campaigning. We've been with the former president and flag bearer in the Volta region and different parts. What would you say has been the reception of Ghanaians to him and the message that he continues to preach?
It signifies hope. I can see Ghanaians warming up. I haven't seen this number of young people warming up to NDC in recent times, and I've seen a lot of young people believing that the message of President Mahama, that is to tackle the unemployment in our country through 24-hour economic model, and then reversing the depreciation of the CD, curbing corruption and all those things. So he's been received very positively. The enthusiasm is very great, but we need to consolidate that across the country and make sure that our message sits very well with the voter, so that we will be able to get their votes and form the next government in January 2025.
Honorable, thank you very much. That's the Minority Chief Whip, the Honorable Governor Kwame Agboja, speaking there. If you come to the University of Education Winneba, where the NDC any moment from now is expected to launch its manifesto, this auditorium is getting ready, and you can see a host of members of parliament, leadership of the NDC for all walks of life really are coming through. You see Dr. Dufour, who was a presidential hopeful on the ticket of the NDC. You see former minority leader as well, Haruna Idris, and a host of others here all ready and waiting. In the next 2 hours plus a little under 2 hours, we should see the commencement of this particular event. And what the NDC says, it's its big plan, grand plan for the Ghanaian people to rescue the nation and to reset the country. This is your Election Command Center, live on TV3 and on 3FM. We're bringing you exclusive details of the NDC's manifesto launch here on your Election Command Center. A few more hours to go really in terms of what to expect, but it looks like it is all coming together here. There's a promise of jobs, 24-hour economy. The food details are expected to be fleshed out a lot later as the NDC flag bearer will mount the podium and address the thousands who've gathered. If you go outside, there are hundreds of supporters of the NDC who've blocked the streets, are excited, lots of drumming and dancing, lots of noise making as well, already currently ongoing here at the University of Education Winneba. We are here as well, sample thoughts in the lead up to this particular launch, and then gauge the mood of the individuals here present. This is your Election Command Center, like I mentioned. Mawena Egbeta handing over back to the studio, but we'll be back again with a lot more thoughts for you in relation to what to expect from here today at this particular auditorium inside the University of Education Winneba.
Indeed, Mawena Egbeta will be back with you for you to bring us all the details from this venue where the NDC is launching its manifesto. And you're still here on your election command center. This is 3FM 92.7. And this is the live coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch currently ongoing in Winneba in the Central Region. My name is Beatrice Edu. I'm here with
Michael Opodu.
And together we'll be bringing you all the information from the ground as well as some analysis. We'll also be going a little bit into the history of the NDC manifestos, how many seats it's got in the Central Region. For instance, why is the Central Region that important going into 2024 general election? Of course, we know that the Central Region has been a swing state since the Fourth Republic, but really, why should the NDC that hopes to come back to power with a John Mahama who has one term, should he win the December 7 general election, coming back and choosing the Central Region as a venue to, as it were, unveil that legal document it would have, or the people of Ghana would have between it and the NDC. And this is your election command center. Like I told you, my name is Beatrice Edu. I am here with
Michael Opodu.
So, Michael, let's just go into really what has brought us here.
Yeah, so the NDC has been busy since the start of 2024 as build up towards this the 2024 election. On April 24, 2024, it unveiled its running mate, the comeback of
Professor Nana
Jenokuku. Which is quite an interesting one. So a lot of first in that. The first time that a female running mate is being repeated, especially amongst the two major parties. Quite interesting one. And we all saw that and the media buzz it generated at the UPSC auditorium on that particular day. And just a few weeks ago, the Youth Manifesto was launched on August 12th, also at the UPSA auditorium. It looks like that auditorium is becoming the center of a lot of political activity.
Yes.
And of course, the campaign was launched in July 27, 2024 at the Jubilee Park in Tamale. Quite interesting location there after running mates and Youth Manifesto were done in Accra. The campaign was launched in Tamale. I'm sure as we go into it, we'll dissect why and how strategic that particular move was. The launch of the manifesto is today, and of all the places, Winneba Central Region is the place to be. Now, the number of seats held by the NDC in the Central Region is quite an interesting one. In 1996, it held 14 out of the 17 seats. 2000, that number dwindled, 9 out of the 17 seats. In 2004, we saw a further decline, 2 out of the 19 seats, but it looks like the tides changed, just like the Central Region, known famously as the swing region and kingmakers when it comes to elections here in Ghana. In 2008, we saw it increase from 2 to 11 out of the 19 seats.
And indeed, sorry to interrupt you, just to alert those of us who are watching us on Facebook that we're showing you a graphical representation of what we're talking about right here in the studio.
So in 2008, it increased to 11 out of the 19 seats. Some impressive jump again in 2012. That number increased from 11 to 16. However, the number of seats also increased to 23 in 2016. It dwindled just as the swing activity kicks in again. You notice that massive switch every 8 years phase. So you see that in between 2004 and 2016, you see a significant jump. You see again between In 2016, the number moves from 16 to 4. In 2020, from 4, however, shot up to 13. So the interesting thing is that in 2024, are we likely to see a continuous increase in the numbers? Looking at the trends, well,
but what it is that when you look at the data holistically, anytime any party wins, either MPP or NDC, their votes also increase in the swing regions.
Interesting.
Yes.
And it also reflects with their parliamentary candidates.
Exactly. Yes. Except, of course, 2020, where we had a near hang parliament.
That's very true, though. So I'm sure everybody will be interested to see how things pan out in Parliament this time around, especially when we see that quite a number of MPs are not returning to Parliament because they didn't partake in the elections, and a lot of them also bowed out. So very interesting dynamics playing out here in the next couple of days. So just to name the seats the NDC won in the Central region in 2020, we have Upper Dentra West, Asin North, Isikuma Odoben Brakwa, Aguna East, Ewutu Senya West, Gomoa East, Gomoa West, Ekumfi. Quite interesting.
Yeah.
Isn't that where the Ekumfi juice factory is? Oh, okay. So it looks like it takes more than just a factory to win elections in there. So very interesting dynamics there. We have Ejumako Enyane Siam, Trefo Eti Mokwa. I hope I got it right. Commander Edina Iguafu Ebrim, Cape Coast North, Cape Coast South. And those are the number of NDC seats in the Central region as at 2020, standing at 13 out of the 23.
I want you to hold on because we have John Jinapo, who is a ranking member on the Energy Committee of Parliament, speaking to us. Let's listen to what he's saying.
Renewable energy forms a major part of the manifesto. Access to electricity forms a major part. And then more importantly, we want to ramp up production of crude oil as well as process our own crude here in Ghana.
On oil production and the likes, we've seen a decline of some sort over the course of the last 8 years. You've sat behind as an opposition, watched the space. Have you been able to detect what it is that has contributed to the continuous decline? In fact, PIAC in one of its latest reports actually raises that as a concern and asks that something be done in that regard to ensure that production is boosted, because otherwise then revenue from that side as well could dwindle further.
It is because of the underhand dealings in the sector. There's a loss of confidence, there's political interference. Some few people have hijacked the oil sector, and so the big players do not want to engage Ghana any longer. Oil production has declined significantly by 30%. That is huge, given the circumstances that we find ourselves. And so we want to bring back the lost confidence. We want to bring back transparency, accountability, and increase oil production. Our target is to do 400,000 barrels a day in the long run, and we are confident that we will increase oil production as well as increase gas production for power and also for the fertilizer and petrochemical industry.
You mentioned WAPCO issuing some threats. I want to return to that. What's the situation in that regard? We know that we owe them some amount of money. How real is this threat that you speak about?
It's real, because the last time they threatened, they shut down the pipeline. We are talking of just $12 million. Government is unable to pay that money. That tells you the state of the energy sector. It tells you that the sector is crumbling, the sector is collapsing, the sector is on the verge of collapse. Something must be done, and the only way we can do that is to change this government. Because when you talk to investors, their general feeling is that they need a change of government so that confidence will be restored. Thank you very much.
Honorable, just lastly on the judgment debt situation with regards GCPC, you've spoken, made certain comments to come back that you know, which has resulted in this huge over $100 million debts which government is being forced to fork out to GPGC.
Yeah, because government shouldn't have cancelled that contract in the first instance. The technical committee advised government not to do that. But I can tell you, there was a family feud between some members of the president's family. And so they decided that they will punish one another. And then through their own personal feud, they extended it, which has affected the state in a very negative light. The unfortunate thing is that of the 134 million, the next NDC administration would have to pay that money. This is a huge amount of money that could have been used to buy even a power plant, to build schools, to build hospitals. We would investigate that matter, and where we find criminal negligence, the next NDC administration would hold those people criminally responsible and prosecute them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the Honorable John Jinapo. Also here, you see a number of the legislators of the NDC. Let's try and pick the thoughts of Osman Bukari as well. He is with the National Youth Wing of the NDC. And we will pick thoughts briefly as well from Mr. Bukari. Mr. Bukari, we saw earlier in the week, the launch, or 2 weeks ago rather, the launch of the Youth Manifesto of the NDC. Today the full document is coming out. What should young people expect outside of what we heard 2 weeks ago?
Yes, the launch of the NDC's manifesto was just a microcosm of the main microcosm. So what you should expect is something bigger. What you expect is something larger. What you expect today is something deeper. So what you're going to look at now is the various sectors of the economy. When you take health, when you take education, when you take transport, when you take fisheries, when you take agriculture, the number of jobs that will be created for young people. So today, young people should expect something bigger than what actually happened at the UPSA auditorium on the 12th of August. That we can assure you.
There's been talk about feasibility of some of the plans in terms of whether or not young people should be able to trust the NDC to deliver on these promises. What can you say to that?
The NDC has done it before and we will do it again. With the issues of job, we have delivered on the issues of jobs. Because during the NDC's tenure, we didn't have 1.9 million unemployed youth. And the NDC, when it comes to the creation or the construction of developmental infrastructure, we have done it. When it comes to the agriculture sector, we have done it. When it comes to stabilizing the economy, we have done it. So between the NDC and the MPP, young people are more tilted in believing the NDC than believing the MPP. Because we have done it before, we are going to do it. And today, we are giving you realistic promises, achievable policies, and policies that we can equally and actually do within a short possible time. So young people out there, get ready to hear or to see how we are going to turn this country around. And to the young people out there, most especially the game changer, the 24-hour economy, it is going to happen, it will happen, and it will be here to stay. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much, Osman Bukari as well. It's with Osman Ayariga, Osman Ayariga also with the NDC Youth Wing, providing a bit more details for us in relation to what it is to expect. A lot more individuals as well continue to throng the auditorium here, where the expectation is that in a couple of hours we should kickstart this particular event. Let's speak to the South Dai MP Roxy Nelson Dapiamepo as well, pick his thoughts in relation to what to expect a lot later today. Honorable, many thanks. You're live on your Election Command Center, TV3 and 3FM. Talk to us as a legislator. How is your constituency looking for the NDC?
Thank you very much. Let me use the opportunity to say good morning to my constituents. I'm here with my sister Angela Lote from Afajatu South. We are the Professor Jofu Sanamwa Mensa Auditorium, University of Education, Winneba. You can see that the ground is swelling to launch the manifesto in a couple of hours' time. Indeed, we want to increase our percentage. It is this year. Now, generally speaking, the expectation of the people for this launch should be that one, that level 100 students who entered the university and who for one reason or the other are not able to enter because of pecuniary reasons, because of their state of impecuniousness, that is inability to pay school fees. They'll hear good news today. His Excellency is saying that starting from the academic, that is 2023-2024 academic year, level 100 students entering all public tertiary institutions in this country wouldn't have to pay those atrocious fees, which often serve as a bar to deny them admission to tertiary institutions. The argument is that how are we able to fund that? And I'm saying, even if you reduce the ministerial portfolios from about 125 to 60, the expense that will save will be sufficient enough to manage this policy. 2, I expect people to hear from His Excellency John Dramani Mahama that at least some monies will be made available to give capital to women in this country to serve as a capital for those who have tabletop businesses, corner shops, and other businesses in the country, market women to be able to make livelihoods potential for them in this country. 3, we expect the people to hear from us today that a special bank will be set up for women, so that women who are into entrepreneurship and business can have an institution designed and reserved for them to seek funding. They wouldn't have to compete with other men. Remind you, we have just passed the Affirmative Action. So as part of the implementation of the Affirmative Action Act, the NDC is postulating that they will set up a special women banking to serve the peculiar needs of women in this country. Again, I expect our people in the rural areas, especially my young people, my Okada boys in South Dai, to hear today that we shall commercialize and legalize Okada, such that the policeman in the corner at the Sikuma will no longer arrest my Okada boys because they don't have a license, or even if they do have a license, the Okada business ought not to be commercialized, so that those young people who, for the sake of Okada, no longer engage in petty thievery, no longer breaks down people's doors, no longer jump windows or jump over walls to go and steal, and are able to engage in commercial activities for which they are able to marry, they are able to build, they are able to engage in other social and commercial activities, they will be able to do so comfortably in a regime to be introduced by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. But above all, we want Ghanaians to hear from us today that there will be a new regime for accountability on the part of public officials, not merely politicians, but also public servants who, under the cloak of public servants, steal from the public purse. There will be a new regime for accountability.
There's a concern that will be a bit difficult.
Question. Let me conclude that even the judiciary will have a new regime in hearing cases, that the courts will no longer sit from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. and go to sleep. There will be a new court system that will sit from about 3 p.m. to about 10 p.m. in the evening, so that cases that are adjourned for 1 month, 2 years, 1 month, or 2 months and 3 months, where petitioners, where plaintiffs, where defendants, where respondents, where people, litigants who pay a lot of money to access our justice delivery system, come back with pain and a lot of uncomfortable stories about judicial justice delivery system, will now go home smiling that the cases that they brought to court have been expeditiously heard and justice have been meted.
Honorable, on the case in point of holding persons in this government accountable, there's a school of thought that it will not be easy as you make it seem, and that you're riding on that particular coattail or coach to swindle Ghanaians, that when you come, you jail appointees under the Akufo-Addo government. The argument is that it will not be as easy as you make it seem.
That cannot be, because we hold the standard in measuring that promise. Indeed, it is only the NDC that is able to hold its own to account, or hold the feet of its own appointees to the fire. You know the story of those who engage in SADA. You know the stories of those who engage in other crimes that offended that crimes that were established to have occasion under the regime of His Excellency. He didn't mince words. He didn't shy away from prosecuting them. Indeed, His Excellency prosecuted his own. Indeed, His Excellency, even upon smelling an illicit intent of amassing wealth, His Excellency sacked people from his government. So we are saying that if anybody thinks that it is not doable, we have the track record to establish that it is doable. And indeed, don't let the question be made that we are only going to go after the persons who have corrupted themselves or their office under this regime. Any public servant, any government appointee, be it under Akufo-Addo or His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, if you misconduct yourself on grounds of corruption or corruption-related matters, you will not have it easy under His Excellency John Dramani. He will deal with you in accordance with the law. So please be assured that there's a new regime coming, a new regime of accountability, a new regime where in excess of $1 million will not be found under your bed, and then you'll be asked to go home and nothing happens. There will be consequences for illicit actions in public office in this government. So I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, also, Honorable Roxanne.
Honorable, a new regime where journalists will feel safe.
And that's what you're promising, a new regime where journalists feel safe.
You feel very, very safe. You can speak your mind, say whatever you want, but with some level of dignity. And so we believe that John Mahama is winning. He has won the election. We are working very hard. The women in my constituency are eagerly waiting for the establishment of the Women Bank, where they can get their loans from and pay back in installments. And so we are ready. We are ready for power.
On the affirmative action that's been passed, what do you look forward to under John Mahama with that law now passed?
Knowing very well in this country that a lot of laws we make are sitting without being implemented, we want to assure you that in this particular case, John Dramani Mahama will make sure that the affirmative action bill, everything about women there, will be worked on and implemented to come to its fruition.
All right then, Honorable, thank you. We look forward. Okay. We look forward to you as well. And so we continue to sample thoughts briefly in relation to what it is to expect, and we can speak as well to an individual of particular interest. Perhaps I'll just pick the thoughts of Edem Agbana, Ketu North parliamentary candidates, just briefly as well, as to what he makes of today and the significance, particularly for young people. You're a young person yourself, getting the opportunity to represent the NDC on the ticket of the NDC in Ketu North. Talk to us about expectations ahead of today, particularly for young people. We've heard a lot of things. Job continue to be perhaps the biggest ticket item for many young people. Talk to us about what to expect today.
Well, I think that I have had a privilege of sitting in some of the subcommittee meetings to discuss some of the policies for the young people of this country. And I am excited, I'm very confident that this manifesto is just what the young people of Ghana needs. We talk about jobs. Unemployment is the biggest concern for many, many young people. In this manifesto today, you will see some clarity in how government intends to provide jobs. Very detailed research has gone into finding the solutions to the issues of unemployment in this country. And I am confident that this manifesto is the right answer to the questions that the young people have been asking. If you ask me, majority or most of the policies in the manifesto are pro-youth policies. And that is why President Mahama has said on countless occasions that his coming as president from January 7th, 2025 is to provide opportunities and jobs for young people. And so in the manifesto, I can assure you that young people would find many policies that would define their prospects and their future. We can go into some of them. The 24-hour economy. In the heart of the 24-hour economy is job creation and productivity.
It's been described as a policy you cannot explain, and that if you say 24-hour economy, what really is it? It's more like just a big thematic subjects which it's not clearly defined. You will not be able to find the tangibles that will create the jobs for the young people.
It is very difficult to wake up somebody who is pretending to be asleep. Our friends in the NPP are pretending not to understand this policy, but I mean that is fair for them too. But we have explained, and President Mahama and all our communicators, we have explained what is 24-hour economy. We're always saying that government is deliberately embarking on an agenda to ensure that companies are activated to work within 24 hours. So one person or one job, 3 people, 3 different shifts, and it's as simple as that. And that is what President Mahama describes as the 1-3-3 formula. 1 job, 3 people, 3 different shifts, and simply that. Now what it means is that the probability of increasing employment opportunities is very high, because if you're running a shift system, it means that you obviously have to employ more people to work and to work and feel within the shift system. And so the policy is well explained, well defined, and we have explained several times. The NPP can pretend not to understand the policy, but it's not for them. And I can tell you, for those of us on the ground, as a parliamentary candidate, anytime I engage young people, I have a clear understanding that young people of this country understand the policy. They have accepted the policy and they are going to vote for the 24-hour economy come December 7, 2024.
Adam, thank you. Thank you very much. That's Adam Agbana. He is the Ketu North parliamentary candidate of the NDC. We'll take you back into the studio, but the conversations are not going to stop here.
And this is your election command center. This is 3FM 92.7. This is our live coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch, what is happening in Winneba in the central region. And we're also streaming live on Facebook, showing you images and some of the things we'll be talking about here, graphical presentations there on 92.7 3FM. That's our Facebook handle. My name is Beatrice Edu, and I'm here with
Michael Lobodu.
Together, we'll be bringing you more of what's happening on the ground. Let me remind you again, we're streaming live on 3FM and 92.7 on Facebook. Michael, earlier we were talking about the importance of the central region.
Yeah.
And I just wanted us to go really into the history of this party that is launching its manifesto today, because it's traveled a long way, hasn't it?
It has indeed. And you know that the NDC was founded in 1992 by Jerry John Rawlings, who was the leader of the Provisional National Defense Council, PNDC military regime, and he is by far the longest serving head of state, for lack of a better
21 years, right?
Basically, yeah. So after that whole military rule, the decision to transition now into democracy started in 1992, and he formed his party, the NDC, and he interestingly won the election on that year. That year and subsequent election in 1996, he won and served 8 years as president, and then the NDC, unfortunately, after their winning streak, lost in the year 2000 to the New Patriotic Party, and that's where we had John Kufuor becoming president. And also, by way of information, that was the second John coming to the helm of affairs in the country. And then in 2008, the NDC returned to office with John Atta Mills, the third John, as president. And
but before you go on, I wanted to say something that has been an interesting topic that we've been talking about in our political space.
Yeah.
I mean, listening to the history, it seems very obvious that it was after Rawlings ended his regime, the democratic regime, that perhaps the 8-year jinx started, because it was 8 years, and then after that Kufuor came in for 8 years, and then the NDC took over, and there was a bit of change. I just wanted to bring that in, and at a point where they were saying that perhaps the reason Nanado couldn't make any or didn't get any chance was because for you to be a head of state, there must be a John.
But at least we saw him break that jinx in 2016 when he finally won the election and changed the narrative about the John title as a requirement to become a president. And quite interesting times. That 2016 election was quite interesting because that was the first time that we didn't see the 8 years continue with a presidential candidate, because even though, of course, it was the 8th year of the NDC in power, but it was the first term of John Mahama as president duly elected. So quite interesting dynamics in there. So this election is also going to be an interesting one. Is it going to be the beginning of a new phase, or we are going back to we are starting a new regime altogether again, or the 8 years jinx again, so to speak, resumes. Because at the end of this period, tentatively, if the trend continues, we know who is likely to win the coming election. But then, is it likely to switch? And even if it does, how does that change the dynamics? Because we know that tentatively, if President John Mahama wins the election this year, he's I know there's some contention with that, but he's of course just has 4 years to go.
Yeah.
So does that then finally break the 8-year cycle? What does that present really? Some interesting ones there.
Yeah.
So in 2008, the NDC returned to office with John Atta Mills as president, but we know he passed on. He died in 2012, and the vice president then, John Mahama, took over and won the elections in 2012.
Where were you when Mills died?
I think I was in school, probably JSS or something like that, when that news broke. I think it was his passing showed how endeared he was to the Ghanaian populace, because everybody felt it. Even the weather gave the impression something had gone south.
I remember clearly where I was. I was in the newsroom.
Oh, wow.
Just standing there, and then I realized one of my senior colleagues at the time was just shedding tears, and I was wondering what was happening. And then it was catching up with a lot of people, and then I heard the president of the country is dead, and I couldn't believe my ears.
It was quite shocking, and I don't think anybody saw it coming.
Yeah.
Because we knew he had health issues, we knew his health was failing, but also at some point we saw him get better. So it was quite alarming, and I'm sure everybody was caught aback at that particular news. But you couldn't help but love the late president, John Atta Mills.
Yeah.
There was something very humbling about him, very humble about him, about how he went about his day-to-day affairs as the president. I think he took away the glamour that usually is associated.
Of the presidency.
Yeah, he made it look very platonic, very laid down and laid back. And I think one of the beautiful things I remember about him is his usual meet the press, where he would meet and answer questions. And you know, the humor in some of the responses that he gave, especially even in dealing with very delicate international,
like the Zufiasm.
Exactly. And that was some of the beautiful things about him. And one of the stories that I've heard about John Atta Mills was the fact that he was a very punctual president. But one who would arrive to events at the exact time he was asked to be there. I've heard stories about him even leaving his motorcade because they weren't ready, and would arrive on time. I think that's brilliant, and that comes up at a time where we are hearing MPs calling for permission to beat traffic
has been suspended.
Some very interesting times there. So in 2012, Atta Mills died, and then his vice president, John Dramani Mahama, took over, winning the 2012 election. I still remember when he was brought to parliament and was sworn in as president officially. He actually forgot himself, was going back to his vice presidential seat before he remembered. I thought those were very warm moments in the midst of all that was happening around that 2012. But then in 2016, the NDC
country moved on.
Exactly. In 2016, the NDC lost the presidential election to the NPP. That was the end of the 8th year of the NDC's rule. However, that was the first official term for the NDC. I think that was one of a very, they called it a landslide victory, right? I think that was the election that the ruling party lost by over 1 million votes, I believe.
Yep. Yes.
It's a very interesting one then.
Yes. So then 2016, we moved to 2020, and the governing party retained the seat of government, as it were, or retained its power.
Which is quite expected in line with the 8-year tradition.
Exactly.
Yeah, so the NDC returned with John Mahama as a flag bearer, but of course they lost. So they're bringing him. So this will be his third attempt after one success, one failure. So this is probably a decider out of the 3.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see how it goes.
And this is So Your Election Command Center. You're still here on 3FM 92.7. We're streaming live on Facebook, 3FM 927. So if you're watching us on Facebook, we're showing you some images, some graphical presentations. My name is Beatrice. I'm here with
Michael Obodu.
And we'll be telling you more. We were just talking about the history of the NDC and the kind of elections that the country has had over the years. We're speaking about the 8-year jinx and, of course, moving into last year's major election. You're still here on your Election Command Center. This is 3FM 92.7, our live coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch, which is currently ongoing in Winneba in the Central Region. If you're just joining us, we're also streaming live on Facebook on 3FM 927. And I'm here with Michael Obodu. Together, we're bringing you analysis of events of the past, what's happening now, and what is likely to happen as we move towards the 2024 general election, and perhaps who may likely win this year's general election, which is a very critical election for both the MPP and the NDC. And that's something we keep saying, because the party in power right now wants to break the 8. They want to do away with that jinx, and the opposition is saying no, it's time for us to come back to power. And so it's a very interesting election for the country moving forward. And even ahead of this, there have been calls for us to, with the tensions, and the determination of both parties, there have been calls really for us to ensure this is as peaceful as possible, because we do not want 8 more people dead again.
True.
Like happened in 2020. We'll be bringing you some of the latest poll actually that has been conducted by Global Info Analytics in the Central Region. But ahead of that, we said from the beginning, we may not necessarily get surprises from this manifesto that is going to be launched, because ahead of it, the leader of the party and the flag bearer of the NDC, John Mahama, together with the running mate and some party officials, have kind of been giving us snippets of information regarding what they intend to do. We may want to just take a listen to and watch, for those of you on Facebook, some of the things they've been saying already.
Just around the corner. After we get sworn into office, determined to build the Ghana we want together with all Ghanaians so that we can collectively reap the outcomes of our shared prosperity. Policy dialogue is further proof of our desire to subject our policy proposals to scrutiny, to synthesize various views to enable us refine and fine-tune them to meet the expectations of our dear people. The widespread acceptance of the 24-hour policy appears to have sent the NPP campaign into a tailspin, leading to a frenzied effort to attack it through calumny and disinformation in these last few days. We're fortified in the knowledge that the days when the NPP assumed that they could use falsehood to hoodwink Ghanaians for electoral advantage are over, especially because of their horrific performance in the last 7 years after they were entrusted with the administration of our dear nation, Ghana. Not only do I have a much better and measurable record of performance in both my role as Vice President and as head of the Economic Management Team, and later as President, but I also have a record of taking responsibility. I note that my long espoused pledge is to substantially reduce the size of government by having much fewer ministers, appointees, to abolish the payment of ex gratia, to scrap some taxes like the e-levy and carry out far-reaching constitutional and governmental reforms, have compelled my opponents to promise same, despite being front of center of the poor governance under which all these ills have taken place. We are ready. A lot is happening. I have the utmost confidence that very soon we shall see and have a feel of a manifesto that responds to the day-to-day needs of Ghanaians and leverages on our shared aspirations and common identity when it is launched. A manifesto that will be anchored on the people's will. We're ready. I'm ready. And I am ready to lead us to build the Ghana we want together. We're acutely aware that we do not have the benefit of time at all. We're going to divide the debts. All of us are giving Ghana up. We'll all pay our debts and then we'll go. And so we're going to share the debt for everybody to pay. Every one of you here owes 20,000 cedis. Point even is, the Eurobond alone, 6 years, the president's cousin, the finance minister, borrowed 13.5 money was worth. I have here. And so they have left is a debt for you to come and pay.
Looking at the vote that you garnered in 2020, you are looking forward to even making more or consolidating your gains in the Ashanti region. How serious have you taken this particular exercise?
You know, I don't live here. It's so serious that whatever I came to do, I found the time to be here. So that alone should underscore the seriousness we take to the entire exercise and to wherever we are.
It hasn't been that smooth. I mean, after 7 days of the exercise, what do you make of some of the development which has happened in some of the voter registration centers?
Well, I've heard of fights, I've heard of violence, I've heard of machines that have not worked the entire day into the second and third day. I've heard of things that raise the tension in the country. And my hope is that going forward, that's not going to happen.
you've set a lot of political records. I mean, being the first running mate to have run 2 consecutive times, your performance in the central region is something that one cannot overlook. And even in the Ashanti region, I was part of your campaign 4 years ago. What should we be expecting from Prof, especially in the Ashanti region? You have 4 seats already.
All I want Ashanti region to do is to look at our record. We need to campaign on our record. Voting and all of that is about development. Otherwise, there's no reason for it. We can all comfortably stay in our homes. So if we are voting because of development, just check our record.
This is So Your Election Command Center. This is 3FM 92.7. This is our live coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch happening in Winneba in the Central Region. I have here with me my colleague Michael Ogbodu. We just had our beautiful sister join us, Helen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are
Helen.
you doing, Beatrice?
Yes, wonderful. How are you doing?
Not too bad. We're here, eager, ready to see what the NDC has for the entire nation.
Indeed.
The NDC, our biggest focus, our biggest worry, our biggest priority is the fact that we have it is very high. So what do we do? So the market is if you have even a few jobs that are running and they are running one shift, how can you make it 2? How can you employ a few more people than you do now? How else can you create other jobs that open more doors for many other people to come in? We are in an era of all kinds of information. Misinformation, disinformation, everybody's and some were saying, oh, so I have to be on my farm for 24 hours. And when I come, where will my wife be? That's not the sort of thing we are talking about. Let's be serious about this. And, so yes, we are not saying somebody should go to work 24 hours. What are the ILO laws saying today about employment? Where do we fit in terms of that law? About 9 to 5. So if we need to review those laws, yes, we should go ahead and do them. It's human beings that write them for reasons. And therefore, we shouldn't feel ourselves so bogged down that we cannot solve our problems.
And you had the running mate to John Mahama, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyemang. And this is So Your Election Command Center, Helen Ampofo. I know you've got some details for us. We'll be going into the details of the NDC's manifesto, of course, as and when we have the information, because they will be launching that very shortly. But ahead of that, Michael and I were talking earlier about some of the pronouncements made by the leader of the party, John Mahama, former president. And you just heard Professor Nana Jane Opoku there also giving us a peek into it, or snippet of information. But there are some clear policies that I don't think will be amiss in this manifesto that will be launched shortly. Are you able to take us through some of them?
Okay, so a few of the key policies announced by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. You've got the big push, some $10 billion investment in infrastructure to create jobs, which includes a $3 billion private sector-led investment in ICT. You've also got here free primary healthcare and also a tightening legislation to put a cap on debt accumulation and prevent any future reckless borrowing, as has been witnessed under this administration. That's according to the
They just had to take a swipe in there.
Of course, you know, and you see how I ended it there. I said according to the NDC,
Exactly.
so that you know who exactly is saying this. I haven't added any flavor to the policies. An interesting one there, tightening legislation to put a cap on debt accumulation, and many people have had reactions to that. Whether or not that's going to be the key to fiscal discipline, I'm not too sure. Many people say it's not always about the borrowing, but what exactly the monies that are borrowed are used for. You've got other nations, bigger nations, the US owes in excess of trillions of dollars, but that in of itself doesn't determine whether or not the economy is thriving, because I suppose the monies borrowed are put to good use. But a few more of the key policies outlined here. Beatrice.
Yes, please just give us more of those few policies to talk about. Shortly we'll be crossing over to the grounds because Samuel Oposampofu is standing by to speak to us, but as soon as we do have that, we'll cross over. He's on now. Let's listen to him.
Manifesto that is going to address the contemporary challenges that the country is facing. A manifesto that is going to focus on how to extricate Ghanaians from the economic clutches and doldrums that the MPP government has, put us through. A manifesto that will propose very positive policies aimed at addressing youth unemployment, and a manifesto that will enhance the well-being of the people of this country.
You've been on the ground. I've seen that you've been a part of Professor Nana Jane's campaign tour and part of the Greater Accra region. What would you say has been the reception of her candidature and the NDC in total in the lead up to the 2024 general elections?
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has actually recognized the role of women in this country and decided to keep faith with them. And therefore, I had once again asked Professor Jena Nopukwa to partner him for the 2024 elections. I think the generality of Ghanaian women are very happy. They feel that we are now giving them the right of place as far as the politics of this country is concerned. And now they are going to be more frontal in terms of delivering policies and leadership. And so everywhere that we have gone, I believe that the reception has been good. The Ghanaian women are happy. They are happy because Professor Jena Nopukwa Ajima is leading the charge for the creation of a women's bank that will really address the challenges that our micro women are facing at the various market levels and the SME levels. And so they are very excited at it, and they are excited that she will lead the charge in terms of helping to continue to deepen the quality education that was started under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama when Nana Opoku-Agyeman was the Minister for Education. And so that quality education will be strengthened and ensure that we produce the right human resource that can take Ghana to the next level.
Chairman, thank you for those thoughts.
Let me just conclude by saying that as somebody who is a farmer, my parents are farmers, I come from a farming community, I come from a cocoa growing area. I want to assure Ghanaians that the NDC, which sent cocoa production to 1 million tons in 2016, will come and revive the cocoa industry, because under the MPP rule, cocoa production has gone down below 500,000 metric tons. and that has affected the economy of the country because cocoa used to be the biggest foreign exchange earner and a backbone to our economy. Can assure the good people of this country that pragmatic policies will be put in place once again for the revival and revitalization of the cocoa industry in order to bring back the smiles on the faces of our farmers and strengthen the dollar so that the hardship that we are going through will be ameliorated.
It's good you mentioned the cocoa sector. What will be your assessment of this current administration and the recent happenings, particularly in the sector?
It's a monumental failure. Today, I am told that produced by their workers for the past 9 months or so. If you recall, Produced Buying Company became a very vibrant company under the NDC when the late Kojo Atakra was the managing director of the cocoa Produced Buying Company. To the extent that enter the
all right, so that's Mr. Samuel.
And you had there Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. He's a former chairman of the opposition NDC. He's also on the ground there to participate in this manifesto launch ahead of the December 7 general election. And before we went to take that interview with Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, Helen Ampofo was Ampofo, okay. Just realizing that.
Just for the record, no relation whatsoever.
Disclaimer necessary, huh?
just to put it out there.
Yeah, so you were taking us through some of the policies that the NDC intends to implement. And indeed, we heard of Ofosu-Ampofo saying that this manifesto we're waiting to be launched will address current challenges. So what else do we have in terms of some of the things the NDC is thinking of ahead of this launch?
Okay, so we carry on with the policies as outlined. Immediate moratorium on all non-concessional borrowing and PERS are bilateral and multilateral partners for more concessional financing and grants. A bit technical there. I'm sure the NDC will be keen to break some of that down for us. Also, re-establish the sinking fund to smoothen out our debt repayment obligations to achieve this. We'll go on to the next slide. Set up a commission of inquiry to investigate the matter of looted state lands and make recommendations for resolving the vexed issue of expropriated Ga Dangbe land.
So, Helen, I just wanted you to take us a little back to one of the policies you mentioned.
Sure.
Yes, which has to do, I just want you to repeat that.
Okay, so if we're referring to point 5, re-establish the sinking fund to smoothen out our debt repayment obligation to achieve this.
That one.
Prior to that, immediate moratorium on all non-concessional borrowing and PERS are bilateral and multilateral partners for more concessional financing and grants.
Unfortunately, Michael Ogbodu is here with us. Michael, non-concessional loans, and I mean that's something that we've been talking about really regarding our loans, because there's really a difference between concessional and non-concessional loans, with one attracting more interest and the other with, I think, less than 1% or just less than 5%. Are you able to tell us more? Because what you see even on the IMF website, which I happen to have gone through quite recently, is that a lot of developing countries seem to get a lot more non-concessional loans, and that is what the former president is trying to move the country away from, should Ghana decide to vote for him. Just tell us more really about this and how realistic that policy may be.
You know, the country is at that's quite an interesting policy. However, the question on the other hand is how practical really is it where we find ourselves right now. Ghana is out of the international financial markets because of the current state of our credit ratings, which is tentatively a junk status. So the point is that what do you have access to? You may want to have access to concessionary loans and the likes, but then your economic indicators as well show shows what you can get. So the policy might be proactive, or for want of a better word, but the point is that the reality on the grounds are not in your favor. So you don't have the prerequisites to call the shots in this case. So at this point, I think we'll take whatever we get, because we don't have much of an option.
So, like Mawena said earlier in that interview, it's easier said than done.
True.
Essentially, that's what you're saying.
True, and that's why we are all keen to hear what this manifesto really entails, because you've seen that since this IMF program began, government has been on an extensive drive to improve its domestic revenue mobilization efforts. We've seen the GRA out and about trying to raise revenue, because really that is the only real lifeline we have. We've seen government also do a lot of fund generation from the treasury bill markets, something that a lot of people are also raising concerns about. How does that position us, especially from a debt perspective, because T-bill rates are at about 25% per annum and the like. So how does that affect generally our total debt build up in the short to medium, in the medium to long term? So it's easier said than done at this stage, because the options are very, very, very limited. So I'm hoping to hear really what the former president and the flag bearer of the NDC has up his sleeve, especially from the revenue side, because we've heard a lot about tax cuts, we've heard a lot about scrapping taxes and the likes, but the point really is that you need to raise revenue and you don't have much options. So what is the plan? Are they coming with some massive government expenditure cuts? But the question, it's on the other hand, is how do you balance the two? Because you have an economy to grow, you have people to pay, so and you need the economy to flourish. So how are you planning on balancing the two at this point in time? Trust me, it's not a great time to be at the helm of affairs, because you really have a very delicate role of balancing the two, which you need at every point in time.
Balancing the two, which you need at every point in time. Helen, and you were taking us through again some of the other policies beyond this concessional loan and other conversations.
Indeed. Now this one, very key. Set up a commission of inquiry to investigate.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Let's go back to the grounds where we have an NDC stalwart speaking.
And we'll be serving Ghana, serving all our energy needs and all our LPG needs. So it's important that we add another plant to be self-sufficient in gas production, in gas supplies, and then LPG. As a country, not too close, and we are sitting very close now to the volcano, and there can be an explosion anytime. So the earlier we had a change in government, for a new government to come on Mahama to continue the good jobs that the NDC was doing, because without that, Ghana have no future. If for heaven's sake, we don't win this power, we don't win power this year, Ghana, as I said, is sitting on the edge of a volcano, and what will happen will be explosion. So we need to ensure that we continue to get our things right. Then for straight of this.
And we'll be crossing over as
And you heard there George Yankee, who is former Minister for Health for the opposition NDC, speaking on the ground to Mawena Egbeta, a reporter covering this manifesto launch of the NDC for us. This is your Election Command Center. This is 3FM 92.7, a live coverage of the manifesto launch of the opposition NDC. We're streaming live on 3FM 927. Helen Ampofo is still here to give us a bit more of the policies the NDC intends to implement if voted into power come December 7. Helen.
Yes, so we'll continue with the key policies. This one listed as number 6. Set up a commission of inquiry to investigate the matter of looted state lands and make recommendations for resolving the vexed issue of expropriated Gadangbe lands. And Beatrice, you know this is a big one with the likes of Honorable Okudzeto Blakwa leading the crusade, if you will, leading the charge.
State capture,
what he describes as state capture, with a number of state lands being taken over by private developers and the like. In fact, he's gone ahead to spearhead a private members bill. I believe it's still in the works.
And just a couple of days ago, he actually released names of people he purports to be holding state lands.
So on his X page, he's been very, shall I say, vibrant as far as the issue of state capture is concerned. It appears that's also spread to the entire party, because this is one of the key policies that they are standing on, setting up a commission to investigate land issues that we're told, haven't been gone about the right way, prison lands and so on and so forth. It's currently a very big issue. In fact, if we think about the hotel, the SNIT hotel sales saga, if we can put it that way, some of these themes were reflected in the Brian Champon, Rock City, and all of the other issues that surrounded that particular incident. So another one on there. We also have revamp and reignite strategic industries such as the Volta Aluminium Company, Valco, to you and I. Some more here on the policies. Hold duty bearers accountable, both past and present. Investigate corruption scandals
and that's
actually, prosecute all those found culpable.
That's actually something that we also heard Dafia Mekpo speak earlier about when we spoke to him. He's also on the ground talking about the need to hold current members of this government accountable should the NDC win power.
Yes, everybody wants to know what politicians, all those vying for power, are going to do about this current canker. It's not even current. This corruption canker that governments past and present have to deal with. I mean, they say they'll hold duty bearers accountable. I'm sure it's something that every party has in their manifesto.
Indeed, Helen. Let me cut you again. Mukhtar Wakilu is speaking on the ground.
A thing of the past. Then women empowerment will be a thing of the past. But I cannot do this alone without the support of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And therefore, voting for John Dramani Mahama will be a long way to electing me as the MP for Damango constituency. So I want to appeal to the people of Damango constituency that they have a choice of voting Galus for development for the Damango constituency. They have a choice of voting John Dramani Mahama as the president of Ghana to just spearhead the way he was the president, and with my effort we brought the road project to Damango. So we'll bring water and bring the project to the Damango constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for speaking to us.
And you heard Mukhtar Wakilu Adam there. He's a former MP for the Damango constituency, speaking to us earlier. Helen, shall we come back to you?
Yes,
we keep interrupting you.
I mean, that's the name of the game as we crisscross between here and the venue. So I do expect more interruptions. We have to be in two places at the same time, if you will. So talking about holding duty bearers accountable, talking about investigating corruption scandals, it's one that the NDC have been touting here, there, and everywhere. And I'm sure you've heard them on a number of platforms saying that, well, if and when we are re-elected by the good people of of Ghana. We're going to be looking into some of the corruption scandals that have rocked the nation, if you will. You've got the issue of Madame Cecilia Dapa, the issue that many say has not reached any kind of conclusion. I think many people are looking for closure.
Because
that's what the NDC is offering.
Yoko said that AG had advised him not to go forward with it. No evidence.
It just appears that all the institutions that are tasked with the mandate of checking corruption don't seem to have, it's either, I don't know, the mandate or the full scope or I'm not sure where we stand with that. So the NDC is saying that, Ghanaians, fear not. When we come, all these issues that have been left hanging, we're going to come in and deal with them. Talk about issues concerning Galamsey. I mean, a gamut of issues. We've had SML and so on and so forth. That's a key pillar that the NDC is standing on to campaign as part of their manifesto. Also, removal of cap that diverts monies generated by the National Health Insurance Levy, NHIL, into the Consolidated Fund. This will enable the NHIS, that's the National Health Insurance Scheme, to meet its obligations towards service providers and expand the scheme. Health service delivery, guys, I know it's a hot topic. It's also one of the issues that governments, past and present, have to deal with. How the health care system is supported, how the healthcare system is funded. Talk about the National Health Insurance Levy and how much monies actually go to the right place. Experts will tell you that the percentages are actually quite shocking. The NDC says that they remove the cap that diverts monies generated by NHIL into the Consolidated Fund.
So, Helen,
this will be useful.
Indeed. We'll continue with the policies quite very shortly, but I wanted us to also look at the polls, what the polls are saying right now. And I know that Global Info Analytics has done another survey. I think it was done on the 13th or so of August. That's just a number of days ago, giving us details as regards. So perhaps, Michael, I just want you to hold on. Helen, I think you were just left with a little bit of the policies, and then we will just go into the polls and really delve deeper into it.
Yes, so to conclude, the last one here, incentivize the indigenous private sector to capture the commanding heights of the economy in every sector to reduce financial outflows occasioned by huge profit repatriation. A very big one indeed, providing a conducive environment for private sector to thrive. It's one that the private sector is calling on all politicians, all parties who are seeking to either retain power or recapture power or capture power to think about it. Michael is here, and you know how important it is for that kind of message to really reach the private sector, and they have to be receptive to these policies.
So over the last couple of years, some of the top issues that have on the priority list of the business community have been issues of forex, the depreciation of the cedi against the US dollar. As we speak at the moment, the cedi has depreciated against the dollar by about 20%, and that's very concerning for the business community, because it means that you automatically you'd need about 20% more cedis to be able to do the same amount of business you were doing as at the start of this year. So critical on their list is the issue of forex, the currency depreciation. I'm sure whatever will make them tick is a grand policy from either of the two parties, either the MPP or the NDC, or whoever party is hoping to gain power at the 2024 polls. Is how do you plan to address this big one? Next on the list is inflation. We've seen inflation hit record levels over the last 2-3 years. We've seen inflation hit concerning 50-something% at some point. Things have gotten better, but it's still at concerning level about 20%.
Will the NDC be threatened by that? Things are, like you say, getting better. We hit an all-time high of some 54%. Now things are leveling out. As far as inflation is concerned, at least, will they be thinking, well, will Ghanaians appreciate that things are stable, or is that not reflecting, really trickling down?
The truth is that at the moment, what we are experiencing is some level of stability and not necessarily improvement relatively, because truth be told, inflation has hovered around 20% for quite a while now, the 20% region. But the point really still is that 20% 20% is still quite a concerning level, because what it means is that between last year and this year, you need 20% more revenue to be able to afford the kind of life you did last year. So granted that it's not as bad as it used to be, but it doesn't mean that we are out of the woods necessarily, because looking at the exchange rate right now, depending on where you get your dollars from,
15 point is as if you were reading
some are in excess of 16 actually. Somebody posted on social media that they did an international transaction, and the forex, they were charged at 16.4. So it depends on where you are getting where you are getting your forex from, and the concern still remains. So for the business community, how is whoever seeking to take over power planning to address this? And I'm sure if the policy makes a lot of sense to them and they think will address their challenge, then they'll be able to assuade them to get their vote. So if the NDC is really looking at addressing at how did they put it, ensure that local businesses.
They also say incentivize
Helen, please
sector.
don't forget the train of thoughts, because we have the communications director, officer for the NDC, Sami Jamfi, speaking. Let's just take a listen to him.
Has the right policies and programs that can bring about the reset, the change, the transformation, the jobs, and the opportunities we all seek. This is why we in the NDC have congregated here in the town of Simpa, popularly known as Winneba, and formerly called Windy Bay by the wise man who first got here, to launch the manifesto of the great National Democratic Congress, anchored on the vision of our flag bearer and leader, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. A round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, by the time we are done, I know that you will be convinced that indeed the NDC is the right political party with a solid platform that all of us, irrespective of our backgrounds, can stand on to build the Ghana we want together. And so with these few words, I welcome all of you to the launch of the manifesto of the NDC for the 2024 elections. We want to start the program, and so I would like to crave your indulgence to find a seat, to be orderly, so that we can have a smooth program. Eyezu, I can hear the Eyeza. Eyezu, Eyeza, Eyezuza, Eyezazu, Uyemizu, Uyemeza. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, welcome to the microphone, Apostle Abraham Lante, General Overseer of Believers House of Worship International, to give us the opening prayer. A round of applause for him.
We're looking forward to hearing all they have to say.
So Sami Jamfi has just opened the program, and there's going to be that opening prayer. So it looks like we're going to be going more to the ground as the program officially starts. But Helen, you are wrapping up on your thoughts.
Landing on that particular point of incentivizing the private sector. I wonder if they're able to let the people of Ghana know how the 24-hour economy maybe plugs into that. There's been talk about whether or not there's enough demand for a 24-hour economy in the first place. The NDC has mentioned some type of electricity incentives for private sector that actually want to get involved in the 24-hour economy. I'm sure they'll have some other incentives. I don't think a reduced ECG bill is the only thing that businesses will be looking towards. So I'll be very keen to see if this incentivization includes the 24-hour economy plan and what those measures are. It's all well and good to say you'll incentivize private sector, but practically, how are you going to do that so that more companies can come on board, or private sector can come on board some of these policy ideas?
Indeed. And Helen, you'll be taking us through the trends very shortly. But before that, we just wanted to conclude on some of these policies the NDC intends to bring on board. But Michael, I also do know that you have the latest poll conducted by Musa Dankwa into particularly particularly on the central region, really, what people are saying with less than 5 months to the country's polls. What are they saying?
So some very interesting dynamics here from the poll. The sample size is 355, confidence level 95%. The Electoral Commission's 2020 voters register was used as a sample frame. Voters were selected from randomly from a list of voters with cell phone numbers from 21 out of the 23 constituencies in the region. Computer assisted telephone interviews and the likes were used, and some very revealing details in there. So first Central Region tracking poll for the month of August 2024 showed that 77% of the voters in the region believe Ghana is headed in the wrong direction.
Serious.
77%. 14% believe it is headed in the right direction, and 9 did not have an opinion.
You know, it's something that surprises me in a lot of the polls that are coming up now.
Yeah.
You're getting huge percentages or numbers of individuals who are saying either they don't have an opinion or they haven't decided. And it's kind of pointing to apathy, really, towards this year's general election. I don't know what you think, guys.
You know, quite interestingly, so this is from the central region.
Yeah.
Swing region.
And I had my page opened up, and that's the first region there. And you see it zigzag. I mean, it's up, then it's down, then it's up, then it's down. Meaning that if they are not happy with you, if the central region is not happy with
You're in trouble.
best believe that they can change their mind. They have no qualms about changing their mind whatsoever. So just sort of marrying those two, it's very interesting. I've got both screens open here. And for the NPP, if you know what the central region is like, you might want to go there and have a serious word with them, because they've shown in past times, if they're not happy, they will what? Change their
Vote you
mind.
out, yes.
Exactly. And now it's very interesting one. The 23% of voters in the region approve of the job performance of the president, while 71% disapprove. So it looks like the disapproval rate is like over 70% as we speak now. 6% did not have an opinion. For the 2024 presidential election, using the all voters model, John Dramani Mahama attracted 45% of the vote, Dr. Bawumia trailing at 26%, Alan Kyerematen 2%, Nana Kwame Bediako, popularly known as Cheddar 2%, undecided 14%, and I will not vote at 11%. Now it's quite
That's the point I was making earlier.
quite high. And interestingly, when you add the votes of the other candidates, apart from the two leading parties, they're even lesser than the undecided.
So I just wanted you to go over the numbers again, really, because they are painting quite a serious picture for us. So
First off, 77% of voters in the region believe the country is headed in a wrong direction. 14% think otherwise. They think it's headed in the right direction. 9% of them have no opinion. 23% of the region approve of the president's performance in terms of his job, while 71% disapprove and 6% have no opinion. For the 2024 election, presidential candidate John Dramani Mahama attracts 45% of the vote, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia at 26%, Alan Kyerematen, Nana Bediako all scoring 2% and undecided 14%. However, there's a concerning 11%, which is more than 10% of the total sample size, who are saying that they will not vote. However, using the likely committed voters model, John Mahama leads with 59%, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia 33%, Alan Kyerematen at 3%, and interestingly, Nana Kwame Bediako leads Alan Kyerematen in that regard with 5%. Some very interesting dynamics coming up there. Now, with respect to the parliamentary candidates, 48% of voters intend to vote for the NDC parliamentary candidates, 32% will vote for NPP candidates, 2% will vote for other candidates, while 18% are undecided. Now, you see the correlation over there, especially in the central region.
I hope it's not skirt and blouse.
Oh, no, but in this case, we are seeing a direct correlation. The presidential and the parliamentary candidates are going ahead in the same direction. And we saw that in the trends from the previous month. It looks like the central region is very consistent. If it will vote for the parliamentary candidate, it will as well vote for the presidential.
And I'm just kind of feeling that if we were able to get statistics or data or survey from the swing regions we have in the country, we probably could project who could win the election. I mean, come December 7, because like I was saying earlier, and Helen, that was before you joined us, that in a lot of the general elections, when you have a party winning, you have a lot of the votes in the swing regions going to those parties. Now we're seeing central region going for the NDC, clearly, with this survey conducted by Musa Dankwa. It'll be interesting to find out what the other swing regions are saying ahead of the December 7 general election.
Quite interesting, and I'm having a peek at Michael's computer, so I find the next point is about to share. Very interesting, why we say the central region is a swing region.
So you see there that, interestingly, still on that data, though, 24% of the voters who voted for the NPP candidates in the 2020 election tend to vote for the NDC. 24% is quite significant.
Indeed.
And interestingly, on the other hand, only 2% of those who voted for the NDC intend to vote for the NPP in the coming election. Now, when we looked at per Info Analytics data, for first-time voters, 88% of those sampled are not first-time voters. So it's 12% of these people who are first-time voters. So we've looked at the numbers. The wrong direction is at 77%. 77% of the people in Central Region per the sample side don't think that the country is headed in the right direction. Of course, maybe that is what is influencing their decision to change probably the political party in power, and are probably more inclined towards voting for the NDC. 71% of Central Region folks don't think that President Akufo-Addo has done a great job as president. 23% of them think he has done well. 6% don't have an opinion. Now, compared to the year before, which of the following best describes your standard of living? This is also very concerning. You see that the margins between the yes and the no's are very outstanding. It's concerning. 74%, and it's like we keep hearing 70% appears to be the standard right now for determining the yes or the no's in terms of the variations. Now, 74% of the people sampled in Central Region feel that their economic situation, their standard of living has worsened. However, 11% of them think it has improved. But interestingly, 11% think it hasn't changed, and 4% have no opinion. So, like we've heard from the get-go, this election is really an economic one.
Indeed.
And whoever brings the best of economic policies is most likely to be able to sway people their way. So,
I think over the past few weeks we've spoken about it. Sometimes we say 4 or 3 pillars really that are going to be the reasons really that people will decide to vote for the NDC or NPP. You're looking at job creation, and both parties, at least we've had the opportunity to hear the governing party tell us the plans they have in terms of economy, job creation and all of that. So that's really high on the agenda, job creation tied to the economic situation of not just the country but also how people feel it personally.
And the stats don't lie, Beatrice, because we have about now some 29.9% of the population considered multi-dimensionally poor. This is according to the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. So it's not difficult to see, as per the stats, that a number of 74%, that's huge, say that their living conditions, their economic status is far worse now than it was. And that's certainly going to have an influence on how people vote. If a lot more people are now what we call multi-dimensionally poor, I mean, you don't have to think too far to guess what they're thinking, and why they're thinking it.
So economy, job creation, and of course employment as well. The last time I checked, unemployment rate was over 14%. Am I right, Michael? And then, of course, youth also coming in with your various needs.
Very true. And you see, the facts are on the grounds, and they are obvious for everybody to see how things have fared, especially with the economy, and the impact is felt across the board. The average person will say, how much was 100 cedis able to get me over the last 4 years? How has that dwindled? How has that improved? And that's what will be influencing a lot of people's decision ahead of the polls, because I think we have Dr. Baumia say that the figures don't lie, the numbers don't lie, and that is what it is right now, and that's what a lot of people are looking at. And so whatever policy you put out right now is going to be the game changer in deciding who really votes for you or not. But then you see, there's an interesting one that I think Helen here will find very very exciting. Now, on the poll issue, still on Musa Dankwa's Info Analytics work in the Central Region, they're saying that which of the following running mates do you believe can do a better job as vice president if elected? Guess who's leading the poll?
Tell us.
Professor Jainana Opoku-Agyeman at 36%. Now, this is quite interesting because those who have no opinion stand at 31%, which is even higher than the 26% who think that Matthew Poku Prempeh would do better as vice president. 7% of them, however, are undecided. I really want to hear Helen's thoughts on it. I know she's a very pro-feminist, so I'm sure this feels good for you, oh?
I mean, it does. The numbers could be. I mean, on the part of those that have no opinion, I think that's where really my some of my concern is that there's a lot of apathy that is being reflected in these numbers. Why do they not have an opinion? Is it because they haven't had an opportunity to listen to the vice presidential hopefuls? Is it a case where they think, well, Yatiabre, we don't want to hear what else they have to say? Politicians come and they go and they have the same message, and yet our life doesn't improve. It would be interesting to interrogate further. Why do you not have an opinion on this? I mean, this is a very serious time, pivotal in the history of Ghana. Why don't you want to share?
To be fair to them, you know, we are in a time where we've seen a vice president turn into a presidential candidate and who has tried as much as possible to dissociate himself from the current government, especially with regards to the economic issues the country finds itself. He is the chairman of
the chairman of the economic management team.
Exactly, but then we've had Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia argue that he is the mate and not the driver, so he isn't the one steering the affairs of the country. Quite interesting point in there. So maybe to the 31% who have no opinion, well, what's the point about fussing about a vice president if really from the impression we are getting from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, it's just a ceremonial role, and you only can do something or make input or make a change when you are the helm of affairs as the driver.
But Prof is from the central region.
Yes, she is.
So that number 36%, I'm sure she would be hoping for a higher number than that, especially being a product of that region. I don't know. Well, the central region, listen, they do what they want.
Exactly.
They do what they want. It doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter. They if things aren't going well for them, you'll hear from them.
Exactly. I believe, despite the fact that she was a running mate, I think the NDC didn't do too well in the central region. 2020, I don't think they did. I think that the central region is a very interesting region, and whoever and whatever political party is listening, I'm sure they're paying keen attention to that region, because really that appears to be the reflection of the general sentiments in the country at large, because that is one region that has consistently voted in corresponding with the outcome of the presidential elections.
So, Michael, you're right. In 2020, the NDC 45.9%, the NPP 52.7%. So even the Prof. Jainana factor didn't seem to do too much to sway the people of the central region.
And we'll get more into all of those details. And you're still here on your election command center. This is 3FM 92.7. If you're just joining us, this is our live coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch, which is currently happening in Winneba in the central region. We've already had some party officials speaking to us, again, giving us snippets of information as regards what we should expect to hear when the manifesto is eventually launched today, and also how the trends are looking like. Before we came back, we were talking really about the central region and why it matters. We gave you the data as put out by Global Info Analytics. Over 70% of people in that region seemingly going for the NDC. Is that the reason the party is launching its manifesto there? It wants to tighten its grip on that region, a swing region as such. Let's cross over now to the venue because some party dignitaries are arriving, and also there is a minister there, I believe, speaking to the crowd. Let's just take a listen to what's happening on the ground.
We then synchronized the reviewed blueprints with invaluable recommendations from party leaders, organized labor, civil society organizations, youth groups, women's groups, think tanks, religious groups, traditional leaders, professional bodies, academics, and diverse backgrounds who were engaged across the country. In doing this, we took cognizance of the dire straits our dear nation is presently faced as a result of 8 years of the deplorable leadership by the corrupt Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, the MPP administration, and the opportunities for overcoming same. The result of these rigorous research, debates, consultations, and engagements is the manifesto we are about to launch. The NDC's program for resetting Ghana and revitalizing our economy for jobs and prosperity for all. My brothers and sisters, this is the statement from my comrades in the Manifesto Committee. Let me take a few minutes to recognize those individuals who worked over a period of 4 years. The membership of the manifesto, the 23-member Manifesto Committee. Number 1, Professor J. Nana Opoku Ajeman. Would you please stand for people to recognize you? Professor Seth Opuni Esiama. Professor George K.T. Oduro. Professor John Gachi. Dr. Kesel Atufosa. Dr. Peter Buama Otukono. Dr. Yakubu Alasan, Dr. Johnson Esiama, Dr. Kwekuche Aka, Dr. William Ahaji, Honorable Haruna Idris, Ambassador Sampi Yale, Honorable Mavis Amma Frempong, Mr. Kofi Triche Upoku, Mr. Alexander Mould, Mr. Kakra Esamwa, Mr. Michael Abe, Honorable Isaac Adongo, Mr. Prosper Huitu, Esquire, Mr. Sam Baba, Honorable Elvis Friye Ankra, and the Secretary to the Committee, Honorable Nana Oye Bampo Ado. These are the 23 individuals who crafted the document we are going to be launching this afternoon. May I then ask the other members of the committee, the 22 committees, please stand for a few minutes. Let's give you a round of applause. Members of the 22 committees, those who are here not everybody had a ticket, and therefore most of you are not here. These are the individuals who served on the 22 committees we established to do research, gather data, and produce the documents that we synthesize into the manifesto we are launching today. So my brothers and sisters, comrades, we thank you so much. May the good Lord continue to bless our homeland Ghana and make our NDC great and strong. Thank you so much. Your name, don't worry. In due course, we'll introduce all of you. We have here members of the Functional Executive Committee of the great NDC. Our national officers are here. A round of applause for them. Please, can you give us a wave? Give us a wave. Yes. Our national organizer, Comrade Joseph Yamin, is here, ably supported by all our national officers. Then we have here members of the National Executive Committee of the party. Please give us a wave, a round of applause for all of them. And please, I want to hear your applause for this group. Our hard-working 137 members of parliament. A round of applause for our gallant MPs. And please, a special round of applause for their able leadership led by the Honorable Atto Forsen. I also want to specially acknowledge a leading member of the NDC, a member of the steering committee of our 2024 campaign, Dr. Kwamina Dufour is here. A round of applause for him. Then we have a man who served this nation in many positions. He is the former Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Do Ejaho. A round of applause for him. Once a leader, a round of applause for the Member of Parliament for the good people of Tamale South, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. And then we have the chairperson or the head of the campaign team of the flag bearer, who also doubles as a national vice chairperson, Professor Joshua Alabi is here. Round of applause for him. The head of the campaign team of the running mate, Honorable Alex Sekbefia, is also here. Round of applause for him. And then we have the former national chairman of the great NDC, Honorable Dr. Samuel Lupuzuambofo here. A round of applause for him. And in due course, I'll be introducing other dignitaries herein present.
3FM.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, fellow countrymen and women,
Urban Lifestyle Radio
the
Station
NDC has an unparalleled legacy of development and national transformation, a legacy that we are proud of. Unfortunately, many are those who have been hoodwinked and deceived to believe otherwise, and that is because of the considerable deception and mischief that our opponents have peddled about our record, especially the state of the country we bequeathed to the MPP on the 7th of January 2017. And so even before we go into our manifesto for the 2024 election, it is important to set the record straight. And if it's about setting the record straight, then you will agree with me that there is none better than the man who led the famous forum for setting the record straight, a man who has inspired me a lot. With a round of applause, with a rousing round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the microphone, the Chief Executive Officer and General Secretary of the great NDC, Honorable Fifi Fiave Kwete.
Eyezu, Eyeza, Thank you very much. May I begin by acknowledging the presence of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer of the great National Democratic Congress, and the spouse who is here. I want to acknowledge the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Alban Sumana Babin, who is here with us. Prof. Nana Jane Opoku Ajima, the running mate of our flag bearer, my national chairman, all members of the National Executive Committee of the party who are here, the former Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Doa Jaho, who is present, Minority Leader, and all our MPs who are here, members of the Council of Elders, the chairman of the Manifesto Committee of the party, the planning committee of this manifesto. We want to thank you for the good work done. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just begin by acknowledging that we have a task ahead of us come December 7, 2024. And what we are about to do today is to unveil our policies that we want to present to the people of Ghana with a hope that that can inspire our people into knowing that we truly have a plan for our country. Over the last 8 years, what we have seen has been a systematic degradation of our nation. A nation that was on a cusp of transformation has systematically been brought to a level where today hope is gone and opportunities for our young people have virtually vanished. So today we are going to be listening to the unveiling of a set of policies that will bring about some hope for our country again and set this country anew towards restoring our country to where it ought to be. Now, but before I go into the nation that was left for our friends when they took over in 2017, let me just say it this way. That we need to be careful that the competition for power should never become a simple competition between who can promise more. Because if it's an issue of promising, we know we in the NDC we can never match our friends in the NPP. I mean, many of you remember that even as far back as 1992, in that very first election of this Fourth Republic, NPP already started promising this country their capacity to build rail lines from Accra all the way to the northern part of Ghana, 1992. So these are people who are known for easy promises. Because unfortunately their belief is that to win power, you simply need to say anything. So anything that can be promised, just promise it. So a contest between us and them on the back of promises is a contest that naturally we will lose. Why? Because if you have integrity and you have honor, you don't just promise anything for the sake of promise. So what I want to establish before I go into the Ghana we left is that promises are important, but promises based on policies that we want to deliver must be inspired by principles. When principles inspire your policies, you are able to deliver those policies. Now, so when, for example, you say that you want to transform Ghana in 18 months, we know that that's a policy that is not underpinned by any principle. That's a policy that is simply anchored on lies and deception. We know that when you say, for instance, that you want to change this country from taxation to production, you clearly are stating a policy that is not anchored on truth. You are lying, because it's simply not possible in a developing country to tell people that you want to remove taxation and simply have a country that is only for production. It's not possible. Some amount of taxation will definitely continue. When you say one village, one dam, and you know beyond doubt that you do not have that capacity, you are deceiving the people. And that is what we have seen over the last 8 years, that every single one of those promises today have become promises that are null and void. Now, so we want to make a difference, and the difference we want to make is our promises and our policies are anchored on principles. And those principles represent the life of the promises that we make. So, if you saw over the 8 years that we were in power, what it is that we were able to deliver for our country, you must appreciate that it is because every single thing we said, even though we were not perfect, was anchored by sound principles. And those principles were anchored on the respect we have for our people. The need for us not to just tell our people anything because we want power, but tell them what it is that we can truly achieve. Now, so, in the 8 years that we were in office, these are some of the things that we left behind for our friends. Even though they came into office and the first thing they did was to tell the country that we left for them a country that was destroyed, a country that was in a mess. But truly, if you go through the record, you know that many government would actually be happy to find the foundations that we left behind when we left office in 2016. In 2016, when we were living, we delivered for our friends in the NPP a sound economy that was marked by sustainable public debt with a debt to GDP ratio that stood at 55.6%. A stable credit rating of B-, a low budget deficit of 6.1%, a declining inflation rate that stood around 15%. We handed over to them a depreciation of currency that stood about 9.6%. Handed over to them a manufacturing sector that was very strong. We handed over to them 2 massive oil fields that they inherited. Handed over to them a cocoa sector that was thriving and was producing at over 960,000 metric tons a year. Handed over to them a number of significant buffers. And some of these buffers are the ESLA that we handed over to them. We handed over to them Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, handed over to them a sinking fund, and all these were funds that any government taking office would be happy to inherit. Now, apart from this, we handed over to our friends the most monumental portfolio of investment that you can ever boast of in every sector, whether in the health sector, in the educational sector, in the energy sector, across the whole segment of all that we had in government. Many people would actually wish that they inherited such an economy. Our friends unfortunately took over and pretended this was an economy that was in chaos. Now, when you take over a country and you cannot even acknowledge what you take over, you lie about the quality of the economy that you had made, right from the word go, you are in difficulty. Now, so what I want to just close today to say is that our manifesto that we are presenting to you today, just as we have done in the past, is a manifesto that will be delivering to you promises and policies that we know are achievable. The things that we cannot do, we will not talk about. But what it is that we can do, we will elaborate today in order for the country to know the clear difference between the NDC and the NPP. The final thing I will say before I sit down is that no government is perfect, so we accept that mistakes can be made. But what you do when you are in government is to show the humility, which humility means that when you are charting a path and there is a problem, you should have the capacity to acknowledge it and be able to receive the feedback so that corrections can be made. The manifesto we are presenting today is by no means going to be a perfect manifesto. But one thing we can promise you is the humility of the leadership, the humility of John Mahama, the humility of the people who are going to work with him to be able to say if there is a problem, we will be able to receive the necessary feedback and do the corrections in order to be able to deliver for the future. Unfortunately, we deal with people who, even when it is blatantly wrong, even when the vehicle is driving in the wrong direction, they are too proud, they are not humble enough, they are too arrogant to acknowledge it, and they continue driving in that same direction, refusing any feedback, refusing any constructive criticism. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to say more than this, but to simply establish to you that we are a party that makes every effort to establish every policy and every promise we make on sound principles. principles of truth, the principles that our national anthem teaches us, that we need to cherish fearless honesty in all we do. It is only on the back of that honesty that we can truly have a nation that is truly great and strong. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the General Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst some revered chiefs that I would like to acknowledge. We have here the paramount chief for Gomua Ejumako, Obrimpon Nyamfo Krampa. A round of applause for him. We also have here the chief of Efitu Esuap Ebusuya Penyi Nenyi Akon. A round of applause for him. We have here Nana Nekte. A round of applause for him as well. Then we have the Moses chief for the Greater Accra region, Naba Kauda. A round of applause for him. Then we have Dr. Chief Ishaku Tutu Maba, the Borisa number 2 Gonja chief for Ejumako traditional area. A round of applause for him. We also have here our hard-working parliamentary candidates. A round of applause for our PCs. But let me specially acknowledge one of our PCs. He is the reason why every part of Winneba is painted with NDC colors. He is our PC for this constituency, and inshallah, the incoming member of parliament for Winneba. Dr. James Kofi Annan is here. A round of applause for him. Thank you for your good work. Ladies and gentlemen, turn to your neighbor and ask him or her whether he has a number. Do you have a number? Do you have a number? Eyezu, the man I'm about to introduce, has a number. He is a number 3 in Ghana, a seasoned politician who has served this nation dutifully in many roles. He is a vanguard of our democracy and the public interest. But for him, I'm not sure that what we even have left as Ghana would have been in place. Ladies and gentlemen, a rousing round of applause for the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Aban Sumana Bagben. Chobai. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have here, even though I'll be introducing her later when she's about to speak, but it is important that I do so now before the main introduction. Ezu, our mother is in the house, the vice presidential candidate of the NDC and the incoming first female vice president of Ghana is here. Professor Nana Jane Obokwajeman is in the house. Make some noise. Mamio Dende. Thank you. And then we have another mother. Your mother, my mother, our mother, the quintessential woman who has been taking care of our father, the woman who has transformed lives through her foundation. She's been First Lady, and by the grace of God, she is the incoming First Lady of Ghana, the beautiful wife of our father, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama is in the house. Make some noise and show her some love. Choboy. Now we've listened to our General Secretary set the record straight on the state of the country we bequeathed the MPP on the 7th of January 2017. It is important for us to know where Ghana stands today. But who better to do that than a man who is a seasoned politician, has crisscrossed the nation many times, understands the state of affairs, understands the plight of the Ghanaian. We used to affectionately call him General. But these days I call him the Chairman General. Ladies and gentlemen, with a rousing round of applause, welcome to the microphone, the National Chairman of the great NDC. The National Chairman of the great NDC. The National Chairman of the great NDC. Honorable Johnson Esiedun Ketia.
Your Excellency, the incoming President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Your Excellency, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. You know something? I'm cutting the protocols here because I charged my General Secretary to establish a very elaborate protocol list so that if he makes a mistake, I will not be blamed. So I would like at this stage to write on the protocols established ably by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress. But before I proceed, we had a shocking news yesterday, and that was the demise of one of our comrades. Comrade Eric Datsun served the party dutifully, beginning from a branch youth organizer, 2 terms constituency youth organizer, a deputy regional youth organizer, a regional youth organizer, and deputy national youth organizer aspirant, and a long-term central regional communications member. Ordinarily, we could have maybe postponed this event, but we've been taught that when comrades are in battle, some comrades will fall, but we fight forward, win the victory before we come back to count the fallen comrades. So on this note, we are encouraged to proceed without him. But I'll crave the indulgence of everybody here for us to remember him with just 1 minute silence before we proceed with the rest of the proceedings. Shall we stand up and observe a minute silence for Comrade Eric Datsun? May his soul and the soul of the earlier departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Revolution has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Revolution has come to stay. Revolution nation has a long way to go, but has come to stay. Hey! 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 Comrades, since 2017, Ghana has seen the most ignoble degeneration in all areas of our national life. Our economy has collapsed to the extent that we now have introduced new fanciful terms such as haircuts and domestic debt exchange into our economic management lexicon. For the first time in our history, pensioners who toil to serve our country and are entitled to a quiet retirement have had to picket at the Ministry of Finance to demand their hard-earned savings which they had invested in government bonds. The sight of these senior citizens on television painted a rather bizarre image of our beloved country to the international community. Our present government has introduced a plethora of taxes that have visited excruciating hardship and a debilitating impact on our living conditions. Our infrastructure has broken down and many of our roads have been left in a bad state. Our hospitals have been neglected and many projects meant to enhance the quality of our health services have been completely ignored. Our educational system has been destroyed almost completely due to the reckless and the incompetent approach to the implementation of the free senior high school education program after the smooth introduction of the progressive free senior high school education program by the Mahama administration. Many parents have become exasperated as they demand the ever-elusive quality education for their wards. In the energy sector, ladies and gentlemen, the mismanagement has been phenomenal, and Dumso, that was effectively ended by the Mahama administration in 2016, has again reared its devastating head in Ghana. Underpinning all these setbacks has been the massive corruption, nepotism, favoritism, and impunity that has weakened independent state institutions and furthered the culture of state capture. We have witnessed the most devastating destruction of our environment through improperly regulated mining activities led or aided by government officials. In this manifesto, the National Democratic Congress has provided Ghanaians with clear, actionable, and concise solutions born out of our social democratic ideals to address the many problems this country faces today. Our policy of the 24-hour economy has been clearly stated in simple terms to enable everybody to understand and associate with, except those who intentionally refuse to understand. So are other policies that we are convinced will help create the egalitarian society that we all seek for our country, Ghana. We assure Ghanaians that this manifesto, which represents the People's Manifesto, provides a solid framework for building the Ghana we want together. We urge you to identify with our manifesto policy proposals and dedicate yourselves to voting for the NDC on December 7, 2024, to reset and build Ghana, to bring it back from the abyss into which the country has sunk. Let us join hands to reset and rebuild the Ghana we want together. Long live Ghana. Long live the National Democratic Congress. I thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland Ghana.
John Dramani Mahama. Amangana yeye frau. Oh, ni mutanza. Sabra bi ma. Ani usano. E fa ye nkomo sha asase no so. If you say why ye bi da. Hey. Ejiye.
Tomorrow by this time, I will be fine. Dabi, say, Mama, when I did to say, how many of you believe that tomorrow by this time, God will make a way? Pega. Oh, my new Sansa, Kosibua, are you here? Let me see your hands up. Come on.
He's been performing at a number of their events across the country, but this is the launch of the so the NDC Manifesto, and it's happening in the central region in Winneba precisely. And so you heard from the General Secretary of the party, Fifi Kwete, and then after that you heard from the chairman of the party as well, Mr. Johnson Asiedu in Ketia. So myself and Kemini are still here, and we've just been joined by Dr. Asante. He's a senior lecturer at the Political Science Department of the University of Ghana. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Good. And yourself?
Oh, we're doing well. Good. Kemini looks like she's really doing well this afternoon. I'm not sure what's making her smile so widely at this point.
He's getting closer to election, so he's excited about that.
I think a little bit of that is adrenaline, because, earlier today I had to go to the hospital. But I guess when the adrenaline overcomes the bad side, the sick side, you come across as excited. Yeah. But I think that the NDC has been making, part of the excitement would also be coming from some of the things I'm hearing the NDC say, things I didn't expect to hear, because of what we had seen with the format of the NPP's manifesto launch. Each person who came spoke about a sector. Yeah. I guess that in my mind,
This is your election command center. This is our continuous coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch happening in Winneba in the Central Region. My name is Beatrice Edu. And I'm doing this with Helen Ampofo as well as Michael Ogbodu. We just had Julius Jima join us, and we'll be delving a bit more into what we've been discussing so far. Some few minutes ago, we heard the communications officer of the NDC talking. Of course, we had the chairman of the party, Johnson Asiedu Ketia, also mount the stage, as well as some other officials. And you saw that rousing welcome of the running mate to John Mahama, Professor Nana Jane Opokwajiman, when he entered the auditorium. And like I just told you, we have Julius Jima with us. He is Executive Director for Center for Public Policy and Economic Analysis. You're welcome, Julius.
Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you for having me.
Yes, good afternoon. I know we've been on since morning, really, and I can assume that you've been monitoring events, not just from our discussions here, but also really from the ground. Okay, we'll come to you very shortly, but Sami Jemfi, the communications officer, is on, and communications director for the NDC. Let's take a quick listen to what he's saying right now.
First 120-day social contract. In other words, his promises for his first 120-day in office. I know that by now you already know who is coming. Do you know who is coming? Are you ready? Boy. You see, our country is at a defining moment. A time when all of us are called upon to the rescue to save what is left of our nation after 8 years of deplorable leadership and mismanagement by the incumbent regime. Those who said that Yetisicasos were come there, those who said that they were too old to steal our money, those who projected themselves as economic messiahs have turned around to plunder the resources of this country. And today we are all feeling the consequences. We are all suffering. Never in the history of this country has our nation been subjected to this rape and state capture. And so, from the north to the south, from the east to the west, there is a loud cry for change. And make no mistake about it, this cry for change is not about any political party. This cry for change is about the redemption of the soul of our nation. It is about the healing of the soul of our nation. It is about resetting our country for jobs, prosperity for all, and accountability. And ladies and gentlemen, as daunting as this task is, we all have the collective capability under the right leadership to turn things around. The right leadership. But you see, who is that leader who can be trusted to lead all of us to build the Ghana we want together? I'm sure you will agree with me that that leader is none other than the visionary nation builder. a man of vision, a man who has love for Ghana, a man of integrity, despite the many lies which were heaped on him and the deliberate character assassination that this man was subjected to. Today, God and posterity has vindicated him. Today, he remains squeaky clean. And one thing about this man is that he is not a try and error person. He's a man with a proven track record. In only 4 years, Choboy, this man gave Ghana the best international airport in the whole of West Africa. Choboy, in only 4 years, this man gave us the biggest ports in the whole of West Africa. In only 4 years, and I'm not talking about projects that someone started and he came to complete. Projects started and completed. Choboy, in only 4 years, under his leadership, the Bank of Ghana Hospital was built. In only 4 years, the Ghana Maritime Hospital was built under his leadership. In only 4 years, the Dodowa Hospital was built. In only 4 years, here in the central region, the Kaswa interchange was built. In only 4 years, the Kaswa Polyclinic was built. And under his leadership, in only 4 years, we saw the single largest contribution to our secondary, the commencement of the construction of 124 secondary schools, 46 of which he completed and operationalized. And today in the central region, if you go to Diaso, you will see some there. If you go to Mori, you will see some there. If you go to Awutu of Ako, you will see some there. And that is why we call him the nation builder. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the stone that the builders rejected, which has become the chief cornerstone, the flag bearer and the leader of the great National Democratic Congress, and by the grace of God, the incoming president of the Republic of Ghana, Choboy. Welcome to the microphone, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the nation builder.
John Mahama, waya, 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 waya.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Eyezu. Eyeza. Eyezu. Eza. Choboy. Choboy. Hey. 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 Thank you very much. Thank you. My dear comrades, members, supporters, sympathizers, and followers of the National Democratic Congress, the good people of Ghana watching and listening from across the country and the world, and those who have joined us here in Winneba, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, my running mate for the 2024 election, the Right Honorable Speaker Alban Bagbin, a bona fide member of our party, my beloved wife, Lodina, my dear children who are here with me, Sharaf, Shahid, Farida, thank you, I acknowledge you. Our National Chairman, Johnson Asiedun Ketia, our General Secretary, Fifi Tiavikwete, our traditional rulers who have been so kind to join us here today, our members of the Council of Elders who, despite age, have managed with their walking sticks to join us this morning, party supporters, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather with hope as one people, united in victory, and as one nation, Ghana, with a common interwoven invisible destiny. Today we also gather to reignite and reaffirm the dreams of our forebears, led by Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of our great nation, a nation with one destiny, a destiny that cannot afford to endure one additional day beyond January 7, 2025 of the maladministration, the mismanagement and state capture this nation has been subjected to over the last almost 8 years. For the sake of God's children and in the name of God, the people of Ghana will wake up from this nightmare and envision a bright new dawn of opportunities for all its people and not just a few. My brothers and sisters, our dear nation Ghana is bleeding. Ghana's soul is calling for change. Mother Ghana is crying for its true and genuine patriotic citizens to rise up to reset our beloved nation. Ghanaians can take no more of the hardship, the impunity, the state capture, the hypocrisy, the lies and bad governance that has been inflicted on them over the 2 terms of this outgoing administration. We cannot fail Mother Ghana, and therefore I urge you all to vote for change on December 7th, 2024. We, the members of the National Democratic Congress, have gathered here to express our utmost belief in democratic governance and to proclaim right here in Winneba, also called SIMPA, that the time is up for this administration. The time is up for them to go. They have decimated our democracy beyond recognition. They've destroyed livelihoods and families and pushed millions of our people below the poverty line. Your vote on December 7th will end the tyranny. It will end the cronyism. It will end the corruption. It will end the hardship. It will also pave the way for the vision, experience, and trustworthiness. And I, John Dramani Mahama, is going to restore that to the Flagstaff House. As I've said before, this government must begin writing their handing over notes if they have not started doing so already. This MPP administration has been the biggest political scam that has been pulled on Ghanaians since our independence in 1957. And I'll explain why. They were repackaged with ribbons and sweetly scented with enticing promises. Most Ghanaians will agree that Nana Akufo-Addo is indeed the president Ghana never got. And indeed, I dare say, his much touted economic whiz-kid Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is also the economic messiah Ghana never got. The NPP government took over from our administration on 7 January 2017. They inherited an energy sector we had stabilized with the fastest mobilization of emergency power of almost 800 megawatts in the history of Ghana. Along with this came a new Energy Sector Levy Act, which we call ESLA, with potential revenues of 3 billion Ghana cedis every year to pay off legacy energy sector debts. They inherited an ongoing Millennium Challenge Compact of $547 million aimed at making Ghana's energy sector the most efficient in Africa. This family, ruling family, quarreled over the shares in the PDS company and led to the US pulling back $190 million, which was meant for the most critical component of the compact, and that is private sector participation and improvement in collections at the distribution end of the electricity value chain. They inherited more than $450 million of the IMF extended credit facility initiated by my administration. Most of our state-owned enterprises were breaking even or making a profit. We handed that to them. They inherited a cocoa production of more than 960,000 metric tons of cocoa, with a cocoa board that was making profit and owed only 1.5 billion cedis to the central bank in cocoa bills. We handed over to them 2 new oil-producing wells, the 10 fields and the ENI Sankofa, which increased Ghana's oil production by more than 100,000 barrels per day, with additional gas of more than 200 million standard cubic feet per day. And this increased Ghana's oil revenues from petroleum by more than $500 million every year. They took over from our administration a stabilization fund in which we had accrued $277 million, a Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund with seed money of $270 million, a sinking fund account at the Bank of Ghana with a balance of over $200 million. They inherited a budget that ran a deficit of 6.1% with zero borrowing from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, zero borrowing. They inherited a stable currency that traded at about 4 cedis to $1. Inflation was at 15.4%. Unemployment was at 8.4%. And when we handed over the administration of this country to the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia government, Ghana's debt as a percentage of our GDP was 56%. As a result of fiscal consolidation, we handed over an economy that was set to grow above 8%, as predicted by the World Bank and IMF and all the credit rating agencies. Private businesses enjoyed an enabling environment to thrive, and foreign investors were queuing to make investments in our economy. The NPP government also took off with a stabilized economy and significant buffers with enormous domestic and internal goodwill. Indeed, this has been the most favored government in our history. But alas, the Ghanaians' people's favor, their goodwill, has been repaid with only pain and anguish. This government has received more revenue than all governments combined in the history of Ghana. And as the saying goes, to whom much is given, much is expected. Unfortunately, the people of Ghana have been severely shortchanged by this administration. The scorecard of this administration has been abysmal. An inflation rate that went as high as 54% and is currently still hovering above 20%. Ghana today has one of the highest food inflation rates in the whole of Africa. We have a currency that has depreciated to almost 16 cedis to $1, and we borrowed more than 70 billion from the central bank, the Bank of Ghana, causing a serious upsurge in inflation and causing the Bank of Ghana to go broke. We have a debt to GDP that went as high as 104%. And today, the unemployment rate is almost 15%, from just above 8% in 2016. Worst of all, Ghana has defaulted on her debt payments and has therefore engaged in a debt exchange that has resulted in painful haircuts, and they have deferred the tenure of bonds at lower interest rates. This has caused a lot of trouble for investors, including pensioners. Cocoa production, which has been one of the mainstay of our economy, has plummeted, and for the first time in the history of our country, the Cocoa Board annual syndication, which was sought after by 150,000 tons of cocoa to next year. It means that your government and Cocoa Board is seeking to delay delivery of almost 350,000 tons of cocoa to next year. It means that your government, NDC, is the one going to have to find the 350,000 to fill that hole, to pay the debt. Cocoa Board has also defaulted on almost 13 billion Ghana cedis in cocoa bonds. Oil and gas production has declined by 32%, and debt to independent power producers has increased astronomically. Today, the majority of state-owned enterprises are posting massive losses. The COVID pandemic, rather than being an adversity, turned out to be a blessing, with a windfall for this government of almost 25 billion Ghana cedis of inflows, most of which were doled out to companies owned by family and friends. The majority of our citizens are convinced that our country, Ghana, is going in the wrong direction. Faith in our democracy is at its lowest, and many of our youth do not believe that constitutional governance is working for them. Faith in our democratic institutions and the political leadership is at its lowest ebb, and corruption is at its highest. And Ghanaians have become numb to the scandals that are exposed almost every week. And when you have a president who says he does not understand the hullabaloo, my brothers and sisters, this is a president who just doesn't get it. Many domestic and foreign investors have adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Many of them I have met have told me that they are waiting for a signal from the Ghanaian people that the political and business environment is going to change for the better, that we are going to effect a change of course so that we can provide a reasonable environment for them to put in their investments. Ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Book in Matthew 25:14-30 tells one of the parables of Jesus Christ. And this is the parable of the talents. This parable teaches us to invest whatever is put in our care wisely for the benefit of our master. The master in this case is the people of Ghana. This administration is just like the last of the servants who buried his talents that was given to him by his master, and when his master came, he returned the 1 talent to him. But in this case of Akufo-Addo and Bawumia and their cabal, they did not bury the 1 talent and give us back our 1 talent when we returned. They gambled with the talents that we gave them, and they landed the people of Ghana in a huge debt. We cannot continue on this path. Lessons must be learned from the experience of these last almost 8 years. A vote for the MPP will be an expression of satisfaction with the impunity of the last 8 years. A vote for the MPP is a vote for a 3rd term for Nana Akufo-Addo. A vote for the MPP in this election is a vote to escape accountability. It is a vote to allow officials who have stolen and raped this country's resources to escape accountability and go laughing all the way to their bank accounts. Ladies and gentlemen, their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in this horror movie Ghanaians have watched these last almost 8 years, you know horror movies, don't you? Their flag bearer and his running mate, who have been prominent actors in the horror movies Ghanaians have watched these almost last 8 years. These people cannot be the ones to exact accountability from the government of which they have been an integral part. We're at a critical juncture in our democratic history. Choices we make in elections come with consequences. We cannot afford to fail this time. A restive youthful population does not have the luxury of trial and error. They do not have the luxury of trying a driver's mate who has learned his driving skills from the same driver who crashed the Ghanaian vehicle of state. Our nation needs a reset. Our democracy needs a reset. Our economy needs a reset. Our governance needs a reset. And our attitudes need a reset. We need a government that will galvanize the efforts of all Ghanaians, irrespective of ethnicity, religion, or party affiliation. We need a government that will allow all businesses to thrive, whether owned by domestic investors or foreign investors, no matter their ethnic, religious, or partisan colors of its owner. We need to make a change that will usher in a government that is responsible and accountable. We need to open up this country for business again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present to you our manifesto. We need a leadership that will crack the ship when its own appointees go down the wrong track. We need a responsive government that will respect the rights and freedoms of our citizens, including journalists, and address the ongoing decay of state institutions and fight corruption by deploying the Operation Recover All the Loot principle. Operation Recover All the Loot strategy, and that is ORAL. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're presenting to you a manifesto that will help take back your future, take the future of Ghana back into the hands of the Ghanaian people. Ladies and gentlemen, I will at this point give you some highlights of our manifesto, after which my running mate, and by God's grace, the next Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, a prominent daughter of the Central Region, and other presenters will delve into other areas of the manifesto. Ladies and gentlemen, first is resetting the economy for prosperity. In the first 120 days in office, we will hold a national economic dialogue to draw up a 4-year fiscal consolidation plan. We would rationalize taxes, abolishing, among others, the obnoxious e-levy, the COVID levy, and the 10% levy on bet winnings. We will review import duties and levies on vehicles and equipment meant for industrial and agricultural purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will rationalize port fees and charges and implement emergency measures to stabilize the city and the macroeconomic environment. Ladies and gentlemen, we will use the price stabilization and recovery levy to cushion consumers of petroleum products. We will investigate the MPP's opaque gold for oil deal. We will review the gold purchase program of the Bank of Ghana and will restore the licenses of wrongfully collapsed banks and financial institutions. We will increase indigenous participation in the banking and financial sector. And we will free the statutory funds, the GET Fund, NHIL, Road Fund, to be able to achieve their mandated objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, alleviating the current economic hardships. And one of our first programs is the no fee stress policy. There are many students who are unable to take up their places in tertiary educational institutions because they cannot afford to pay their academic user fees, the academic fees. And so we'll take that stress off them. For the first year, they will not be required to pay fees. And I assure the universities it will not affect their internal generated funds. We're going to give the money to the student's loan. The student loan will pay it to the universities as a grant. It will be paid as a grant, not as a loan. And aside from that, we're going to increase the subvention that goes to our public universities so that we can improve quality and learning in those universities. We will provide free tertiary education for all persons with disability. And we will provide free sanitary pads for girls in school. If you remember, Nana Jane started that policy with a World Bank facility, and they called that loan the PAD loan. Yes, we are proud of the PAD loan. It will allow our young girls who are going through their periods to be neat and hygienic and not to miss school, be able to go to school all year round. We will uncap the National Health Insurance Levy. Currently, there's a cap on the levy, and so a certain portion of the levy goes into the consolidated fund. And so the Health Insurance Authority is not able to pay the health facilities, reimburse them for the services that they provide. We will uncap the health insurance so that all the National Health Insurance levy will go into the National Health Insurance Fund so that they can pay the hospitals for looking after our people. And of course, this is associated with it. We'll reprioritize the health sector by ensuring timely releases of payment to service providers. We'll establish the Ghana Medical Care Trust, into brackets, somebody calls it Mahama Cares, to support persons with chronic diseases such as kidney failure, cancer, sickle cell, diabetes, hypertension, and other health-related diseases. We'll also introduce the community pharmacy concept, and that will encourage people to go to your local pharmacy and go have your blood pressure taken and your sugar checked, so that if you have diabetes or high blood pressure, we're able to know early so that you can get treatment and be able to survive. We'll implement free primary health care services. So if you go to a CHIPS compound or a health center, whether you have a national health insurance card or not, you will be treated for free. And so from the health center level down, polyclinic, health center, CHIPS compound, if you go, you'll be treated for free. From the district referral hospital upward, your national health insurance card, and you receive treatment. We will expand health infrastructure to restore the automatic employment and timely deployment of health workers. And so we're not going to wait till elections are coming and announce that we've opened the recruitment portal. The recruitment portal will be open and will do continuous employment of health workers, doctors, and nurses. We need a first-class children's hospital in Ghana. The existing children's hospital has outlived this usefulness. And so we're going to construct a state-of-the-art 500-bed specialist children's hospital in Accra. And so children who have sicknesses that cannot be handled in other parts of the country will come to Accra. There will be specialist pediatricians there to give them the care they deserve. Of course, we will expand, we'll construct a state-of-the-art, I've said that one. We'll also construct a fertility center. There are a lot of mothers who cannot have children just because there's something wrong with the reproductive system. It can be corrected, and they can have babies and enjoy the joy of motherhood. But currently, the prices that the private fertility hospitals charge are out of the range of most mothers. And so government will step in. We'll build a fertility center where mothers who want children can come for consultation, and they will be given the treatment so that they also can enjoy the joy of motherhood. I'll go quickly. We'll expand the facilities at the whole teaching hospital in order that it can provide specialist services and also be a quaternary hospital to serve the University of Health and Allied Sciences. In the whole of the OT corridor up to the northeastern part of the country, there's no trauma hospital. And so we'll build a trauma hospital there so that persons who are involved in accidents on the Eastern Corridor Road will have a place where they can be treated properly before they are transferred. We'll establish modern dialysis centers in hospitals in regions that don't have them. Currently, most of Upper West, my own hometown, Bole, and other places, if you have a kidney ailment, the only place you can go for treatment is in Kumasi. And you have to go with your wife, your family, you have to find a place to stay. It is a burden. And so we want to make sure that every region has a modern dialysis center so that we can ease the burden on persons with kidney ailments. We will build modern hospitals in Boko, Yendi, and other underserved areas. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 24-hour. This is the 24-hour economic clock. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. 1, 3, 3. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people. Obiabe Didi. Ezu. Extraordinary problems require extraordinary solutions for extraordinary results. And so businesses and public organizations will be encouraged to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each. This will boost production, it will increase employment and provide well-paying jobs. It will transform Ghana into an import substitution and export-led country. It will increase employment opportunities and revenue, and it will enhance access to public services. We will focus on some selected public institutions that have huge customer traffic. For instance, the ports and harbors should be open 24/7. That means we have to employ more workers at the port. We have to employ more customs officers, more Gapoha workers, more forklift operators and all that. We need customs. Customs should work 24/7, 3 shifts, so that at any time your items come, customs at any time of the day is open for business. You can go and process your import things, papers, and take your things out of the port. We must have a passport office that is operating longer than 8 hours, so that people who need passports and other site documentation can have access to it. We must have a DVLA that is working more shifts than 1 shift, so that more people can get their licenses processed in a shorter time than the current waiting time. In the private sector, the sectors that we are looking to promote and encourage to run 24/7 and 3 shifts are first the agro-processing sector. That is those who will process our cassava into cassava starch, cassava flour, gari, and all that. There's a huge market in Africa for all these products and in other parts of the world. Manufacturing, that is industry. Manufacturing, that is industry. And so the textiles industry, the fruits juice making industry, all the industries, the iron and steel industry will be encouraged to run 24/7. The pharmaceutical sector, we want Ghana to be the pharmaceutical hub of the whole of Africa, so that we'll produce medicines here and export them to all other African countries. Construction sites, we want our construction companies to work 24/7 all year, all hours round, so that they can deliver our infrastructure faster than they currently do. Financial services, the same. Sanitation and garbage collection. It is better to collect garbage, bola, in the night, rather than collect the bola and be competing with cars in the daytime when we have rush hour traffic. Extractive industries, the mines, mining bauxite, mining gold, mining manganese, lithium, they must work 24/7, 3 shifts every day. Hospitality industry, our restaurants, our discotheques, our nightclubs, our hotels, 24/7, 24 hours a day. Retail centers, all the malls, there's no reason why you should start. People can come in the nighttime and buy items, so they should work longer than 8 hours. Transportation services, there should be buses running 24 hours, so that people who have to go to their jobs can be able to get a bus to go to their jobs. Security services, we need safety and security to be able to implement the 24-hour economy. And so we need more police officers, we need more soldiers, we need more prison officers, more fire service officers, more customs, more immigration. Now the support package for 24-hour businesses is to stimulate demand for 24-hour economic goods and services. And this will be supported by strategic investments in infrastructure, in security, in energy. We'll have public and private security architecture, cheaper and reliable electricity, that is the time of use tariff. So in the night when we're not using much of the power and it's going to waste, we can supply it to the 24-hour economy enclave at cheaper rates than we currently charge. Tax incentives to companies that will sign up for the 24-hour economy. They'll be given tax incentives so they pay lower taxes so they can reinvest what they have saved back into increasing their production. We'll give them support from the Ghana Exim Bank, especially for the agro-processing and manufacturing sectors that are going to be exporting. We'll support SMEs operating capacity with catalytic investments to upgrade and generate jobs. The Accelerated Export Development Council, I'm going to chair that personally. We want to accelerate our exports. We're going to register more Ghanaian goods on the African Continental Free Trade Area so that we can export to other countries. And I'm going to chair that personally. And we'll meet every month and appraise where we are at in terms of encouraging Ghanaian businesses to export. This Accelerated Export Development Council will promote exports under the 24-hour economy. My running mate will talk more about this, so I will jump it. Women's Development Bank. It will give low interest loans, particularly to women's businesses. She'll talk more about it, so let's jump it. The National Apprenticeship Program will be for self-employment, and it will also help people who have come out of school at different levels who want to go and learn a skill, but their parents are unable to pay the masters for them to go and learn. The government, through the district assemblies, is going to register all master craftsmen. We're going to pay them and assign these young people to them so that they can learn a skill to go into the world of work. Next slide. Free technical and vocational training for young people. The time for grammar school education has passed. The time where you were judged by the long grammar you could speak has passed. We now need more technicians, more mechanics, more plumbers, more artisans. And so we're going to shift our focus from grammar school and build more technical and vocational educational schools so that our children who leave free SHS, who leave JHS and unable to continue, can go and train as apprentices and be graduated with certificates. We'll provide them with startup capital to be able to start their own small businesses. We'll also use NVTI to train and test them so that they can get their certificates to enter the world of work. We have what we call the Jumara program. And this is the entrepreneurial program. Nobody says you must finish school and become an employee. You can finish school and become an employer and employ employees. And so every year we want to target 10,000 youth entrepreneurs to set up their own businesses. We'll mentor them, we'll monitor them, we'll supervise them until they're able to stand on their own feet, and they will employ their colleagues instead of becoming employees. Business development. We exempt new and small businesses, that is small and medium enterprises, new and small businesses that are registered, and personal income tax of those businesses from the first 2 years after they are incorporated. So if you're a young person under this program and you set up your business, for 2 years you won't pay any corporate income tax. You start paying after 2 years. Because we want the business to be able to get a grounding and be able to stand on its feet before they start paying taxes. We'll review the Customs Amendment Act to scrap the ban on salvage vehicles. Not everybody can afford a new vehicle. And so their vehicles in good shape, they must have had a small accident. We have young people in the magazine who are repairing these vehicles. If we say we're banning these vehicles, we're throwing those young people out of work. And so we'll allow salvage vehicles to come in so that other people can buy vehicles at affordable rates. And if we do this, it will save the local automotive industry. And so the Swami magazine, the Kokompes, the Aboso kinds will continue to do their business even as we set up an automobile industry. We'll support the redevelopment of Kokompe, Aboso Kai, and all those magazines so that it creates a more congenial environment for people to come and do business. We'll implement a Made in Ghana agenda for the production and consumption of Made in Ghana goods. Government is going to use its budget to buy Made in Ghana goods first It's only when you can't get that good that you'll be allowed to buy a foreign product. If the good is produced in Ghana, you must buy it first. And so we're going to use government's financial muscle to encourage local production of goods and services. If you are a foreign industry and you want us to buy your goods, come and establish the factory here and produce what you want us to buy here. We'll launch an Export Ghana policy, and it is the Accelerated Economic Development Council that is going to oversee this Export Ghana policy. And we're going to use that policy to facilitate exports under African Continental Free Trade Area and also the ECOWAS trade liberalization. We'll enhance the role of the Ghana Exim Bank in financing non-traditional exports. We'll readjust their focus so that they are putting money into industries that are exporting products, so that we can give them capital at a cheaper rate. Money yo, am I right? A money yo pension scheme. We'll introduce an money yo pension scheme so that persons in the informal sector who want to put something aside for their pension and their retirement can put 10 Ghana cedis a day, 5 Ghana cedis a week, 50 Ghana cedis a week. They will keep paying it so that when it gets to their turn for retirement, they have some money that they can rely on. We'll also, this pension scheme will cover commercial drivers and my dear Okada riders. They will also be part of the pension scheme. It will also be extended to small-scale miners, farmers, fishermen, traders, and market women. People who receive cash on daily basis. You put a little aside. If it's every week, you go and pay it into the money, or you can use your mobile phone and pay, and your account will keep being updated. So after 15 years, that money has been invested. When you are retiring, you have your pot of money so that you can be getting a pension every month in your old age. Digital jobs initiatives. We'll partner the private sector to invest $3 billion to leverage ICT for jobs. And this will be through the 1 million coders program. We announced this in 2020 and we didn't win power, so we couldn't implement it. Somebody lifted it from our 2020 manifesto and quickly put it out as if it was theirs. I said, go and look in 2020, you see that we had already put it there. But we will continue with our 1 million coders program to train 1 million people in coding and web development, software engineering, and others. We will stimulate demand for made in Ghana software. We are exporting a lot of hard currency. When we import goods, we know that we are sending foreign currency out to buy those goods. When we import food, we are sending money out to buy food. But when we send money out to pay copyright to Microsoft, to Oracle, to all the people whose software we are running on our banks and all our online portals and all that, nobody sees it. And so if we are going to train 1 million coders to do software, web hosting and all that, we must create a demand for it locally. And so government will first see if we have the available software in-house before we allow anybody to buy software from outside. And so we'll exchange payments for subscriptions to overseas vendors. We establish regional digital centers for business process outsourcing. Business process outsourcing is when you sit in Ghana and you get a contract from abroad to do a certain job, you're able to do it from here without being physically there. And so you can process parking tickets in New York, you can process various items that they want. At times when they have gone to bed, they need somebody to be taking calls and responding to clients. They sometimes outsource it to other countries. Ghana is a good center to take advantage of this because our English is even clearer than many of the other countries that are doing the business process outsourcing. So people want Ghana to expand. Invest 50 million in a fintech growth fund to promote digital entrepreneurs. I announced this long ago when I met the fintech entrepreneurs. Set up zonal ICT parks to make Ghana the innovation, artificial intelligence, and cyber security center of Africa. Redevelop the Dawa ICT Park into a world center of excellence. Ghana's first flagship program for jobs will work with the private sector to make Ghana the hub for pharmaceutical production. I've announced this already. We want our pharmaceutical industry to export drugs to all other African countries and other places. We'll develop an integrated aluminium industry for industrialization. We'll invest in the production of plastics, fertilizers, and other synthetic materials here. Expansion of the automotive and vehicle assembly sector. With this one, government is going, if we budget to buy vehicles, we're going to buy vehicles that have been assembled in Ghana. We will not buy vehicles from outside and bring them in. So all those who have set up automotive assembly plants here, if government needs vehicles every year, we're going to buy those vehicles from them, not from outside. We will promote light industrial manufacture, especially in the textiles and electronic products. Today I was speaking with an investor, and he was talking about the textiles industry. And I told him, I said, unfortunately, we're not producing our own cotton. And he said, you don't need to produce your own cotton now. You can import cotton from Burkina Faso, you can import cotton from Benin, and start your textile industry. And when you have started it, you can backward integrate it in your own cotton production. Brilliant idea. So I told him, on 8th January, I'll be in the office. Come and see me, and let's start working. And so we'll revamp the textile and cotton and allied industries. We'll set up agro-industrial zones in all regions. I've said this already. We'll get a site in every region. Government will clear the site. We'll develop the site. We'll bring water, electricity to the site. And any private sector developer who wants to produce to buy agro products and process can come and get a land within the agro processing zone and start his business, so that he doesn't have to go and quarrel with families. They'll sell him land, another person will come, no, the land was not for this one. Government will secure the land so that they can easily set up their businesses. Establish mini processing plants for cassava, tomatoes, fruits. Set up cashew processing factories in Bono East and Ahafo, where we have the most cashew. Set up ginger processing plants in OT. We look at the comparative advantage of every region, and we'll set up the plants that suit that region. We're not doing one district, one factory. We're looking at every region's comparative advantage, and we'll put in the processing capacity that will make use of their products. Facilitate the construction of 20 medium-scale animal feed processing plants and revamp the collapsing poultry industry. One of the major inputs that goes into poultry and livestock is the feed. It is very expensive because we import a lot of it currently. If we're producing more of it, we can get a lower price for the feed. And so we'll set up 20 feed processing plants so that they can process and produce feed locally. One area is the Bono area. I know the Doma area, there's a lot of poultry. We'll give poultry cages to all the young people who want to do poultry. Exim Bank will give them assistance to produce the chicken. We'll produce cold storage facilities and processing facilities so they can process their chicken and keep it in the cold storage facilities ready for the market. Establish, it's gone. Okay. Agriculture for jobs. We want to make agriculture more attractive through modernization to ensure food security and job creation. We'll reduce food inflation to lower the high cost of living through our Agriculture for Economic Transformation program. We'll roll out a Feed Ghana program, which is to boost food production, guarantee food security, and supply raw materials to industry. And this is my favorite project, to establish farmers' service centers in all agricultural production areas. And in each farmer service center, there will be tractors, there will be harvesters, there will be plows, there will be harrows, there will be planters, everything you need to do modernized farming. And our farmers are going to be registered within the catchment area of the farmer service center. And at the beginning of the year, you go to your farmer the planting season, you go to your farmer service center, they'll provide you with the services, give you the fertilizer, give you the improved seeds, plow for you, plant for you. And when you harvest and you sell your crops, you come and pay the cost of the inputs that they gave you. We'll create farm banks with agricultural zones to ease access to land and irrigation facilities for agricultural purposes and encourage young people to go into farming. We need to bring more of our land into irrigation because you know what happened this year. There was a drought in the north and parts of Bono region. For almost 8 weeks, the rain didn't fall, and so people have lost their crops. And so we'll go more for irrigations, even if small scale, boreholes. We have the Volta River, all along the banks of the Volta River, we can develop irrigation facilities. Promoting good governance and combating corruption. Remarkably reduce the size of government to 60 ministers. No more than 60 ministers. And so there will be other things for other people to do. We all can be ministers. I know when I say 60 ministers, I say, there are people aiming to become ministers, but we all can be ministers. So we'll choose 60 ministers, but others would have other assignments that they can do. Address the benefit disparities between Article 71 holders. I've said this already. We have two public servants, Article 71, and then the others who are under the fair wages. And so we want to bridge the disparity between them so that all of us come under an independent emoluments committee, and our salaries and emoluments are determined from the smallest watchman to the president. We will determine our salaries and wages. A ruthless war against corruption. Operation Recover All the Loot, oral, is to prohibit political appointees and the politically exposed persons, not only political appointees and politically exposed persons, and all 7 public officials from purchasing state assets. So it's not only me who cannot buy a state asset, my wife Lodina cannot buy a state asset, my son Sharaf or Shahid or Farida cannot buy a state asset because they are politically exposed persons. Reopen investigations into major unresolved cases, including the Ayawasu West Wogombai election violence, the 2020 election killings, the unresolved murder of Ahmed Swale and Silas Wulo-Chame. There are all these cases that occurred under this administration. They refused to investigate them. Even where they've investigated, they've refused to implement the reports. They've not paid any compensation to the persons who are affected. We're going to look at all that and we'll deal with it. Dedicate equitable attention to all levels of education. Improve free SHS. Improve the quality of food for our children. Cancel the double track so that all our children can go to school at the same time. We're going to provide dedicated and sustainable source of funding for free SHS. The problem with the free SHS is it has no dedicated funding. And so it's subject to the hazards of the budget. And often the consolidated fund does not release funds. And so children go hungry because the funds have not arrived. Decentralize the procurement of food for SHSs to boost local economies. The feeding grant will go to the schools, to the headmasters and the bezzers, and they will go to the local market and buy the beans, the granules, the rice, the cassava dough, the agbelima, the meat from the local market, so that the town in which the school is located can also benefit from that. It will also allow the headmasters to provide more nutritious foods than the current system. I said this already, implement a no academic fees policy for level 100 students, no fee stress policy. We'll use 5G and low Earth orbit systems to improve the quality of education across the country by extending course tutorials to students everywhere. We have good masters in different schools. And so for us, perhaps the best mathematics master is in Wesley Girls. The best French teacher is in Ghana Secondary School. The best geography teacher is in GSTS. Ghana Education Service will select these teachers and they will teach, they will be filmed teaching the course online. They will teach online and we'll upload this course content on YouTube, and so you can go on YouTube and download what you want. If it's mathematics, you download it. If it's geography, you download it. But at the same time, it will be available on demand. And because we're going to put Starlink satellite, internet satellite on every secondary school, the teachers can use the Starlink to show the children the demonstration by these teachers. And so you can be in Bunkurugu Secondary School. The best maths master in Wesley Girls will be teaching you because you'll be able to download his course material. That's the Basintali boy. We'll provide free tertiary education, I've said that already. We'll provide continuing students with financial assistance. We're going to reintroduce what we had started, which is the Student Loan Fund, Trust Fund Plus. It's a Student Loan Plus. And so it's an enhanced student loan. You get more money from the Student Loan Plus, and you only start paying when you get employment, when you leave school. Implement a bed for all. We have a bed for all program. Our tertiary institutions have huge lands that are not utilized. Normally when we want to build a university, we take a huge piece of land, and after many years, part of the land is still lying fallow, and even people are encroaching on the lands. And so we're going to sit with the universities and carve out a part of their land. And we're going to get the private sector. We'll do a design of hostels. If you're interested in investing your money in the hostel, you will build the hostel, we'll regulate the charges, and you will pay for the cost of it over a period of time, and you can make your profit. So that more of our children can have accommodation on campus. That is the Bed for All program. The hostels will be built by the private sector. They will build it, they will charge the fees, but we'll sit with them and regulate the fees so that they are not too exorbitant. What else? Legislation to streamline and regulate the award of government scholarships. Government scholarships have been fraught with a lot of, let me say, kalabule. We want to streamline it, and as I've said, persons with conflict of interest will not be allowed to apply for scholarships. I would not apply for a scholarship for my children. None of my ministers will do it. Any political appointee must not apply for scholarships. You must pay for yourself. Leave the scholarships for the children of the underprivileged. Those who cannot afford it are the ones who must get the scholarships. And we're going to do that. We'll abolish teacher licensure exams. We'll abolish teacher licensure exams and integrate it into the licensing process in their final year exam. We'll institute the Teacher Dabre project. And what this means is that any new school we are building must be accompanied by accommodation for teachers. We're not going to build classroom blocks anymore without teacher accommodation. Every new classroom block, every school must have teacher accommodation. And we'll also accelerate providing accommodation by the existing schools that do not have them. And that will be the Teacher Dabre, it means where teacher will sleep program. In consultation with the stakeholders, we would push ahead with the implementation. This has been on the drawing board for a long time. That is 20% basic salary, special allowance for teachers and health workers who accept postings to rural areas. Most of our teachers and health workers don't want to go to rural areas. Everybody wants to serve in the city. And so we're going to map out what we define as rural areas. If you accept posting to go there, you'll get 20% of your basic salary as an incentive, as an allowance to teach in the rural area. Expand infrastructure to ensure prompt employment of nurses and teachers. And so that is also part of it. Assist teachers to own their own vehicles of their choice by offering flexible duty payment arrangements and employer guarantees in partnership with teacher unions and the banking sector. We will encourage teachers to take loans to own their own cars, teachers and other public sector workers. And so your bank will pay for the car, we will deduct it from your salary and pay straight to the bank. And what we'll do is, we will not waive the duty on the vehicle. What we'll do is, we'll allow you to pay the duty in small installments until you finish paying the duty, so that the car is yours. You'll be using the car while paying bit by bit by bit. I didn't say 1 cedi, 2 cedis. That will take 1,000 years to pay. But it will be a percentage of your salary that will go towards paying off the cost of the car and the installment payments of the duties. This is going to be the age of the railways. We have paid lip service to building railways for a long time, and this time we want to make a move on it. It's going to be done by build, operate, and transfer. Because we've been shut out of the international credit market, there's no way we can go on the capital market and borrow to build railway lines. We're going to offer an expression of interest, transparent, to companies that are willing to invest in our railways, and they will bring the money, they will build the railway lines, and all the revenue will go towards repaying the railway lines. And so if it takes 25 years to repay, they will control it for 25 years. After 25 years, when they have recouped their money, then we'll sit down with them, and then they will transfer the assets to the government of Ghana. And so the western and eastern lines will be connected to the landlocked countries. And so there will be a line that joins from the western and eastern lines and goes up north to Burkina Faso, so that we can send Burkina Faso containers up to their country, and we can bring down their cotton and their imports down to the ports for exports. Construct urban intracity railways and bus rapid transits. The time has come for us to take some of our people off the roads. Many countries are moving in that direction. And so there are light railways that supplement the urban transport system. And so we'll do a feasibility study and see how we can get BOTs to start light transit rail. Promoting responsible mining, ban issuance of new mining leases and activities in forest reserves. We're going to close the forest reserves and get all those Akunta mining and all of them who have desecrated our forest reserves. We are going to march them out of the forest reserves. Some of those trees in the forest reserves are 700, 800,000 years old. And just because you want to take a little gold from there, you go and destroy the whole forest reserve. That is why we're having drought in our country today. That is part of the reason why our cocoa industry is going down, because we're not getting enough rainfall. Because looking for that small gold they will get, they're destroying all the forest reserves and destroying the climate in our country. So those there, get ready, start packing your things. After 7 January, if you are not out of the forest reserve, we're going to come and march you out of the forest reserve. We'll establish mining cooperatives in all mining districts. We'll set up a gold board that will be responsible for buying gold from the small-scale mining sector. The way we have the cocoa board, buying cocoa from the farmers, we'll have a gold board that will buy all the gold from the small-scale miners. It will send it to our own refinery to be refined, and we'll export refined gold and get all the value addition instead of sending the raw bullion out the way we are currently doing. Decentralized regulatory licensing and processes for artisanal miners. That is setting up offices of the Minerals Commission in all mining districts. Implement a blue water initiative to heal and harness the environment. We're going to clean the poisoned waters that have been poisoned by mining, so that we can discharge those waters back into our rivers. We're also going to hire the young people in tree growing. And so in the areas where mining has finished, we will level the ground, close all the holes, and we'll have young boys from the community. We'll pay them a stipend every month, We'll give them abobo yas. We'll put polytanks in there so that they can plant trees on the mined out land so that we can reclaim the lands. Implement a tree for life reforestation policy. This is what I just talked about. And so we're going to plant commercial trees like cocoa, palm, and rubber on the lands that have been reclaimed. Implement a blue water initiative. I just talked about it. So these are just tidbits of what you are going to see in the manifesto. My running mate and Vice President of the Republic of Ghana to be Jenana Opoku-Agyeman and other experts will go into more detail in some of the areas that I've touched on. But this is just a tidbit of what we are to see. I'll come back after with the 120-day agenda. That is when I'm elected on 7th January 2025. Within 120 days, I have a social contract with the people of Ghana. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do in my first 120 days. Thank you very much.
FM 92.7. Urban Lifestyle frequency
1 million jobs, mama. NDC Manifesto.
Deal with certain things they consider as the wrongs within the system.
You're still here on your Election Command Center. This is 3FM 92.7, our continuous coverage of the NDC 2024 Manifesto launch. And this is 3FM 92.7. We're also streaming live on 3FM.
Don't.
And we do have in the studio with us, Johnny Hughes is here.
Hey, how you doing?
Wonderful. How are you?
I've been listening to the speeches that have gone by, Sami Jainfi, Fifi Fiabikwete, and John Dramani Mahama recently, and I've been wondering, really. So it does appear to me, having listened to the MPP last week and the NDC this week, that we have actually been able to diagnose what the problems of the country are. If we have been able to diagnose them and have the solutions, why are we not implementing them? That's the basic question that the ordinary voter will be thinking about at this time. Beyond that, okay, it's been 8 years since we voted for change. The question is what has changed? And the NDC now is promising us that, okay, we'll come back into power, we'll change a few things. Can we trust the NDC? Can we not trust the NDC? That's another question. And then the conversation also about how much all this change and all the policies and initiatives are going to cost us must also come to the forefront, because the politicians will propose, but how much is it going to cost the taxpayer? Because especially the NDC is promising that, okay, we'll take out the bed tax, we'll take out the e-levy, we'll take out this. Dr. Bawumia is promising the same things. Where are we getting another stream of income or revenue?
When you're cutting tax.
Yes, when you're cutting tax, but you need a tax to do some work, because we know what the economic situation is, and Julius Chima will tell us more about that. We know what that economic situation is. Where are we going? Cover this. And if we do not have what it takes, as the accounts say, Famiko, how do we go? When we do not have, so for me, I'm listening to these things. They look very nice ideas, very innovative ideas. Oh, come and set up your business here. If you want us to patronize you or reduce costs, come and do this, we'll do that, we'll do this, we'll do that. So all these things that we are being promised, and all these things that are being promised, those are one and the same. But beyond that, what exactly do the Ghanaian people get? Do they get the quality of things that they have to get? That's, for me, is the biggest crux.
Indeed, and I just want us to read through some of the pointers based on what the former president and flag bearer of the NDC just told us, and then I'll go first to Julius Jima, who is with us, just to give us really his understanding of some of the things that were spoken of by John Mahama. I'll just give us some pointers. Like I just said, we will revamp the cotton and textile industry. He talks about government scholarships have been fraught with Kalabule. We want to streamline it. And then he talks about some other pointers, like we will provide free sanitary pads for girls in schools. He also talked about no fee stress policy, and also increasing subvention for in our universities, establishing, he said, uncapping NHIL. He also talked about establishing, he actually said you can call it Mahama Cares. And again, some other things he talked about, that our need to open up this country for business again. And of course, he talked about holding national economic dialogue in the first 120 days in government as a president, the country becoming a pharmaceutical hub in this in Africa. We will construct a 500-bed state-of-the-art specialist hospital in Accra. And I know earlier he had also spoken about dialysis in regions of the country. I know there are a lot more that we picked, and all of you also picked as well. So let me start from you, Julius Jima. Your preliminary views of what he said. Johnny just gave us his bit. What do you think from where you stand?
Well, thank you so much, Beatrice. I think that for us in the space of the economy, and then as well as the fiscal policies, we always argue that we are looking for one party who always gets these two policies right. If you get your economic policies right and you set up your fiscal policy, then we are good to go. We can really do the assessment and then see where we are going. Fiscal policy is a tool for government, and where we have gotten to, there are two forms of fiscal policy. Either you are doing expansionary, like as currently we are with the economy, we need to expand, or you do contractionary. So in excess of the abundance, you contract the economy, so that you can solve the issues with inflation and all that. But currently, our economy has been crippled. We have had our issues with pre-existing conditions, debt and deficit, and then external shocks amounting to vulnerabilities. So where we are looking for that one person who will use fiscal policy to expand the economy.
I want you to hold on, because the minority leader, Dr. Kesalatu Forsing, is just mounting the stage there. Let's hear exactly what he's got to say.
Policies of the next NDC government, as captured in the Manifesto 2024. Colleagues, to achieve our fiscal policy and economic goals, the next NDC government will aggressively pursue the following policies. 1, we'll reset the entire fiscal framework to achieve efficient resource mobilization and effective utilization of public funds. 2, we will shift from the over-concentration of the macroeconomy to the microeconomy, where investment in the real sector will anchor sustainable macroeconomic environment and economic growth. We will implement an enduring economic policy to build sustainable economic buffers to stabilize and cushion the Ghana cedi. We will undertake a number of reforms. First is the value-added tax reform, VAT reforms. Currently, Ghana's effective VAT rate is about 22%. In fact, the highest in Africa. This is because Get Fund levy of 2.5%, National Health Insurance levy of another 2.5%, and COVID levy of 1%. Are all added to the statutory VAT rate of 15% for the final determination of a value-added tax. Businesses are not allowed to deduct their input VAT for NHIL, Get Fund, and COVID levy. Aside the high effective VAT rate, Ghanaians are compelled to pay 3 and 6% of flat rate for VAT purposes. This effectively defeats the key principles of the input-output of the value-added tax regime. In fact, some businesses are now unable to cope with this high tax regime, and as a result, they are relocating from Ghana to places like Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, and Nigeria. It's also a fact that this is part of the reasons why some of our citizens, particularly professionals, are migrating out of our country in droves in search for greener pastures. The NPP government has distorted Ghana's value-added tax policy by implementing both sales tax and value-added tax at the same time. This is indeed the height of incompetence on the part of NPP in tax policy formulation and administration. Our pledge: the next NDC government will undertake a comprehensive review of Ghana's VAT regime. This is indeed intended to provide a relief for households and businesses. We will therefore adhere to the underlying input-output principles of the value-added tax regime. The next NDC government will do the following: 1, abolish the COVID levy. 2, will reverse the decoupling of the Get Fund, NHIL, and COVID levy from the value-added tax system. Will reduce the effective VAT rate from the 22% to a bearable limit. Will reverse the VAT flat rate and will upwardly adjust the VAT registration threshold
to exempt micro and small businesses from the collection of value-added tax. We will improve VAT compliance through public education and awareness. Aside the VAT reforms, we will also undertake a public debt management reforms. In fact, to restore confidence in Ghana's economy and the capital market, and to prevent a repeat of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Bawumia's reckless and excessive borrowing that resulted in crude and painful haircuts, the next NDC government will establish an independent public debt management office to ensure effective public debt management. We'll also review and enforce the Fiscal Responsibility Act, Act 982, and implement a fiscal consolidation plan to ensure fiscal discipline. We will also implement a deliberate policy to build sustainable economic buffers to cushion and stabilize the Ghana cedi. We will also undertake a public expenditure management reforms, and in doing so, we will tackle the wastage of public funds and ensure prudent expenditure management, and we will also do the following. We will establish an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurement above a threshold to be determined by Parliament. We'll reset the entire fiscal framework and implement a robust fiscal policy regime for effective utilization of public funds. Colleagues, historically, the Ghanaian economy has been the second largest in West Africa, aside Nigeria. But Ghana has lost its enviable position to Côte d'Ivoire due to lack of investment and dedicated policy towards economic transformation and growth. As at end 2016, the size of Ghana's economy was 55 billion Ghana cedis, representing the second in West Africa, while that of Côte d'Ivoire was 48 billion Ghana cedis, the third largest in West Africa. However, in 2022, Ghana lost its enviable position of the second largest economy in West Africa to Côte d'Ivoire. As at the time, in the year 2022, Ghana's GDP was $73 billion, whilst that of Ivory Coast was $75 billion. So since independence, for the first time, Ivory Coast overtook us in terms of the size of GDP as at the year 2022. This situation is projected to worsen by end of this year, whilst the Ivory Coast GDP is projected to be $89 billion. Ghana's projected GDP by end of this year is estimated to be $75 billion. Honorable members and colleagues, in order to reverse this downward trend, the next NDC government will introduce and implement a $10 billion big push. This big push is aimed at driving the needed focus and investment for economic growth and transformation. The big push will be a major economic policy of the next NDC government with 4 key economic growth poles. First is the Western Corridor Economic Enclave project, and then second is the Eastern Corridor Golden Growth Agenda. The third is the Transformational Road Transport Plan, and the fourth is the Cocoa and Palm Economic Crop Rejuvenation Program. Ladies and gentlemen, the NPP government has been a monumental failure. They have destroyed our livelihood. They have indeed driven our economy aground. They have collapsed Ghana's cocoa sector. They have wasted and dissipated Ghana's public fund. They have destroyed our good governance. They have reversed the progress of our country. They have delivered crude and painful haircuts across board. They have corrupted the moral fiber of our dear country. And of course, they have implemented the Ejapadiye state capture plan. Let me say, fellow countrymen and women, that the time has come for us to come together to restore our country and reset our country. Many of them Ghana for Abani or the Wachero Stronko or the Abraham. Abani wezi henewu yada yenda edwuma nyi ho mbranti nye edwuma nye nketesia so wonye edwuma nye yare kasa sisiare
se wie school mpo anyim dare ba beye wa ma ho kire kese aba da yetoto sra monye de abani otu do ankasa ontumi nyem onye yi baby a wode Ghana akwehye sambeka mo ho ambeka President Mahama no ho ambeka ya kire ba yen sister yen maame Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agema no ho ne yamboa yen papa oye President John Mahama ho a menu anom ahokire no obegi nsem efi Ghana ha da yetoto sra mo de mombo ahen fifi mantomofo mo amunyim de NDC party ze ye ka party odwene yen ho a onenye NDC party embri biara ba wo bo ahen ya toto sra mu ina mombaka yen ho ne yen na Ghana onye yei osande baby a Ghana rokon wa ya homoto dodo baby o mane kwei se yanka mbom na se yamje o mane mfi MPP wonsema ekrowi obesei medam ase bebre nyame hira mu ina
Mumbeka Yenho, that's the minority leader there, Dr. Kaisel Ataforsin, asking all to join him, John Mahama, and the NDC to take power from the governing MPP. And if you're just joining us, this is 3FM 92.7, your election command center. This is our continuous coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch currently happening in Winneba in the central region. There's another NDC official on stage right now. Let's take a listen to what she's saying and then we'll come back to our conversation.
I crave your indulgence to stand on the established protocols to dissect the agricultural policies of the next NDC government. The agricultural sector is confronted with low production, low productivity, food losses, limited markets, and poor access to credit, among others. These have largely been occasioned by low investment in the agricultural modernization and the entire value chain, leading to food insecurity and the alarmingly high food inflation the nation is grappling with. Also confronting the sector is the problem of climate change and environmental degradation, aggravated by the increased rate of illegal mining. It is estimated that Ghana spends $2 billion, cedi equivalent of almost 32 billion, to import food annually to supplement local production. This places undue pressure on the cedi. Hence, the exchange rate, which was $1 to 4 cedis in 2016, is now $1 to almost 16 cedis in Ghana. We import tomatoes, pepper, onions, palm oil, among several other items. Trade data from Ghana Vegetable Producers and Exporters Association indicate that the annual tomato import from neighboring Burkina Faso has hit a staggering $400 million from an estimated $99.5 million in 2018. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, our national demand for pepper was 314,000 metric tons, out of which 121 metric tons, constituting 38.5%, was produced locally and 61.5% imported. Ghana spent a whopping $354.9 million on the importation of pepper into Ghana. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, food inflation, which was 22.6% in May 2024, is a major contributor to inflation in Ghana. The World Bank has ranked Ghana 6th in Africa with the highest food inflation. Ghana, which recorded its lowest food inflation of 5% in July 2024 under John Dramani Mahama, has recorded its highest of 61% in January 2023 under Nanado Bawumia government. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, in terms of the prevalence of moderate or severe food insecurity in Ghana, 12.9 million people, or 39.4% of the total population, were affected in 2022. According to the World Bank, the rising food inflation has pushed 850,000 people into poverty, joining the 6 million already in that category. Ghana has paid $12 million for the Pualugu multipurpose dam, for which no work has been done. Ghana's unemployment rate hit 14.7% in 2023. Ghana has expended almost $3 billion on a program called Planting for Food and Jobs, intended to ensure food availability and affordability. Yet, food inflation is ballooning. The next NDC government is committed to addressing these challenges through an Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, ITA, which will focus on modernizing agriculture and promoting agribusiness to reduce food inflation, ensure food security, boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the strategies crafted for the realization of the ITA is the Feed Ghana program, which will drive our nation towards food sufficiency. The program is imperative considering the imbalances between food production and consumption in Ghana. Under this program, the NDC government will feed the Ghanaian people as well as Ghanaian industries. We will foster symbiotic relationship between agriculture and industry to unlock the full potentials of our state and liberate the entire citizenry from abject poverty. Interventions for the realization of the objectives include, under food crops, the implementation of a transformational grains development project to increase the local production of maize, rice, soya beans, and sorghum. Production of roots and tubers through investment in research and the adoption of locally manufactured and approved technology. Restructure and strengthen the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority, GIDA. Implementing a vegetable development project called Yeridua to enhance the production of tomatoes, onions, pepper, and other vegetables. Under poultry, we are going to revamp the collapsing poultry industry by providing incentives for farmers and promoting local consumption under the Made in Ghana agenda. Rolling out a poultry farm to table project in collaboration with Poultry Farmers Association to boost poultry production. Implementing a broiler production cooperatives project involving at least 160,000 rural women each, producing 100 bags every 6 months. Roll out a livestock development project to boost meat and dairy production, especially of cattle, piggery, and small ruminants. The NDC will increase productivity and development of fisheries, aquaculture, and the blue economy as follows. Establish a Blue Economy Commission that will conserve marine and freshwater resources of the country and use them in a sustainable way to enhance economic development. Enhance aquaculture through improved fish genetics, commercial fingerling production, strengthen quality assurance and disease control, and support research and development in fisheries and aquaculture through institutional resources. Restore efficient pre-mixed fuel distribution through landing beach committees, provide technology to fishers, and enhance sea security to optimize fishing operations. And Ghana cocoa, baby, I could do say, cocoa, Gumana say, I will make cocoa, Yera Mama Pencil, 2016. Yati cocoa, enya 969,000 tons. And then I was say, cocoa Ghana Trino, I fit 2024 in 450,000 tons. Cocoa Yera Mama Toye, 2013, cocoa board Nyamfaswa, 2014, cocoa board Nyamfaswa, 2015, cocoa board Nyamfaswa. Ebra, Nana Kufuado, Eniba Omia Ebedi Akonyan. 2017 Cocoa Board Boka. 2018 Cocoa Board Boka. 2019 Cocoa Board Boka. 2020 Cocoa Board Boka. 2021 Cocoa Board Boka. 2022 Cocoa Board Boka. I was going to say 2023 Omudi Ababontin say Omanya Faso. Ya catch from Sanyano Cressa Cocoa Board and Yan Faso. Almost see the entire Yan Faso and say Omo to Omo Canibi Asheda, Dachi Yatu and 2 to 3 Mudia, Omanya Faso. Now just said your Cocoa Board, I could know. Abusiafo says here Yaka say for the first time in our history, Cocoa Board Ajibosia, our banks are Ghana ha. Abusiania bear 13 billion. Sabusiano, Cocoa Board say on to Mintia into a tiasha that say Dachi, Sanquala Wagana no bar, Omaba Betria, Etria a home, and see home. Says here Yanumoka say, Coco Sika buying an inano, Duduani inano, Omu Yusuno office, and Omdeka Krabi, Echo Equiafon in China. 2021, almost a Ghana Yakoko 1,045,000. Sabrano, Sika Omu Yusuno office, office expenditure, now 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. 2022, Cocoa Yati Yanosote, Yanya 1 million bill, Yanya 683,000. Now, Sika Yadino office, no, a Pejafri 1.7 billion, Echo do 2.6 billion Ghana cedis. 2023, the CEO Maimu Yara Hosam Kra. Cocoa Yaton Ghana Yina 655,000. Now, so office expenditure and acquire 3.4 billion Ghana cedis. Enti Cocoa scanning in Ano, Oma Yusuno office, Alquiafono, and Yahon Fasobia, and Fiansuni, MPP Abantia bonus, Amelquia Nibiada. Now, so my phone, I have Cocoa no Swabocano, Omutia bonus, at the ma, Womo. Says Yaka say, Yame Adma, now what you are anymore. I was a buying or the Cocoa boa, Eba, a boa for Fra or the Magana, a Piafo. Ghana, in fear at Biasam Yunini, the Ayan say a Quaman Sandrum, near Kojibosia and Sihua form, near the Abeto Cocoa, near the Cocoa no, Akotiaka. NDC Town 2016 Yakoyano, Yaji $1.8 billion. Now in Sihuano, 1.5%. Yet me and Nina Kama, Etiaka, or how be Anya Day, Ama. I fear Chairman 2023, Ghana Copabosiana, near $1.5 billion. Yakoya Mrafon say, Omiasani Asia Coco Satana Yentmintia, into Yanya 1.5 billion, Yanya $800 million. $800 million, and Yadiba Coco na, Yanya Coco Nina and Top, Sikano Sunina Sa, and Tidru Brazil Cotiano. Yantimian Trianina, and then say Yakosi Bronica Coco no tongue baku 350,000. Tongue Bianso ya bagi dunsia, and Tikoko away and Minesiano, Sayatia, I was here ton 350,000, Ekotiaka, and San at Yabacano, Yakuya Fono, Etumi, and Yabi. Says here a nay, Bosia Yakopa Beto Coco no, Coco Bord Koya, Yanyabi. One much atrocity. Oman na so omon kwagibio no mu pebi wo Ghana ha bosia na agina broche no ehunsi hu no ya na so a Ghana ha bosia wanya no fofofo kra no 30% interest and so be den waka say ehode ne moa je so obaje ha de na eno na ebebua wo na de otoso mi no say Cocoa Board na match omo twere nkata akoma omo bobosia ni nyina say obi amra na mo meboa ye na yema moma ye bosia omo de nkata ni nyina akoi ama wom hwe mu no wom se dabi de mo beje na no mantu antua ya de mamu bie wa nya de am betu atua enti ya fa sika ma ho nti se siai so mu bie Cocoa next week a sika ya de beto Cocoa wa ma mu no ebe ya den ena me no mo kasai se ukuta Cocoa bag na wa so koton na broche e wa broche dwoma wo se saba Ghana sika no mu a Cocoa bag bia no eye 9,720 cedis 97 million Cocoa bag bako enti ya hwe aban no sa 97 million no anya bibia kra no akuafo na dua Cocoa no de 6,000 de e wasa wo de ma akuafo no sa aban amfasa amma akuafo na eye 60 million na ene na edom kuma yɛne akuafoɔ ɛbɛte aban no so tua ɛdeɛn na NDC aban sɛ yɛbɛyɛ kuadwuma deɛ ɛbɛyɛ nie deɛ di kan ɔma kɔgye bosia atwa yɛ kookoo no nyinaa gu so mbɛdua $600 million sika no sa kookoo no nso ɔma ntumi anua ɔma ka kyerɛ akuafoɔ sɛ ɔma anua ɔmo mfuo yɛwura Jɔma ama ne NDC sɛ so nyame de ne ba bɛdi akonnwa yi a yɛbɛyɛ nhyehyɛ na akuafoɔ a yɛtwa mu mfuo a yɛanua no nyinaa aban aboa mo ama yɛdua saa kookoo no nyinaa ama kookoo no asan aba bio afei yɛbɛyɛ cocoa colleges our regions edua cocoa ni nyinaa na yɛakyerɛkyerɛ cocoa akuafoɔ sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ wɔn bɛhunu cocoa adwuma no so yie na yɛtrɛn wɔn moma no nso bi sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a sɛ yɛfa adwumayɛfoɔ ama wɔn ayɛ cocoa no ho adwuma a cocoa akuafoɔ ma nso ɛbɛtumi ayɛ adwuma no bie afei deɛ ɔtɔ so no sɛ NDC aban bɛdi akonnwa yi a na yɛwɔ akonnwa so no yɛkɔtɔn cocoa no a ne boɔ no yɛde mu nkyekyɛmu wɔ ha no 70% ɛna ma akuafoɔ sɛsi a cocoa bu a wɔ sɛsi a yi aban no kyɛ mu 9 aban fa mmiɛnsa ɛna ɔde baako ɛma akuafoɔ yɛwura mama so bɛdi akonnwa yi a sɛ wɔhwɛ akuafoɔ yi a cocoa adwuma no so bɛyɛ dɛ ɛbɛyɛ yie enti sika ɛbɛba cocoa no ho no wɔde dodoɔ no nyinaa bɛma akuafoɔ no na ɔmo de adua cocoa no dodo na ama Ghana nso so ɛnya mfasoɔ afei cocoa kuani bi a wɔ Ghana sɛ yɛwura mama bɛdi akonnwa yi a cocoa kuani bia obeko hospital free a health insurance unye bio if say cocoa board ebeye health insurance e dia ma cocoa kuani bia eti ya ma card na we cocoa kuani a ya register we a wanya card no eno an say we dey call hospital ewu a cocoa board besa renew ama wa kuani bia be call hospital won tua bio afei akuafo bonus na ayira no NDC aban besa the bonus na ye dey aba bio afei nro eye fertilizer yewura Jɔma ama otogu ho say yemfanya cocoa no otwetwere ho not for sale ebra ye fra konwa so ne enche fertilizer ni nwie na dodo na agu office yenuanu man bi before bae no omso amoton fertilizer no 80 Ghana akuafo na ntimi anto ento ma ni gu office ho proi auditor general the report abrai of parliament say fertilizer e proi enko ano na ne bo eye 239 million Ghana cedis eye titisika no almost 240 billion omo mani gu office SI kwa yewra mama say the fertilizer ne babio say be ya cocoa no beso obama akuafo free fertilizer yebema wonro na akuafo timi ayemfuo no ama cocoa na ayedai aye kama afei cocoa kuani bia wo Ghana ha yewra mama say yama wasonte say se kuadwuma no be ya ejinamo so akande bia mo de be cocoa adwuma no ebema cocoa adwuma na ye no se nyame ya adoma ode ni nyina bema mo na wata mochi na afei ya biabie cocoa processing factories na ye cocoa na no ye timidi bia ye chocolate ni wa bebre wa ha na ya fa mo ma ene mo nana no nyina so adwuma medamase nyame hiramu.
You're still here on your election command center. This is 3FM 92.7. And you just heard Eric Opoku. He is ranking member on the Agric Committee of Parliament, speaking to us, really, giving us an interpretation of what he said in English and also what the former President John Mahama said. That was quite interesting.
Yeah, I think this approach appears quite refreshing. We've had, I think he's about the second or third speaker we've had so far. Second after Atoforsen. And I think that's quite impressive. At least it's taking away the fatigue of listening to one person over and over.
Indeed.
And I see the interesting thing they are doing there. Everyone is speaking sector specific and giving breakdowns, nitty-gritties that President John Mahama
yes.
Probably touched on. Like, we were quite concerned about some of the policies that he touched on because we felt he didn't give enough detail. But at least a lot of the questions that we had, I think there have been some considerable amount of answers to that. I find it quite impressive. I like the delivery.
Julius.
Yes, I think that we should give it to Honorable Eric Opoku. He's been fantastic so far. I think he even did better than Dr. Atufosin, who's primarily was speaking on the economic and fiscal policies.
Yes.
I mean, you could see his in-depth understanding of the sector cocoa industry, and then he's been able to profess some kind of policies that will go down into solving some of the problems and challenges in the cocoa sector. He's done really, really well. I love the way he's been able to bring the policies down with regards to the cocoa industry and the way he's touched base with the local language.
Indeed.
After using the English to do whatever he wanted to
Grassroots
do.
communication. Right. We are going to cross over just right now because the MP for North Tongue, Samuel Okujeta Ablakwa, is mounting the podium to also give us
on
corruption. And ranking on foreign affairs as well. Let's go there and listen to what he has to say.
Female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, my own mother, Professor Nana Jenopoko Ejeman. I acknowledge our national executives and the well-established protocol, and of course, our distinguished Right Honorable Speaker. So I am to speak to you on the good governance and combating corruption aspect of our manifesto. And we must all recognize that the only way we can fight corruption, combat corruption, and defeat corruption is by having leadership which is trusted, which is incorruptible, which has the track record of being honest with the Ghanaian people. Character is key. Without character, the corruption fight cannot be won. Without integrity, the corruption fight cannot be won. And we all know that in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, we have a leader who has that character, who has that track record to fight corruption and to defeat corruption. So as I stand before you today, the joy I have is that even though we have been depressed by intercepting on a daily basis the evidence of their corruption, the evidence of their looting, the evidence of their state capture, I am glad that with President Mahama, the final interception, the interception of our victory will happen on the 7th of December 2024. Comrades, brothers and sisters, you hear on a daily basis some people saying the two parties appear the same. NPP, NDC are the same. In this fight against corruption, we refuse, we reject that baseless and unfounded claim that the two parties are the same. We are not the same. The NDC is different. We are not the same. Fortunately, President Mahama has been in office before. Did you ever hear President Mahama say that he woke up with a nightmare and so has decided to make a personal pledge, and so he's going to sink $58.1 million in the world's most expensive pit? That has never happened under any NDC leader, where God is deceived, the clergy are deceived, and the Ghanaian people are deceived. It has never happened and will never happen under President Mahama. That was not the only deceit with the 339 million CD National Cathedral. In the process, so many important edifices were demolished. As we speak, the Judicial Training Institute has been demolished. Judges' bungalows have been demolished. Scholarship Secretariat demolished. Passport Head Office demolished. NCCE bungalows demolished. Comsys IT firm demolished. Waterstone Realty Apartment Complex demolished. The Malian ambassador's residence demolished. So we have one leader who is a nation builder. He's building UGMC, building the Ridge Hospital, building the Shai Osudoku Hospital, building Terminal 3, building Kumasi Airport, building Tamale Airport, building Ho Airport. And another leader is demolishing, destroying in a deceptive pledge where he says he will not use our taxes. How can you say that these two people are the same, that these two parties are the same? President Mahama did not promise that under his tenure, he will make sure that the era of sole sourcing comes to an end. And then we discover in a 2023 Auditor General's report that apparently 87%, unprecedented, unseen before, 87% of Cocoa Road projects were all single source. And guess what? Baumia's brothers at the center of that inflated single sourcing scandal. That is according to the Auditor General's report. We never saw this under President Mahama. Under President Mahama, we never saw a situation where he allows a cabinet minister to purchase state assets. And only this week, President Akufo-Addo has been saying that the brouhaha, the agitation by organized labor, all of that was needless. Can you believe that? Such naked conflict of interest. We never saw that under President Mahama. So, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that our country is headed in the wrong direction. When you read the Afrobarometer Democracy Risk Report, it says 9 out of 10 Ghanaians believe that Ghana is heading in the wrong direction. That same Afrobarometer says that corruption is at an all-time high. Indeed, if you read the Corruption Perception Index over the last 4 years, we have stagnated. Their best performance is President Mahama's worst performance. So when it comes to good governance, President Mahama is unmatched and unrivaled. I can confirm to you this afternoon that President Mahama's manifesto, the Resetting Ghana Manifesto, has the most far-reaching policies to uproot corruption, to ruthlessly deal with corruption and end corruption once and for all. Whereas the others are silent on corruption in their manifesto, President Mahama confronts corruption head on. And one of the things I love about his anti-corruption policies is that he says that we are going to have, for the first time in our history, a state assets registry. We will all, as Ghanaians, know where our state assets are. In Parliament, for more than 2.5 years, we have been asking them to tell us the state of our public lands. They cannot tell us. They cannot publish the list. And yet, on a daily basis, they are selling the state lands. They can't tell us how many bungalows we have. They can't tell us the acreage of our forest left. And yet, when they die, you see in their wills, forests, Ramsar sites, where they have willed to their nephews forever. President Mahama is saying that that impunity is going to end and we are going to have a state assets register. I am also excited about the details of Operation Recover All Loot. You heard President Mahama talk about that. He wants the Ghanaian people to know that nobody will get away with the looting that has happened in our country. All the scandals that we have seen from National Cathedral, from PDS, from the COVID-19, Ejapa, PDS, Skytrain, Poalugo Dam, the appearance fees, the ambulance spare pass, President Mahama says he is going to launch an impartial, credible inquiry and forensic audits into all of these loots. And for those of you who have been asking, brilliant proposals from President Mahama, how is he going to fund them? Operation Recover All Loot will help us to fund these projects a great deal. As we speak, a gentleman called Kari Summers is keeping our $6 million in America. there are some shonky sheikhs keeping our $2.4 million in Dubai under a so-called Sputnik V scandal. Sputnik V manufactured in Russia, and yet this Akufo-Addo government, they were in Dubai looking for Sputnik V. When the Russian embassy in Accra told us that they have been waiting for us, other governments are dealing with the Russian government formally. We were dealing with middlemen, shonky sheikhs. Skytrain, $2 million. All of these sums, Ejapa, $12 million, Poalugu, $11.9 million. We are saying, Operation Recover or Loot will retrieve all of these looted funds for national development. President Mahama is also saying in the manifesto that we will collaborate with the judiciary to establish a special court for persons who adverse findings have been made against them by the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee. President Mahama is also saying that for the first time in the history of Ghana, we will legislate, have a special legislation on scholarships. And as former Deputy Minister for Education, I know the scholarships regime in Ghana is uncoordinated. You have Scholarship Secretariat, you have GMPC, you have Cocoa Board, you have all kinds of institutions carrying out scholarships. We are going to have one law, coordinated, and what I love most about this law is that politicians, politically exposed persons, family members of government officials, as you heard President Mahama say, are going to be prohibited. They will be totally banned from accessing scholarships. Scholarships will return to the brilliant but needy. I am also excited that President Mahama has indicated, when you go through the manifesto, that he is going to collapse the practice of having a special emoluments commission to deal with only Article 71 office holders. He is going to break the gap between Article 71 office holders and Ghanaian workers. So he will put together one body, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, and then the Emoluments Commission will be put together as one body to take care of wages, to take care of remuneration and the conditions of service of Ghanaians, so that the gulf between Article 71 office holders and the rest of Ghanaian workers, that gulf will be bridged and addressed once and for all. President Mahama is also saying that our friends in the media, he is going to repeal all anti-press freedom laws and fully implement the RTI. The RTI has too many exemptions and too many institutions who are not implementing the right to information law. He is saying that under his watch, he will make sure that we have the full operationalization of the RTI. Finally, to the diplomats who are here, you will be excited to hear that President Mahama says that he is going to respect international law, respect the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. The inviolability of diplomatic missions will be protected. This practice unseen before only under the Akufo-Addo government, where embassies are being demolished, the Nigerian High Commission properties, the Bulgarian embassy, that era is coming to an end, and all diplomatic missions can carry out their diplomatic assignments in peace and stability. The demolition of embassies because of looting, land grab, state capture is coming to an end. And that is another exciting policy to look out for, in addition to a friendly foreign policy climate that will enhance good governance and deepen partnerships and make us a country that is friendly to all persons. Novinho, mie gboglomba, afififiava subo akpa, alakpa ava subo akpa, achingli nito over gblendua, over gblengana, nana kama nyonyomo, ta manifesto ya, nana le manifesto ame, ne ameshiame, ta ele vevien ba, December 7, mi fokaba, na mi adakona, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, na adonye ya owo 2013 to 2017, na watrava ava yiji na Ghana miatenchi akpo fafa na ingoyi ava na afukpa ya mi pakpama asugwakpa na ikata na jo akpanami maune yami miaweva odo akpa. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, MP for Norton. Next is the affable Shamima Muslim, speaking on gender and social protection. She's a distinguished broadcaster and a feminist, and she's a new kid on the block. And all our opponents are afraid. All they do is attack her on Facebook and all their social media networks. But yentijai mebwana yegususa. So let's welcome Shamima Muslim. Thank you.
Ezuza. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. As my sister has said, I am speaking on the highlights on gender, children, disability inclusion, and social protection. Permit me, Your Excellency, to stand on existing protocols as a result of time. Greetings to you, my dear mothers, Lodina and Prof. I would like to express my utmost humility and deepest gratitude to the NDC and to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on behalf of the industrious, hard-working women of Ghana, those who lead, those who birth, those who guide, teach, till the land, feed, nurture this nation, those women who create, innovate, and build this nation, women who step up and just get the work done, period. I'd like, on behalf of the young girls, like Habiba, Lamisi, Saha, Ewanam, Patricia, Adjoa, across every nook and cranny of this country, of our dear nation, dreaming new dreams because of this exact moment. On behalf of our dear children, for whom we labor and pray for their protection, their safety, and their growth. On behalf of the resilient citizens who are differently abled and yet show up every day, overcoming daunting barriers to tell us loudly that disability is not inability. On behalf of our aged and infirmed who have broken their backs to build this nation, toiled that their sweat nourishes our dear country, guided us towards the light with their wisdom and counsel, our aged and elderly who today are being robbed of their life savings and being made to live in dignified lives. They are part of our reality. Together with all of them, we say thank you now and in anticipation, Your Excellency, in advance for seeing us, for hearing us, and for promising to amplify our voices, our stories, our images, and for your unalloyed commitment to the Ghana we want to build together, where we all belong, and for inviting us to build this Ghana with you. But be not surprised about the agency with which the next NDC government, under the leadership of His Excellency John Mahama, intends to center the issues of women, youth, and persons with disability and children. Our nation is in deep crisis, occasioned by the dire economic crisis the NPP has plunged us into, one that has pushed over 850,000 Ghanaians into poverty, majority of whom are women, the aged, children, and persons with disability. Our social democratic ethos of non-discrimination, equity, and social justice, creating an inclusive society where everyone can participate fully and equally in our social, economic, and political lives, will not allow the NDC to treat these unprecedented vulnerabilities without agency. The NDC and its antecedent has the history of the most transformative effects on women empowerment and social inclusion. We know how to create mass opportunities for our people. We know how to share the gains of progress equitably for the majority, not a clannish few. Yes, indeed, we know. We know how to unite and not divide our country, especially in times of crisis. Yes, indeed, we know. And we know how to build strong institutions like the Gender and Children and Social Protection Ministry we bequeathed to the NPP. And today that ministry is a pale shadow of its dynamic past. Therefore, in the next 4 years, we commit to significantly expand economic opportunities for our most vulnerable, increasing social and political representation of women and persons living with disability, and socially protect our elderly and our children. Specifically, ladies and gentlemen, we will strengthen the legal framework for the political inclusion of women and underrepresented groups by implementing fully the Affirmative Action Bill. We will mandate a 30% quota for women in all political appointments and pass the Property Rights of Spouses Bill, the Domestic Workers Bill, amongst others. On economic empowerment and inclusion, we will launch the Women in Agricultural Initiative to promote young women's participation in the agricultural sector by expanding access to land in agricultural zones, along with financial and business support to feed this nation and to create sustainable jobs. To support victims of gender-based violence, the next NDC administration will launch a zero tolerance for domestic violence and sexual harassment in Ghana campaign, and will facilitate the establishment of 16 regional shelters and comprehensive support services for victims of gender-based violence. You may clap for that. We will develop a survivors care kit for victims of gender-based violence, including free legal services, medical examination, emergency contraception for women, HIV prophylaxis, mental health care services, and other necessary medication. We will initiate a national school-related gender-based safety program for the protection of all peoples and students. On social protection for our aged, we will introduce the EBAN, which is a fancy word for protection. We will introduce the EBAN elderly welfare system to enable Ghanaians above 60 years to have priority and free access to social and health services, as well as public transport and public spaces. If we have given most of our elderly painful haircuts, we owe it a duty to them to ease their burdens. To support our community of differently abled, the NDC mandates a minimum 5% hiring of persons with disabilities in the public sector. You may clap for that, ladies and gentlemen. And we will enforce the Ghana Accessibility Standards to build on built environment adopted in 2016 to facilitate access to public places for persons with disability. For our headquarters, my dear sisters, popularly called Kayayes, it saddens my heart to no end when we and many others encounter you in our markets with smiles on your face despite the haunting reality of your life. Your father, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, says he sees himself in you and he sees you in him. The only difference is between your two realities is opportunity. In that regard, His Excellency has pledged, therefore, to address the situation of our Kayayes by expanding educational opportunities through scholarships, vocational training in their interest areas, enterprise development, and as well as other social assistance programs for our Kayayes and other vulnerable groups. In conclusion, Your Excellency, distinguished invited guests, the next time you hear about gender, inclusion, social protection, don't ask who are stopping them. Rather, be reminded about the words of Nelson Mandela when he said that the true character of a society is revealed in how it treats its children, its elderly, its vulnerable, and of course, its women. Our manifesto is a reflection of our values, and we invite you to join us on this journey towards a more just, equitable, and a compassionate society. Remember, on December 7th, 2024, the elections is about hope, it's about justice, it's about equity. Vote for the NDC, vote for John Dramani Mahama, vote for the NDC parliamentary candidates. Vote because you are a true patriot. It does not matter which political party you belong to. And as I heard recently, vote because doing the right thing can never be wrong. On behalf of the Gender Committee and our Chair, Nanoye, and the entire membership of the committee, once again, I invite you to vote. Vote for change, vote for resetting this country, vote for equity, vote for accountability. A vote for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is a vote for women. Let us support him to amplify the marginalized voices in our society. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shamima. I thought we could do it better. Thank you very much, Shamima. Next is Baba Sadiq, parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North. He is speaking on Zongo development. With a round of applause, let's welcome Baba Sadiq to the microphone. He is parliamentary candidate for the Okai-Kwe Central Constituency.
Good afternoon. Yanzongo kunananga. Bambujunku kunananga. Mazajen zongo kunananga. Matan zongo kunananga. Matasan zongo kunananga. All right. So I'm presenting the manifesto on Zongo development and inner city areas. When I'm done with this, delivering it in English, I'll translate it in Hausa for the benefit of all Hausa speakers as well. The next NDC government commits to implementing targeted affirmative action measures aimed at bringing significant development gaps and accelerating growth in Zongo communities and inner city areas. This is aimed at promoting social equity, stimulating economic development, and fostering social inclusion for a more balanced and prosperous Ghana. To achieve these goals, we will establish the Soyeya Fund to provide working capital for SMEs in Zongo communities. We will also reduce the extremely high Hajj fares. In the lifetime of every Muslim, attending or experiencing Hajj even once in their lifetime is a desired objective. Currently, and in the past 8 years, Hajj fares have become extremely high. It is one of the objectives of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. We'll also initiate an educational infrastructure program to expand educational infrastructure in Zongo and inner cities, including establishing 3 new Islamic secondary schools in the northern, middle, and southern belts. We would also establish STEM and TVET model schools in selected regions to serve selected Zongo communities. The next NDC government would also commence an infrastructure upgrade of the Al-Farouk College of Education. It is worthy to note that in 2015, even though the Al-Farouk College of Education is a private institution, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama started the process to expand access at the college. Would also facilitate accreditation of Islamic schools, such as the Institute of Islamic Research, to support the training of more Arabic school teachers. The next NDC government would also provide scholarships to Zongo and inner city students, particularly in the fields of law, medicine, and engineering and ICT. We will also facilitate partnerships to establish Islamic tertiary institutions and link Zongo and inner city communities to opportunities under the National Apprenticeship Program. Salaam alaikum. Annabi Muhammad. Farko zan mika gaisuwa zuwa yan jaman Zongo duka baki daya. Kuma za mu gode muku on behalf of jam'iyyar NDC da irin soyayyen da kuka gwada da NDC shekaru. In kuka duba har wa yau, in kuka duba irin constituencies na musulmai ko Zongo ke da yawa har wa yau, kowane constituency duka Zongo da musulmai kun ba NDC. From daga Nima har ka zo a Yawasu North, har ka zo ka wuce Madina, ka zo ka shiga a Yawasu Central, ka zo a Bilikuma Central, ka zo har ka zo ya sunan shi Asawasi, ka zo Niyo Dibiase, ka zo Ejurase Chidumase, ka zo wurin Afram Plains, ka zo ka wuce ka je Tachiman, ka je Kintampo har ka kai Boku, wanga seat, wanga wurare duka musulmai yan Zongo kun gwada muna soyayya shekaru ke ga. Saboda irin abu haka za mu so sabon gwamnatin NDC, gwamnatin da ya haul mulki sabon shekara, muna so mu kokarta muku irin abu haka. Saboda irin abu haka za mu so in ka duba His Excellency John Dramani Mahama promises na ya muna ko alkawalin na ya muna mu yan Zongo ya dedicate guda har 6 ta wurin ilimi, neman ilimi da developmentin yara ko matasan Zongo. Cikin manifesto promises shi ya bari mun sani kaman zai so ya zo ya kafa Islamic secondary school guda uku, guda daga arewa, guda kuma daga sakiyan Ghana, guda kuma daga southern Ghana. Kuma ya bari mun sani kaman zai zo ya zo kafa makarantun zamani ta wurin STEM, wurin science, engineering, technology, maths da irin aikin hannu wurin TVET don matasanmu yanguwa su ci amfani shi. Kuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ya bari da NDC ya bari mun sani kamar ya muna alkawali kamar in muka zo mulki kan da ya fara develop Al Farouk College of Education zai zo ya continue 2015 in kun tuna da shi ya fara expand, amma in the last 8 years in nan ba mu gan komai kai ba. Ya muna alkawali kamar in ya zo kuma zai zo ya expand saboda yaran mu ko matasan mu da suke neman su koyi abu su zama teachers. Kuma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ya bari mun sani kamar in ya zo da new government shi zai so ya ba irin institutes kamar Islamic Research dai ba su izini don kuma da taimako zon su iya su korkota muna wurin koyar da malamai makarantar yammu. Kuma ya bari mun sani the next NDC government scholarship mu focus mu musamman zai zama kan yaran mu ko matasan mu da suke neman su koya abu ta wurin shari'a law, ko wurin su zama doctorate, ko su zama engineers, ko wurin ICT. Na jori. Kuma ya bari mun sani kuma kaman cikin manifesto mu kaman zai so gwamnatin shi za mu samu alaka ko link da irin garuruka ko organizations na za su so su tanye Ghana ko da state of Ghana mu establish sabon universities daga Ghana ta wurin Zongo da na musulmai na gwamnati. Bayan wanga guda shida ta wurin neman ilimi da education yaran mu ko matasan mu, ya bari mun sani kuma saboda neman cin gaban Zongo da kasuwancin Zongo ya ce muna kaman zai zo ya create muna soyayya fund saboda yan unguwa jama'an Zongo duka, ko mai sayar da koko, ko mai dunki, mai sayar da shanu, kaya da mutane da masu jejuma duka, don ku samu taimako ku iya kusa cikin aikin da kuke yin shi. Yau in kuka duba an ce muna kaman vice presidentin gari, mataimakin presidentin gari shi musulmi ne, amma abu gudan na musulmi duka ke so yayi cikin laifin shi guda shine cikin rayuwar shi shine zai so ya samu hajj ko so guda ne cikin rayuwar shi. Amma yau kuka duba da za mu fita government ya ba mu mun gode His Excellency Dr. Muhammad da NDC sun bari mun sani kaman ta wurin lamarin haji zon ya muna sauki yan zango da musulmai kowa ya ci amfanin shi zai so ya zo rage muna kudin lamarin haji. Yau kudin haji almost 18,000 cedis 800 million kudin dada ya ce muna kaman ya zo zai so ya rage wannan duka. Bayan wanga kuma ya bari mun sani kuma kaman in ya zo zai so ya kara muna holiday kan Idil Fitr. Saboda irin matsalolin da muke samu ta wurin sallah. Da shi irin shirye-shiryen ga duka muna so mu jawo hankalin ku duka. Shekaran ga in kai ka fito zongo, shekaran ga in ka ce irin soyayyen da kuka bamu shekaru cikin zongo, ku tuna kama akwai mutum guda mai gaskiya, mutum guda na yi muna kokari, mutum guda na shi ya gwada muna soyayya cikin zongo, mutum guda na ya muna alkawali dai make sure kamar yaranmu sun ci amfanin gwamnati shi, ya muna alkawali kamar yan zongo duka za mu ci amfanin sabon gwamnati shi. Da shi don Allah in kana jin mu yau ko ina kake duka ka tuna in da je a yi election, ka tuna His Excellency Dr. Muhammad da NDC, ka tuna da matasan zongo kamar irin mu da NDC za su ba mu opportunity don cin gaban zongo. Jama'a, salamu alaikum.
Choboy, are you here? Choboy. Hey, Yazoo. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is an exceptional woman. She's not just a woman, but an exceptional woman. She's a woman of substance, a woman of integrity. This woman started as a lecturer. She served as the head of department at the English department at the University of Cape Coast. From there, she rose to become the dean of the Faculty of Arts. She's also the founding dean of the School of Graduate Studies at UCC. She served in that role. Now, due to her sterling leadership, in the year 2008, she was appointed as Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, breaking the glass ceiling as the first female to be Vice Chancellor of a public university. Choboy! In 2009, she was elected as Ghana's representative on UNESCO's executive board. More importantly, this woman has served as education minister, and it was under her that we saw the construction of several community-day senior high schools, E-blocks, 46 of which were fully completed and operationalized. It was under her that teacher training institutions were converted into tertiary level colleges of education. Choboy. It was under her that polytechnics were converted into technical universities. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a quintessential woman with 3 children, all of whom have PhDs. A woman who speaks with discretion and wisdom. After she speaks, you don't have to issue a statement to apologize or clarify. Choboy, with a standing ovation and a rousing round of applause. With a standing ovation and a rousing round of applause. Make welcome to the microphone the incoming Vice President, by the grace of God, the first female Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajema.
by acknowledging the next President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chairman of our beloved party, and Nananum too, and go on to recognize our lady, the sign language interpreter, and all of us who are here. And I want to acknowledge especially those who are outside. If they can hear me, I want them to know how much we appreciate them. They don't have the comfort of a seat, but they have kept faith. And that is NDC. We keep faith with our party. So I greet all of us who are here and those who are not able to join us. We often describe constitutions as living documents, and manifestos serve as blueprints for progressive policies and democratic development. While dynamic audiences such as these remind us all about the importance of people-centered projects. It is no coincidence, therefore, that we have met in Winneba, and this city has long been recognized as a center for development in education, culture, and vision. Intebusuafo momo nyina akwaba. Meda wana say, da wada ho wodom NDC. Oma party no mo ayeda wa mo bi apo rebaka ho. Yes, obi ambra, ye jobia, ye. So we have heard the manifesto, and many of our speakers have come before me, and I want to recognize each of them. And the manifesto is the culmination of many town hall meetings, community engagements held across the country and led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And therefore, when we call it the People's Manifesto, or that we are resetting Ghana, this is not a decision a few of us have made indoors. This is our collective responsibility and our collective strategy, having come to the collective realization that we need to move in another direction. So, I also want to recognize Professor Danso Boafo, the chair of all the efforts. I've never seen anyone so patient, so focused, so determined. Prof, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate all the work, all the sacrifices, all the tolerance that you have put in order to bring us here today. And of course, all the members too. And again, to all those who made Association Loop and Abidjan Close their second and third homes, I want to say ayuko to all of you. It has been a long walk, but we have arrived at the right destination. So we are not complaining. Actually, we are just happy. So, this launch today is the result of a visionary initiative commissioned by His Excellency Mahama some 4 years ago, and it has sustained us in the policy direction through its incubation right to its evolution and the launch today. With foresight, His Excellency asked for the beginning of crafting of what might someday become a manifesto. And even if it didn't, it would have been the collection of thoughts, the collection of strategies that we might hand over to another group. And since it's all within the party, there was no problem. So, over the past 4 years, we have engaged in countless discussions, debates. We have come to agreements and compromises and refined many drafts and revisions to bring this document to life. We came from the party, but also from stakeholder organizations, civil society, many other concerned groups, anyone who wished to be part of the drive to change things for the better. Therefore, we have included input from private citizens because that is also very important. As a party, we have a proud tradition of listening to diverse perspectives. As is often said here in the Central Region, those standing behind us have the clearest view of whether the path we are laying is straight or not. This philosophy has resulted in what is being launched today, which is truly a collective document shaped by contributions from Ghanaians from all walks of life, regardless. So, what we are proposing, in collaboration with Ghanaians at home and across the globe, is what it is that has been elaborately conveyed by His Excellency and a couple of persons. I wish to begin with education. The NDC remains unwavering in its commitment to quality and accessible education for all Ghanaian children, from kindergarten through senior high school to the university and beyond. Education is a bedrock of national development, and we are determined to ensure that every child, no matter their background, has access to a conducive learning environment. To achieve this, we will prioritize personnel quality, provision of infrastructure and learning material, and especially the relevance of what the learners are acquiring towards our future development. And we will pay particular attention to our schools in the rural areas and in deprived areas. Having said that, what I'm trying to say is that the education goes beyond the infrastructure. Although that is basic, it is fundamental. It ought to have been there, but it has not been. And that is why we pay attention to it. And we also pay attention to the quality of the facilitators of the whole learning process. And that explains why we keep raising the quality of teacher preparation and teacher training. Vocational and technical education is a very important area of focus. With approximately 70% of our population under the age of 30 and 50% under the age of 18, it is imperative that we prepare our youth for the job market. And I would like to plead here that we look at our semantics again. If somebody went to the vocational school, it is because he is so endowed to go there. It is not so much because he couldn't. We need to tone that language so that the students will feel appreciated and will feel encouraged and will know that we appreciate them also for the talent that God has given them. We know without them, all the value addition and so on may elude us. Our manifesto also emphasizes digital literacy, and I think my boss has spoken at length on that. But our vision is very clear. We want and will support an education system that prepares every Ghanaian child for a bright future, and a child who is rooted in their global knowledge through our rich cultural legacy. We consider this to be very, very important. And therefore, all the things that have been spoken about in education support this philosophical underpinning. Now, let me highlight our women. We recognize the role of women, and Shamima, thanks for emphasizing all of it. It's very, very important, and we agree with you. But distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you also know in this country where we stand as women. In fact, before I go on, where are the women here? If you don't mind,
I would like all the women to stand just for a moment. Actually, we've been sitting for too long, so it's okay. And I want all of you to clap in appreciation. I want you all to clap in appreciation for what the NDC and for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has done for us. By bringing one of us into the public light, he has brought all of us. Thank you very much. You may sit down. So, Echi, we want to thank you very, very much. And you know, as women, we have all kinds of peculiar problems that only we know, that only we experience. He already talked about how our bodies naturally function and how that can even stop us from moving forward. It is not by accident that when you look at enrollment from P1 to P3, it's almost stable. But you look at P3 to P6, the drop comes after P6, and you ask yourself, why is this happening? And now we know why. And so we made a bold step to ensure that girls can also go to school, stay in school, move up as high as they can, and realize the potential in them. And of course, our bodies didn't just start functioning that way. It's just been who we are. We also know our economic challenges more than others. And what are some of them? For all kinds of reasons, we are not able to stay in school, and that is something we are going to work on aggressively, to remove all the bottlenecks, to remove all the obstacles that prevent girls from moving up. But meanwhile, a lot of us are up there already, and we may have missed a few things. So what happens? It is not by accident again that in this country, many, many women are in the small-scale businesses. Na yenso ni enyim faso no ana amboa emesi afono wa ha aze na yeton ana yenton aze yeton aze enye jeti kasibia po na yehwehwe na yekohe yanko yem papa ho a yeboko nana ne fie yanko nana ne fie nda MP sukra no wenwu amenze wo MP de bebia na rekoni fie ana eboko wo fa ne fie ana amboa ana eboko ba benyi ni fie denti na nko ba besia no o se ne nyimde onyi bi denti na onyi bi ehwa inum ye nsama yerbisa. So what's the solution to all of this? Or we'll go and borrow. Which bank? The bank will say bring a collateral. What is it? The papers to your car. Na car na ye will be a tro ne fopo wa ya asam. And then stood up for what done the papers bra. What am I te busua fie? I don't know one could take a far a busiana crate, na etoko that's a kajabusia. And so the bank no entire alcohol. And so ye hiambwa. So then what do? We go to somebody who will lend us money. Yes, he will lend us the money, but the interest on that money is not even what we are seeing as 40% from the banks. Sometimes 100 or more. Ebusia fomoboa. Say who the mamanzin. In say fee ya baya dan. Ena yako bank onyeye. Ena yako bobosia osun. Inti ya baya dan. Inti here abana oti mesiafase. In here political party ya obu mesiafo. Na party onye maohi. Onye National Democratic Congress. Nenya president so obu mesiafo. Oti mesiafo wonsu. Ibiko onye wana. Onye His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. No wakaya nyina yentira bom no wakadenti ya baya dan. Insanya ya pede eta akwa ya papa ho. Eta akwa ho po a ho ayebufu ana amaboa. Wabaka ho za akiro. Na de bebia arabaze oto na aza na wabaka. Na enya hia ne pede ya boka wo. Asam na motinyin. Enti yeso okay sadamza abane hwehwe hia ya bank mahin. Ya pia bank otse hia na ase. Yempe bank obaka da yankafa collateral mbra yenyibi. Yempe bank obaka da yankafa yan ka no hu papers mbra. Hena asase kakrakan, hena ejapa yenyibi. Into what's you? What's it? Obey handed. Into so kada ye Women's Development Banker. O se asamdo. Enya asamdo nko te enye de. Yenye sika ntona zo. ɔyɛ nsɛm bi otum sisi wɔhɛnda abrabom ebi wɔ hɔ po a nya wo pɛ nso na beebi akɔ ekegyina no more than yɛn ebi so afa asɛm amerika wɔtase paa ana wɔtase wɔtase paa ebi so wɔ hɔ a akɔbɔ ne bosian a ɔkɔkya ko na ɔkɔto collection ɔbɛkɔ ho dza akyerɛ ntu ɔmɛka nso akɔto collection ana amaboa ɔbɛfa nnwom wɔ wuto kreti wɔanyim da wɔa na ɔnyɛro kasa no abaaraba ɛndɛ gyina wɔabu yɛ akyi ma ɔbɛyɛ bɛpu ɛyɛ bɔhwɛ ɛdze ne kaw nsi women's development bank no ɔde sika no ma ɔda bosia nsi ho wɔ ho a ɔde fom bɔkɔɔ ɔnye wɔayɛ nhyehyɛ papa ɔbɛma advisory services ɔba guide ɔbɛ mental na ɔdanda no ɔbɔdo baby no na mfaso ebenya na ehu a ɔsanda mfaso no so kyɛn nsi ho na ɛrekotua no ebotum de sika no bi ɛdze ahyɛ wɔadze tonim ɔbɔdo baby na wo capital no ɔretrɛw ana na business no orinyin na wɔfa so no na so ma adwen na ndo de eka da wɔfa ne papa no ho na so ko ama wɔn haircut nti onyaze ebotum ya akoko hopi nti women's development bank no orba it is here to empower female entrepreneurs and small business owners by providing low interest loans, financial education and sustainable support. These initiatives will create job opportunities and break down the financial barriers that many women face when starting and sustaining business. Ewa nti so business ni so o so. Ewa ni enjuma doso anambwa. Emesiafo onjinze de enjuma doso. Say ye kofie. Nti asoma America menyimfo na agya atuma ma. Dentra. O send on ho so kra won kwan murubu anamboa. Say ye badodo. Nti say si ana ya atso do no so wa free. Ana nti menyimfo no account menyimfo no won bon se me mesiafo. Oh, so mo se me mesiafo no send Damazi obaba bobo wan. So this initiative comes as no surprise to some of us because we have been long aware of NDC's long-standing commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment as essential pillars of national progress. And we know what our predecessors in the PNDC to the December Women's Movement and all did. It is also not surprising that it is NDC that pays attention to markets. We have heard of KJT, even if you haven't gone there. We have heard of Kotokraba and so many other markets. And sometimes you are driving or walking by, and the women who are converting our raw material into adding value are the ones sitting under some shed. The floor not even cemented, no washroom, nothing for their children. And in the end, you ask, so who buys the material and at what cost? So they need help in this area too. And you know, my American today, say begoya once the can one pose when you dado. Mankesim, I might turn as well mankesim. What's the can? And I was in Kahu. Makola, oh no, yemi. Hello, no, baby. Also, the Kahu. Na me busiafo me pia wan sam na wa egomno wa market mankani ya won fanchem te banki lanya wo so bank ka ho I don't want them into obiara ka ho obiara beye bi asama yer kanyen ye wie su ne ba employment ayembe ye wonye adwuma ye ono so boss aka ne 24-hour economy nizi obiara jatu na wo me yembo nsem me youth one way and bones some my but the power 133. Ozazana to phone boko. Share a pede quick and you use in your jumata. I will from one. Jiwanutum or what's a washa bida. Fenin out to enchant. Jiwanutum as I some no yo. Ebushafuya than Obo Drew. What's it when I Baba? Now journals obey Juma. Into 24-hour economy, men can want some Sunday. Yenra, Waba can want SMP, may you now so yata say. Now, Piade make a health care kakra. ehu ya na apomudzen na numu ha ono so ya atipi na dama na ote da hen mesiafo so dama wa abo hen no eye hen so ye wo ye nzem ote inti se bibi dam na ze chiefs compound na abian hen eye ne ze mo from to hen na akoko anofa kesa ahomache ne ze wona akọ hospital sister sembo a inti demi na bibi bian wa inti ehwanzeme pi wo ha wore ye nese wo friend hen so a eye hen so ye ze anjo ne kakra baka ho a na adze no wezi mu ana onte dem inti bebi o man ka do ha mesi afonko na wore ye nyeme bi wo ze twetwe ba echi sister wo say kokko wanyim nefesi wenyu adoda Mary ya no odo obi so otene ye enye mo ho eri ya mo bi na ho na nhira do owo nse busuafo nda ya atini pi ya bedo obi a wa bakasa wa ha obi a wa bakire na adwen oho na wa aba oho na wa aboa no oho na wotene dem yes ya da ho na se. So this manifesto is not a set of attractive or empty promises. It is a roadmap to a better future for every Ghanaian. It is also our social democratic blueprint for building the Ghana we all want together. Together, for say atase, obia so na hozen, obia ni nyimizi, obia nember, obia na zeka ho, ni yetumi ye pia ye ho, ye za akwenyim. Nso onye do president na nko no any problem, onye no problem. Oye he nyina ye problem. Na mu wenyi dadodo obia so baba, wa baye mobotum. Na ya asesa bebi ayete ya asesa he na busua ya asesa nzemepi na oma no afane ntempa we fra inti damna na ocha da ebra party le to man ebra party na ote he na ase ebra party na oba oye mpuntudwuma yanto aba njehwe yeto aba de mpuntudwuma embra yanwema yeto yes development is our goal ana inti the minti ne yaba nyanda da na akohwi na slangs bi na the slogan on for kwanim nyono inti na yaba de yerbe adwuma. We are confident in the victory ahead, and the NDC has a good track record as well as a renewed vision. We are motivated by confidence in our skills and the goodwill of our fellow citizens. Progress is within our reach and the reach of every Ghanaian, regardless your age, religion, whatever that differentiates you. And we are here to present something very, very meaningful to reset Ghana. It's going to be hard work, but you and I know that by the grace of God, we will get there. So to vote for the NDC is to put your trust in the statement that Ghana can get better. Thank you very much.
This is your Election Command Center. This is 3FM 92.7. Continuous coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch. If you're watching us, the Speaker of Parliament is just greeting the supporters there with people cheering him, and of course other dignitaries of the party on. Obviously excited. You can see Jenana Opoku, the woman who just spoke, hugging the NDC dignitaries there. And yes, those passionate hugs she's given again, just, almost the same as she did when she was unveiled on the 24th of April 2024. And you heard her speak some moments ago. Her focus on establishing the Women Development Bank. And that last statement she made, to vote for the NDC is to put your trust in the fact that Ghana can get better. If you've been following us from the beginning of our coverage, you'd realize that we've brought you a lot of analysis. We've also brought you speeches from this ongoing event in Winneba in the Central Region. A swing and an interesting region. Who would want to miss votes from that place? I'm doing this with Michael Ogbodu, Helen Ampofu. Johnny Hughes is also around. And of course, we've got our analyst here, Julius Jima, in studio with us. And if you're watching us on Facebook, 3FM 9927, you will see people dancing to the music currently being played. That's Nasi singing there. You can see the vice presidential candidate, Professor Nana Jenopoku-Agyeman, dancing. She is with former gender minister Nana Oyebampo. So you're still listening to that music by Nasir. He's live in Winneba in the Central Region. Like I told you, Michael Ogbodu is here, Julius Jima as well. Helen Ampofu is here with us. Johnny Hughes hanging around somewhere. And so, yeah, I mean, Michael, you're on.
I think overall, the NDC ought to be commended for the entire packaging. Coming from a production perspective, I think the visuals have been very engaging, compelling. You see a lot more structure. You see a lot more of intentionality from what we are seeing and what we are feeling from the grounds. I think that's quite commendable, and kudos to the media team behind this. I think they've pulled it off very smoothly. Give or take, we've had about 2 hours of speeches.
Different personalities coming in.
And it has been quite refreshing. We've seen at least 4 to 5 different local dialects used amidst the speech delivery. Very refreshing, and you can see, like I said earlier, a lot of intentionality there and the efforts there to communicate as much as possible and to maximize the time. We've seen them switch from English to the local dialects in which they delivered. I thought this has been really very thoughtful approach to manifesto presentation. I don't know if this format has ever been used before, but I find this very ingenious.
Michael, your overall assessment of what we've witnessed so far?
I think that just Michael was stressing on the form of presentation. Yes, that's the style. I think so far so good. At a point, they realized that the speeches were becoming too many. So just as you hinted, they needed to cut and allow the running mate to come in. Of course, as we've seen in the past, there has been a clear-cut role for the running mate. And then she's now promoting a Women Development Bank and all that. that.
Indeed.
Yeah, so she's also highlighted in detail how they are going to implement the policy and why they need for the Women Bank. Just as we know that, and you said earlier on that women have always been managing the finances of the home, and so to say, we have a lot of them in the informal sector, especially in the small, medium enterprises, taking, the everyday economic activities of our country. So if they are supported in some shape or form with access to capital and then low interest rates, to go a long way to support our women. Just as the MPP also had bank for small, medium enterprises.
Indeed.
So I think that concurrently, the policies are now emerging better, and that we can do some form of.
Let's cross over. John Mahama is mounting the stage.
Thank you very much. Shout out to all our supporters outside. I can see that there are more of them outside than inside this hall. Thank you all very much for your love for the NDC party. First, I will go through our 120-day social contract. The things we'll do in the first 120 days after we leave Independence Square on 7th January 2025. And then after that, I'll call our General Secretary and Chairman and Nana Jane to join me up here so that we launch the manifesto. So one, we'll put in place a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials in line with the principles of ethical leadership, modesty, humility, integrity, and accountability. We will nominate all our cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval within the first 14 days in office. We would have named all our cabinet ministers. We will constitute the leanest and most efficient government in the history of the Fourth Republic in the first 90 days in office. We will hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. Number 5, we'll commence the drafting of needed legal amendments and preparation for the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the President. Number 6, we'll establish an accelerated Export Development Council, which I will personally chair, to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. Number 7, we'll convene a national consultative conference on education with CHAS, NAGRAT, NAT, CCT, NAPS, CETAG, Vice Chancellors Ghana, PRINCOF, TEWU, UTAG, PTAs, students, think tanks, academia, parents, and other stakeholders to build consensus on the improvement of our education sector, including the free SHS. Number 8, we'll scrap the following draconian taxes to alleviate hardship and ease the high cost of doing business in our first 90 days in office. 1, e-levy. 2, COVID levy. 3, betting tax. 4, emissions levy. And we'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. 9, we'll introduce the no academic fee stress policy for all first-year students in public tertiary educational institutions, in universities, in technical universities, in polytechnics, colleges of education, nursing training institutions, under our no fee stress initiative. We will budget for this, and the money will be given to the Student Loan Trust. It will register all the level 100 students, and it will pay the money to their universities on their behalf so that they don't have to go and pay anything. It will be a grant. It's not be a loan. It will be a grant, so they don't have to pay for it. 10, we'll introduce the following social intervention policies. 1, free tertiary education for persons with disability. The Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, which will be a fund that will help the treatment of kidney ailments, hypertension, heart disease, high blood pressure, and all those kinds of things. We'll commence within 120 days the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in basic and secondary schools. 11, we will institute inquiries or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. 1, MPP's collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a supposed cost of 25 billion Ghana cedis. We'll institute an audit into the illegal printing of money by the Bank of Ghana to finance the corrupt Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration. We'll investigate the 58 million National Cathedral scandal. We'll investigate the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. We'll investigate corruption scandals including the PDS, Ejapa, SML, ambulance spare parts, 13th All-African Games, SkyTrain, Palugu Dam, mass sets, Galamsey fraud, missing excavators, missing tricycles, illegal and inflated single-source contracts, bus scandals, and many others. We institute a government policy banning all political appointees and politically exposed persons from buying any state assets. We allocate seed money within 120 days for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank to support women-owned and women-led businesses. We will launch the following priority job creation programs in the budget. The first is Ejumawura. That is the entrepreneurial project to promote 10,000 young entrepreneurs and mentor them. The 1 million coders program will roll out a Made in Ghana agenda to promote the production and consumption of locally produced goods, particularly through leveraging of government spending power. 15, we'll review the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles, to rescue the local automotive industry in Swami Magazine, Konkompe, Aboso Okai, and all others. 16, we'll lay before Parliament a new bill to usher in a new era of government scholarship administration, which will, among others, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in the world of government scholarships. We'll make the scholarships process transparent, publish the names of everybody who is given a scholarship so that the whole country will know who are getting those scholarships. 17, we'll aggressively confront Number three is not a small position. We will aggressively confront the illegal mining menace and place a ban on illegal and new mining activities in forest reserve and roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs. 18, we'll launch the Black Star Experience. Unfortunately, the paper on creative industry couldn't be read because we've run out of time. But in there's what we call the Black Star Experience. It's our major creative industry and tourism initiative. So the Black Star Experience will be launched. It's an initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, creative industry, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred hub for creative industry and tourism. 19, we'll commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements who are causing havoc in our country. 20, we'll reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killings, Ayawaso West Wagomba election violence, murder of Ahmed Swale, and Silas Wulo Chame. 21, will initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA spillage from the Akosombo and Kon dams that displaced and destroyed the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta region. And we will take immediate steps to provide compensation for the victims, including those in the lower Volta, those in Oti, those in Bono East, those in the Savannah regions, and other areas that were affected by the flooding. Ezu will carry out a shake-up. Of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. This is a social contract with the people. A lot of people ask me, you're going to find an economy in a mess. How are you going to handle all this? We're going to realign our expenditure. We're going to cut out waste. We'll realign the budget so that we can create more fiscal space in order to finance these projects. We're going to use innovative methods to raise the resources so that we can finance these projects. We're going to prioritize, strictly prioritize, and select the most important projects that will create immediate benefits for the people of Ghana. We're going to put our money where our mouths are. That is what a new NDC government is going to do. Here, Maza the matter, Dawaina, Nago de Kore, Ezu, Manya Munache, one day I got a maka soyeya, Yakamada Kimaka got a mashi soyeya. Ezu, don't you know for the way, so me sonka. Yanda Zongoni Sukagwara Muna soyeya, inshallah. Ale babu karfi ebamu iko muma mugwara musu soyayya haka nan don shi ne keni na sadiki ya fade we inshallah in muka zo mu duka mun sani kaman zuwa Mecca ya zama one of the 5 pillars of Islam amma yau saboda kudin da yayi kama da abiya aje Mecca mutanen mu iyayenmu maza da mata da yawansu sun yi niyya su je Mecca amma ba su yi. Idan Allah ya ba mu mulki muka zo za mu rage kudin Mecca ne kowa inda ya yi niyan shi ya samu ya je. Karshen mangana na mun sani watan Ramadan in za a yi azumi ana duba wata ne kamun a fara Ramadan. In za a kwance azumi ana duba ni a gani wata tukun a kwance. Don shi kowane lokaci ya zo a yi kaman waranga sun ci sallah yau gobe waranga kuma su ci sallah. Don shi abinda za mu yi mu kawo zaman lafiya kowa ya ji dadin sallah za mu kara za mu kara ranar hutawa guda shine ana turawa na cira holiday za mu kara guda a kan Idil Fitr don shi in wayan ga sun kwance yau sun ci sallah yau waɗanda sun kwance gobe su ma su samu su ci sallansu. Yau dai Hausan Kano na ya zo sosai ba wasa ba. At this juncture, I want to invite my running mate, Professor Jenana Opokwajiman, our national chairman, General Mosquito Johnson Asiedu Ketia, our general secretary, Fifi Fiabekwete, and our minority leader, the Honorable Atul Kesil Paulson, to all join me up here so that we can launch the manifesto. Yeah. Where's the parliamentary candidate for Winneba? Join us up here. We are launching 2 versions of the manifesto today. The manifesto itself and then the Braille version for the visually impaired. We're launching both today. So on behalf of the good people of Ghana, the national executives, the rank and file of the National Democratic Congress, and the youth and women of Ghana, I have the honor and privilege to launch the 2024 Resetting Ghana for Jobs, Accountability and Prosperity Manifesto today. I consider it duly launched.
Resume your seats. Kindly resume your seat. We'll be out of here very soon. Now, we had many thematic speakers, but because of time, we had to cut it short. But with the permission of the General Secretary, the National Chairman, and our flag bearer and leader, we have appointed spokespersons for various sectors of the manifesto. And at this stage, I would like to call out their names for the benefit of the media. From here, they will begin to speak on the various thematic areas in the manifesto. Choboy. So on finance, our spokespersons are 3. Do you know the man who has been keeping Wale Adam Smith in check? Choboy. Honorable Isaac Adongo, MP for Tanga Central. We also have Dr. Johnson Esiema, and we also have Honorable Mona Kote for finance. For business development, trade and industry, we have Dr. Eben Anowa Ama, Obobia Daku Opoku, and Alhajia Sajida Shiraz. Choboy. On jobs, we have Mr. Guzi, Obuadum Tano, Michael Abe, and Mavis Lamisi Apeliba, the 133 lady. Choboy. On food and agriculture and agribusiness, we have Honorable Eric Opoku, Dr. Buama Otukono, and Mr. Harry Yamson. Choboy. On education, we have Honorable Clementa Park, Professor George K. Teodoro, and Kwame Alovi. Choboy. On health, we have Honorable Minta Kando, Dr. Jehuapia, and Professor Titus K. Beyo, former Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association, just like Dr. Jehuapia. Choboy. On energy, we have the MP for Yape Kusegu, Honorable John Jenapon, and Honorable Edward Bauer. On infrastructure, we have the incoming Member of Parliament for AAK, Felix Ofosukwache, and the MP for Adaklu, and our Chief Whip in Parliament, Honorable Kwame Agboja, and Mr. Regid Anamo. On youth development, we have Julian Kobina, Anthony Julius, and Dr. Samiaye. Sports development, Dr. Fred Awa, Edem Agbana, and Kwamrache Stugard. Gender and social protection, Nana Oye Bampu Ado, and Shamima Muslim. Zongo development, we have Mustafa Abubakari, Alhaji Mohamed Naziru, and Baba Sadiq. Security, Honorable Peter Lancheni Tobu, MP for Wa West, and Honorable Prosper Bani. Governance, the son of man, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, Honorable Sylvester Mensah, and Emilia Afi Agbenyo. Communications and ICT, if you like, digitalization, Honorable Sam George Jata, and Divine Kaujodi. Mining, Anthony Oben, Prosper Hoitu, and Raymond Nana Eba. Tourism and Creative Arts, E.B. Bright, Rex Omar, and K.O.D. Joe Boy. Obobia.
If you just joined us, what you have just witnessed.
It's been a coverage, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. A very eventful one.
Yes. And we're just wrapping up our coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch, which is wrapped up actually in Winneba in the Central Region, with the former President John Mahama and the leader of the NDC calling the top executives of the party to join him on stage to launch that. Let me just get some words from Julius Jima, who is our resource person in studio. Julius, just tell us really your overall assessment of this.
Which is so far so good. I think that just as we've all witnessed the launch of the NDC Manifesto, there were two things that we are looking at, the form and then the substance. With regards to the form, I believe that they've done marvelously well. You could see that their presentation, the whole program was, calm and collected. The speeches that we've also gotten from their flag bearer, and then some other people who came in terms of the fragmentation that Michael was talking about.
Nanoye, I'm sorry to cut you. Nanoye Bampo is talking there. Let's just take that very quickly and come back.
Mahama, the next president of the Republic of Ghana. It has been prophesied, it will happen. Thank you to Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. You attended every single meeting. Nananum Nime Name, we are very grateful to you for attending, and all the religious leaders. Yadasi Papa, our Council of Elders, you sat with us for 3 hours and gave us pearls of wisdom.
You have Nana Oye Bampo, who was actually minutes ago announced as the spokesperson really on gender. She is together with Shamima Muslim for this administration. So, Julius, you were just giving us your thoughts as regards the coverage and really some of the pointers we've heard so far.
Yeah, so I was emphasizing on the form and then the style of their presentation, which was really, really good, appealing to, the general public. In fact, we can relate with what they are doing. The last part on, the lunch, calling all his team to come on board, and then they do the lunch.
That was a message.
Yes, that was a message that, sometimes we need the unity, you need the strength in the people. It's not just a one-man thing, and I believe that John Mahama has been able to do it very well. You could see that he was trying to relate with all his people, calling his running mates, the other members, party chairman, giving opportunity for some of the youth like Baba Sadiq to also come and then talk about some of the areas of the manifesto. One was Shamima that we also addressing the general country on gender issues. But the point is that in substance, You see, for us, we are looking at how we can develop as a country. And in economic development, there are 7 horsepower for economic development. Primarily, we all know. So maybe as time goes on, we'll, move the discussion into the various section of the manifesto, and we'll look at whether it was able to meet those 7 horsepower for economic development.
Indeed.
How we are going to grow income in the country, how the manifesto is going to reduce poverty, how the manifesto is going to bridge the gap between inequality and inequity in the system. We know one thing, that is vulnerability to shocks, because that is where we have to look at how the economy, the buffers.
So the foundations.
Absolutely, our economic policies, how we can address inflation, stabilize the CD, look at import. These are the things that, we are battling at the moment. And then the other ones he spoke about them, which is access to quality, basic quality of life in this country or in the whole world. We are looking at a decent accommodation and as well a healthcare. Just as we know, a healthy nation is what a strong nation, as they say. So he has touched on some policies on the primary healthcare and other areas, which I believe it is meeting the criteria. But the others, Atoforsen talk about, how they are going to reform their tax policies. He made emphasis on the VAT reform. As time goes on, we'll be able to see how those policies or tax incentives that they are looking out to bring to the ordinary Ghanaian, especially in entrepreneurship. They talk about giving tax cut for people to do the employment instead of government employing people. So we'll be analyzing all those areas and see how it can contribute to revenue generation. Because primarily our emphasis in terms of the substance is that how are all these policy areas in the manifesto going to move into bringing money for the country, which will come to reduce our public debt, reduce our deficit. We will not go to the IMF and borrow again, and then we'll generate the money, which is domestic revenue mobilization. Just as we are always talking about, for every single policy you prepare or you promote is an expenditure, and that must be funded. So you have to take into consideration our current revenue generation as a country, then you plan around it. There were lots of promises, in the manifesto, but as time goes on, we'll be able to critique constructively and see whether they will be feasible or not.
Indeed. Let me just get a quick word from Helen. You haven't spoken in a while, Helen. Just tell us really your takeaways from this.
I think the gentlemen in the studio echo my sentiments. Come Monday, we can actually get into the meat of the matter. As Julius has said, many things have been promised, but we need to find out where exactly this money is coming from, because you and I know that Mother Ghana is reeling a little bit at the moment. In fact, that's an understatement. Mother Ghana is really going through. The poor city is tired. So we'll be very excited to actually get into the nitty-gritty. A few of the things that certainly struck out to me was the issue of sanitary pads. Former President John Dramani Mahama says that all girls in school will be getting sanitary pads. A lot of people are asking, well, how do we ensure that the production of sanitary pads locally, goes on well, to the point that it's not even a question of now providing freebies. It's so affordable. Every household can afford to buy sanitary pads. So
the argument is empower the parents or the homes so they are able to afford.
That too, but empower the factories, not just the producers, the inputs that they're using to actually produce the sanitary pads. Can we look at what incentives we can give to the producers to make sure the inputs are a bit cheaper and so on and so forth? This particular or current government, the NPP government, has introduced, was it last year, some tax VAT abolishments. Yes. There you go. There's the import of raw materials for the sanitary pads, so targeting the producers as well. Yeah, I think that would be a way to expand on that. Also, interestingly, former president mentions a fertility, state-of-the-art, he said, fertility center, and that is something that is a hot topic in today's world. Interestingly, I think it's the Ghana Statistical Service. They say by 2050 there'll be how many of us? 50 million Ghanaians. So maybe this fertility clinic will come and boost that number.
You will have about 4 of them.
I'll make it even more.
That policy reminded me of the US politics, where Kamala is also promising that same about reproductive and fertility issues, where the women will have opportunity to decide whatever they want to do with their reproductive. So I believe that you will get more clarity and see whether one woman, one child, or
more. Well, I think overall the packaging has been really good. we must commend them also for starting on time, where we had gotten wind that it was supposed to start about 1 p.m. They started a few minutes before that.
3 minutes to 1.
3 minutes
I actually
to 1.
checked it.
The speeches weren't lengthy. I think for me it's the intentionality, the deliberateness in the delivery, the visuals, the capturing of the moments. You could see that this is something that has been thoroughly thought through, especially from a production perspective. And looking at what they are showing us, you can see that you get that sense of unity, cohesion, teamwork at play in the camp of the NDC, especially in this delivery of the manifesto. And I think it is commendable also. I don't know if this has ever happened, but this is the first time I'm also hearing of a Braille version of a manifesto.
That was quite interesting. Yes,
speaks of the inclusivity that he's promising in this manifesto, especially when after that earlier he had mentioned that there would be free tertiary education for persons with disability. Quite an interesting one. And overall, my takes, we've seen a lot of pro-expenditure policies. We've seen some a lot of talk about tax cuts and tax policy reviews, but the question still remains, just like Julius is saying, how do we fund all of these? And we've seen some talk about the revenue side of things, but I'm sure as the days go by, we'll get the nitty-gritties of it, because we must not lose sight of the fact that we still are under an IMF program, and we need to be able to manage our fiscal policies well enough to get us out of this, and also ensure that we are raising enough domestic revenue to finance all these policies that we are proposing. Good as they may seem, if there's no money to push them, they are just ideas on paper. So those would be my twos.
Let me come back to you, Julius. Really, of all the things that were said, what stood out for you looking at where the country is currently?
Well, that would be our beloved Honorable Eric Opoku. Agriculture, and especially how he was the man of the day for the whole entire manifesto. I mean, he dealt with the cocoa industry issues really, really well. You know, he started with the agriculture policies, fertilizer and the likes, but he really took the cocoa sector as one of the industry that he needed to hammer on, and you could tell that he understands the current challenges in the cocoa industry, and he also attempted to provide solutions when the NDC come into office, what they are going to do. I think that particular one with Honorable Eric Opoku stood out for me in the entire manifesto line. He was very vocal. He did the English, he did the tree. There wasn't any cuts in breaks and that kind of thing. He was really executing on the policy on agriculture, and I believe that he will do well. And the way he has started, I want to believe that he will continue like that. And then there wasn't any, and they were party MPP and all that. I used to listen to some of his arguments on radio and TV, but this time around
he stuck to the point.
Absolutely. So he did really, really well for me, and I think that maybe the media should give him more opportunity because we are so careful about our export commodity items. Because if you want to build our reserves, get the foreign exchange into our country, one of the avenues is to use cocoa, and now we have gold and oil. The point is that what will be the strategy for the cocoa sector, and I believe that the NDC is trying to take advantage of that, and then so he really stood up for me.
You're still on the floor. We are actually wrapping up right now. Let me get your final thoughts from you. I'll go to Helen and then I'll come to Michael. We'll wrap up formally.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I believe that now we have seen the two sides in terms of policy direction, policy instructions, and what the NDC and the MPP have for the country. We will still take our time to do the analysis and the review of the entire manifesto, and then maybe in subsequent days we'll be coming up with maybe some snapshot of what really the policies mean to the ordinary Ghanaian. And I believe that is where myself will put ourselves into it, and I love the conversation because this time around we should be able to understand the policies and the intent, the purpose, the spirit behind the policies,
and the how.
Yes, and the how, and how it's going to solve problem for the ordinary Ghanaian. So maybe in our subsequent meetings, we'll be doing the comparison between
Indeed,
the two.
breaking them down.
Absolutely. Pick the tax policies, the tax cut, the tax incentives, what both parties are proposing, and what particular people or category of people in the country they are targeting at, and how much all those incentives and the breaks they are giving to the ordinary Ghanaian is going to contribute to revenue generation.
If you're watching us on the screens, we're seeing the former President John Mahama being whisked away. He's done with his job, he's going. And of course, earlier we saw some other party executives. We actually saw the chairman of the party, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, also leaving the premises. You're seeing the people cheering them on. John Mahama is just about entering his car, but he's still interacting with people. And you can see there the security guards in green trying to protect the former president as he enters his car to move from this venue, the school, the education in the Winneba.
Exactly, but I think one thing that we haven't really talked much about is the turnout.
Yes.
The numbers are quite impressive, and anytime they do the drone shot of the premises, you can see the volume of people who have gathered around, and I'm sure that is also part of what is coming to play right now. You can see that there's a bit of struggle, a challenge. They're getting the vehicle of the former president
they need to clear the crowd
out of the place, because they are quite a number of people on the premises there. I don't know if this is also a reflection of what Musa Dankwa had earlier indicated in his poll. In his poll, we saw some very good approval ratings of the NDC presidential candidate there in the recent polls that was conducted in the central region. I'm sure, remember, we saw that the figures showed that John Dramani Mahama had attracted some 45% of votes in terms of the president. If people from the central region were to vote for a presidential candidate, followed by Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia by some 26%.
So the drone shots there, I mean, the crowd, they go way back even into the community.
It's beginning to look like a rally, actually.
I think we must commend the cameraman on the day. I think he's really doing a fantastic job.
I think we're speaking about the communicating team.
Absolutely. The political marketing strategy is really working.
It's been really intentional.
Yes, absolutely. They are doing so well when it comes to at what point they should pick their crowd for the people to see. And that's what politics are about. It's about numbers. Your ideas, your policies might be good, but at the end of the day, it should translate into vote, into the numbers. So the cameraman for the day is really doing so well by targeting where the crowd is and showing it to us that, look, telling us a story that they really mean business, and that is what they are doing.
Indeed. And let me get your final thoughts from you, Helen.
So we've seen the GTP, the Great Transformational Plan of the Movement for Change. We've also seen the NPP with their manifesto, and now the NDC. We're also waiting to see other parties present their manifesto so we can slice and dice and ultimately present all of that to the good people of Ghana. So again, on Monday, make sure you are with us all throughout on 3FM Sunrise and the other programming as well, so we can break down all of the information as captured.
And so we will call it a wrap here. That will be a coverage of the NDC Manifesto launch. We just wrapped up in Winneba in the central region. My name is Beatrice Edu. I did this with Michael Ogbodu. You just heard Helen Ampofo there, also giving her final thoughts, and also our analyst in studio, Julius Jima, who is the Executive Director, Center for Public Policy and Economic Analysis. Earlier, we had Johnny Hughes pass through there. A big thank you to Sistus, who's helped us with production. Of course, Dennis and the entire team in the background supporting us here. Keep listening to 3FM 92.7 and do enjoy the rest of our programs. Have a good evening.
Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3 FM.
Ghana, Africa, are you ready? The countdown to the most explosive Afro experience of the year has begun. It's the 3FM Afro Connect 2024, happening live on Saturday, 21st September at the monumental Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park. It promises to be a day filled with a display of Africa's dynamic cultures, pulsating beats, electrifying performances, and pure Afro vibes. Come and experience the infectious energy of Africa's great people in the most iconic food battle of the continent.